Chapter 312. Around the cauldron, plants flourished and sprouted leaves. It was full of vitality. This was a pure land full of life and hope. The chanting echoed through the depths of the mountains. Chanting and praying rose and fell. It was as if they had really returned to the primordial era and the great emperors were discussing Tao. On the 21st day, the cauldron was misty. Although the chanting of the great path was still ringing, it was very different. There seemed to be an indescribable feeling in the mountains. Tu Fei and the big black dog looked up. All they could see was lush greenery. It was as if summer had arrived. The vines and plants were flourishing to the extreme. Above the cauldron of all things, Yi Fan sat cross-legged. He had already appeared. This seclusion was about to end. Whoosh! He opened his eyes. Divine light rushed out like a real dragon, more dazzling than lightning. But in the next moment, he calmed down and landed on the ground. He blended into the surrounding scenery as if he had become one with the plants. The chanting stopped, and the cauldron grew to a meter tall, hovering above his head. Yi Fan carried the god-striking whip on his back and stood there quietly, looking peaceful and natural. There was no frightening aura or elegant temperament. There was only reality. He was like a very radiant young man standing there, no more than 15 or 16 years old. He couldn't sense how powerful he was. He didn't seem like a cultivator, but more like an ordinary mortal with a body of flesh and blood. There was an aura of simplicity to him. I've finally come out of seclusion and entered the fourth heaven of the Doctrine Palace. I'm not far from the consummate level, Tu Fei said with a smile. The big black dog came over and circled around him. He was actually drooling and said, I heard that once the sacred body of the ancients is accomplished, the blood will be different. It's a divine substance for refining medicine. Kid, why don't you give me some of your blood? Tu Fei glanced at him and said, all right, stop talking. Prepare the chamber pot tonight and put it in Yi Fan's room. Go get the holy liquid tomorrow. It'll be more effective there. Woof. The battle between the man and the dog began. The man and the dog were fighting each other half of the time. Stop fighting, Yi Fan advised. This time, he had finally entered the fourth heaven of the Tao Palace. Just as he had expected, he had successfully cultivated the divine treasure of the spleen. The 5 elements were of the earth attribute, and he was in the 5 elements inverse Tao cultivation palace. The divine treasure of the spleen was in charge of the circulation and transformation of blood essence. It was the source of qi and blood, nourishing the internal organs and bones, and was the foundation of the postnatal realm. This divine treasury was extremely important. Many things needed after birth could be reborn through it. Yi Fan felt his qi and blood become more vigorous. The strength of his corporeal body had reached a terrifying level. Right now, he was not afraid of swords and weapons. He could withstand any Dharma treasures and weapons with his body and shatter them with a single punch. Unless it was a weapon with a powerful background, it was useless against him. Tu Fei tried to use some treasures. However, the pair of gold fists smashed all of them into powder. Nothing was left. I think that if I fight you with my body, it will be a tragedy. I can only attack from a distance. Tu Fei concluded. This time, Yi Fan refined 50,000 kilograms of origin source and a divine source, which exceeded his expectations. However, the effects were obvious. He did not need to test it to know how terrifying his power was. This feeling is really good. Yi Fan's team didn't leave Anzhou. 2 days later, they arrived at a cliff. This was the last group of the 5 big roving bandits. Rocky cliffs were everywhere. Stone forests were everywhere. This place was tranquil. There was a majestic main peak in this rocky area. It was the residence of the 5th bandit group. Shadows were flashing on the peak. The scale of the stronghold wasn't small. Stars twinkled in the sky. The night wind blew through the rocky cliffs, making humming sounds. Yi Fan and Tu Fei climbed the main peak in the dark. Outside the stone stronghold, 2 big flags were fluttering. Some cultivators were hugging wine jars and drinking. They didn't notice that someone was approaching them. Yi Fan's team didn't take action. They quietly entered the stronghold and wanted to kill the bandit leader. Flames were sparkling on the mountain. The stronghold was bustling with people. Many people were drinking and drinking. The aroma of the wine spread far. Many people were surrounding the bonfires. At the same time, they heard drumming music. These people looked natural and unrestrained as they were drinking and having fun. In the air, a few young girls were dancing. They looked very ethereal under the moonlight, like fairies from the moon palace dancing gracefully in the air. Heavenly music echoed. It was really peaceful. This stronghold isn't simple. Letting the female cultivators sing and dance is really extravagant. Yi Fan carried the god-beating whip on his back, walking in big strides. Tu Fei stood next to him. Blackie was waiting outside, but he didn't show himself. You have big guts. However, at this moment, someone shouted coldly by the bonfire in front of them. You don't know how to live or die. You show yourself again. It's worth waiting for you for more than 20 days. A group of people walked out from the inner stronghold in a single file. There were even more people who stood up from the bonfire and quickly surrounded the area. Yi Fan's real face was shrouded in mist. He didn't use the sky and earth-changing great technique. He stood side by side with Tu Fei. You two have robbed all the bandits in Anzhou? This middle-aged man was around 35 or 36 years old. He looked at them with a dark face. Tu Fei was startled. This was a cultivator of the 4 extreme secret territories, not weaker than him. He immediately said, "They've killed many people. They deserve it. Did you help them? You've ruined our master's plan. Even if we skin you alive, you won't be able to atone for it," said the middle-aged man with a dark face. As Tu Fei was a descendant of Deko, he would never lower his voice. He shouted, "Who are you? You talk big. Nobody dares to touch my people in the northern region." The middle-aged man grinned fiendishly. "You've scattered the bandits in Anzhou. You want to show off? You think we don't dare to skin you alive? Chinda, don't be rude. This is the grandson of Tu Tian's 7th master. Hurry up and apologize." At this moment, a feminine voice came. From the stronghold, 2 cultivators of the Holy Ji Palace's secret territories carried a soft chair. More than a dozen hotshots followed them, protecting them. They approached the stronghold quickly. On the soft chair was a feminine young man. He reclined on it, holding a glass of wine and swirling it. 4 young girls served him on both sides. One of them used a white silk handkerchief to wipe the wine stain on the corner of his mouth. His face was pale, lacking masculinity. He waved his hand, asking the 4 girls to step back. He then threw the glass aside. "Brother Tu, how have you been?" The feminine young man greeted him casually. "It's you, Su Yuan." Tu Fei was startled, his face grimaced. "Who is he?" Yi Fan asked discreetly. "He's a scum we shouldn't mess with. He's the grandson of the 3rd bandit, Su Tianxiong. He's favored, but he's bad from head to toe. He's not a good person. He's never done anything good." This was Tu Fei's evaluation. "Is he strong?" asked Yi Fan. Tu Fei said, "He's not strong. I think he's still at the 5th sky of the Holy Ji Palace. However, his grandfather is really strong. He's the 3rd bandit, Su Tianxiong. He's ranked above the Green Flood Dragon King. Who dares to provoke him? Besides, his older brother, Su Heng, is the #1 hotshot among the descendants of the 13 great bandits. He can suppress Wu Zhongtian. This kid isn't afraid of anything. He's done too many bad things. He even touched the women of the other bandits' descendants." Yi Fan frowned. This man was a typical villain. It wasn't easy to deal with him. He had forces and connections. Tu Fei said, "If we can avoid it, we shouldn't have a conflict with him. This scum holds grudges. He can do anything. Brother Tu, do you have a prejudice against me? Why don't you greet me when we meet today? Su Yuan reclined on the soft chair, asking coldly. Although Tu Fei didn't have a good impression of him, he had to answer, why would I? I'm just a little surprised. I didn't expect to see you here. Harumph. Su Yuan snorted, sitting up from the soft chair. He glared at Tu Fei and said, you're in a good mood. You came to Anzhou and killed all my subordinates. Tu Fei said, it's a misunderstanding. I saw them burn, kill, and loot. They've done many bad things. No matter what, I would have never thought that they were your subordinates. Are you blaming me? Su Yuan's eyes were malicious, raking through Tu Fei and Yi Fan. He waved his hand and a young girl poured him a glass of good wine. She gently brought it to him. The 13 great bandits have their principles. As their descendants, we shouldn't act like that, said Tu Fei. Pa. Su Yuan threw the jade glass in his hand on the ground, his face dark and gloomy. You meddle too much. Don't think that I don't dare to kill you since we're both descendants of the great bandits. You. Tu Fei was enraged. He was about to turn hostile. His competence was much higher than Su Yuan's. Four silhouettes flew over, standing in front of Su Yuan to stop Tu Fei. Their murderous auras diffused everywhere. You guys step back, Su Yuan sighed. Su Yuan sighed and said, forget it, I'm a little hot-tempered. We're both descendants of great bandits. Even if you've killed so many of my subordinates, even if you've destroyed the foundation of my Anzhou province, I'll still endure it. Who asked us to be friends? Tu Fei was bewildered. This bastard was notorious. He held grudges and was ruthless. How could he be generous like that? However, Tu Fei soon knew the other's plan. Su Yuan's slender jade-like fingers gently tapped the soft chair. His voice was soft and sinister. We're friends. I won't mind it. However, I won't spare this man. He gazed at Yi Fan. Su Yuan, you're retreating to advance. I think you know who he is, right? Tu Fei darkened his face. The other wanted to rob the holy treasure. Su Yuan beamed a faint smile. I don't care who he is. I only know that he has killed many of my men. Today, I must subdue him. Yi Fan understood that the other had guessed his identity from Tu Fei. He wanted to rob him. Yi Fan revealed his real face. What do you want? What do I want? You've killed so many of my men. Of course, I have to take your life. Su Yuan smiled sinisterly. Tu Fei stepped forward and said, this is my friend. If you want to kill him, you should count me in as well. Tu Fei, don't force me. Friends are friends. He has destroyed the foundation of my Anzhou prefecture. Today, I have to subdue him. Su Yuan didn't look friendly. What if I don't agree? Asked Tu Fei in a low voice. Then I have to apologize to you. If I bring you to Master Tu Tian 7, I must take this man with me. Su Yuan smiled and drank another glass of wine. Then, I have to fight you, said Ru Fei coldly. I don't want my brothers to kill each other. How about this? I will compromise one more step. Su Yuan leaned on the soft chair and said, ask him to apologize to me. Of course, he must show his sincerity. How can I show my sincerity? Asked Tu Fei. Next to him, the cultivator at the 4 extreme secret territories, whose name was Chinda, stepped forward. Of course, he has to kowtow to apologize. Otherwise, he would be a joke. Yeah, he should show his sincerity, Su Yuan smiled faintly. Doesn't he have the myriad chi? He has robbed our origin. We should just give him the cauldron. Another cultivator stepped forward. He had also entered the 4 extreme secret territories. All right. Su Yuan leaned on the rattan chair and said faintly, let him kowtow to me and give me the myriad chi cauldron. Then, I will spare his life and let him go. You're going too far. Tu Fei was enraged. Are you sure you can defeat me? Yi Fan was calm. He beamed a cold smile as he strode forward. Is the 4 extreme secret territories that great? He strode forward, shaking the entire mountain. Chapter 313. Everyone knew that Yi Fan was a cultivator of the Holy Palace secret realm and could not enter the 4 levels secret realms. But at this moment, everyone moved in unison. Both Su Yuan and the people around him had their glabella flicker, and a magical item appeared to block the sea of consciousness. In the northern region, many cultivators already knew that Yi Fan's consciousness was extremely powerful. Few of his peers could match him, so they had to protect their consciousness when they saw him. Although the sacred body of the ancients did not show the supreme charm of the ancient times and could not shake the world, he still had a certain reputation among the younger generation, and his consciousness was feared. Next to Su Yuan, a cultivator of the 4 levels secret realm mocked, "What a big tone. You don't take the cultivators of the 4 levels secret realms seriously at all. Unfortunately, you will never be able to step into this realm." Yi Fan looked calm and ignored him. He said to Su Yuan, "I don't want to have a conflict with you, but if you force me, blood will flow on this mountain today. Who do you think you are? What right do you have to talk to my young master like this? Kneel to the side and I'll deal with you later." Chinda shouted coldly. "Kneel and offer the cauldron. Kneel to the side. How dare a small cultivator of the Holy Palace secret realm speak such nonsense? Kneel and wait for your punishment." The people around Su Yuan shouted loudly. Su Yuan put down his wine cup, wiped his mouth with a white handkerchief, and said in a soft voice, "I've given you a chance. Whether you can grasp it or not is up to you. Kneel here and offer the cauldron, and I'll let you go. A man has gold under his flag. Su Yuan, you're deliberately forcing us. You have no intention of stopping." Tu Fei shouted coldly. Su Yuan smiled indifferently and threw the white silk scarf on the ground. He said calmly, "How could that be? I said that as long as he offers up the cauldron and kneels down to apologize, everything can be forgiven." Boom! The ancient cauldron hovered above Yi Fan's head. The source qi of all things fell, and strands of it protected his body. He held the god-beating whip in his hand and stood in the middle of the field. "How dare you attack in front of the cultivators of the 4 levels secret realm? You won't have a chance even if you kneel on the ground." Chinda was the first to attack. He arrived in front of Yi Fan with a single step, creating a gigantic hand made of energy that grabbed towards Yi Fan. The earthen yellow hand covered the sky. This was the power of a cultivator from the 4 extreme secret realms. Raising his hand was like a dragon, causing the void to tremble. His target was the myriad qi cauldron. He wanted to take it away directly. "Do you think you're the golden-winged little Peking?" Yi Fan sneered, not afraid at all. With the myriad energy cauldron above his head, he rushed forward. His left hand clenched into a golden fist, directly causing the void to collapse. He swung it towards the sky, and with a "pu," the sound of something shattering could be heard. That large hand was actually shattered by Yi Fan's fist. Energy surged, rushing in all directions, sweeping many mountain rocks into the sky. The giant energy hand was blocked by the sacred body of the ancients, which was beyond his expectations. How strong was his opponent's physical body? Everyone was shocked. Yi Fan's physical body was so terrifying that he could fight against the cultivators of the 4 levels secret realm with his bare hands. It doesn't matter. His physical strength is his advantage, but who would compete with him in terms of physical strength? Just kill him from afar, another cultivator of the 4 levels secret realm said. Chinda sneered and said, "That's right. How can the cultivation of the Holy Ji Palace secret realm compare to the 4 levels secret realm? Today, I will beat you until you kneel and make you hand over the cauldron with both hands." Yi Fan was indeed fearless. In the past, when he was at the 3rd firmament of the Dao Palace, he could suppress a 4th firmament expert. Even if he faced a 5th firmament Dao Palace cultivator, he would still be wary, but it was not as if he could not fight them. Now that he had refined 100,000 kilograms of source qi and advanced to the 4th level of the Holy Ji Palace, his divine power was like the sea. It was boiling, and there was no doubt that he could defeat a 5th-level cultivator. Moreover, he could also fight against someone at the first level of the 4 levels. Yes, he had such a feeling. Every time the sacred body of the ancients advanced to the next level, it would become much stronger. Now that he had revealed the 9 secrets, he could definitely fight against someone at the first level of the 4 levels. He had the confidence to win. The sky was dazzling. Chinda appeared in the sky while riding a blood-colored lightning bolt, striking at Yifan. Tens of thousands of lightning bolts intertwined to form a dense electric net that shook the sky and earth. However, the cauldron on top of Yifan's head flowed with the color of black and yellow, blocking all the lightning outside. It could not hurt him at all. So that's all the cultivators of the 4 levels secret realm are? Is that what you're proud of? Yifan taunted. Chinda's expression was not very good. As a cultivator of the 4 levels secret realm, if he could not suppress a cultivator from the Holy Ji Palace secret realm, where would he put his face? He opened his mouth and spat out a brilliance. It was a huge golden net that covered the sky and fell toward Yifan. Ha! At that moment, Yifan let out a soft cry and a divine light rushed out of his mouth. It turned into a scroll that was filled with patterns of the Great Path. This is the supreme secret technique of the Ji family, innate Taishu Qi. Many people were shocked. This was the innate origin essence that was refined from the void. When it was spat out by Yifan using the Battle Saint technique, it had a different charm and was equally powerful. Boom! The void trembled. The innate Taishu Qi was like a Daoist diagram that was filled with misty brilliance as it hit the huge golden net. Crack! The soft yet tough treasure was penetrated at that moment. The innate Taishu Qi was invincible, and there was nothing it could not break. The Daoist diagram rushed through. The huge golden net immediately dimmed and was no longer a treasure. It was like a broken fishing net, and all the essence was scattered by the Daoist diagram. Chinda's expression was gloomy. He was embarrassed to be defeated by a cultivator from the Holy Ji Palace secret realm. Dang! With a long rumble, Chinda took out a silver bell that shook the heavens and the earth. The entire mountain was shaking, and the dazzling light rushed into the night sky. However, Yifan was very calm. The pressure in the sky was very strong, but he was not afraid and stood alone in the field. The silver bell rang through the mountains and rivers. The stone cliffs in the distance made cracking sounds, and many large rocks rolled down. This was the power of the cultivators from the 4 extreme secret realms. The bell above Chinda's head vibrated, and silver ripples turned into terrifying sharp blades that slashed downwards. Dang, dang, the cauldron made from the chi of all creation was hit until it trembled, and it was under great pressure. The bell waves were like the ocean, and they turned into tens of thousands of layers. Under the attacks of the cultivators from the 4 extreme secret realms, Yifan was shaking, but he did not show any signs of losing. On the contrary, he rose into the air and took the initiative to attack. A firefly dares to compete with the bright moon? Chinda had absolute confidence that the cultivators from the 4 extreme secret realms would use all their treasures to fight against the cultivators from the Daoist Palace secret realm. The silver bell rumbled, and it suddenly fell down, pressing down on Yifan. This bell was really extraordinary. Its entire body was crystal clear, and silver light shot out in all directions, illuminating the heavens and the earth. Yifan did not dodge at all, and he was still rushing up. The chi of all creation cauldron above his head descended, and in his hand, there was a god-beating whip. It was simple and unadorned, but when it was swung, it caused the void to collapse, and it was as heavy as a mountain. Dang! The blow from the god-beating whip caused the bell to ring loudly, and everyone on the mountain peak had their ears ringing. They could almost hear nothing. Chinda's body trembled, and he felt as if his divine sense had been hit, but he did not think too much about it. Dang! Yifan held the god-beating whip in his hand, and he swung it down again, striking on the silver bell. His strength was immense, and the whip was incomparably hard. Even though the silver bell was extraordinary, cracks appeared on it. Chinda's body suddenly shook, and his divine sense stung. The divine sense that was placed in the bell felt as if it had been slapped. He wanted to control the bell to retreat, but it was too late. Dang! When Yifan swung the god-beating whip for the third time, the silver bell could no longer withstand it. It first made a loud sound, and then with a crack, it was smashed in the air. Hundreds of pieces of the bell turned into a meteor shower, splashing in the night sky, rushing in all directions. Ah! Chinda screamed, and his hand touched the space between his eyebrows. The god-beating whip specialized in hitting people's divine sense. Just now, Chinda's divine sense was smashed into pieces, and it gave him a splitting headache. Yifan's speed was extremely fast. He used the footwork of Crazy Ol, and in a flash, he rushed past, swung the god-beating whip, and smashed it down. Crack! Chinda's head split open, and red blood and white brain matter splattered everywhere. His divine sense was completely destroyed, and his dead body fell to the ground. Below, everyone was like clay sculptures. They could not believe that all this was real. A cultivator from the holy realm of the Doctrine Palace had killed a cultivator from the 4-level secret realms. How is this possible? The sacred body of the ancients is invincible among those of the same level, but he hasn't cultivated a vision yet. How can he cross the secret realm and kill his opponent? Many people on Su Yuan's side were shocked, and they could not accept this result. Only Tu Fei understood what was going on. Chinda and Yifan were fighting. If he did not use his divine sense to control the treasure, he would not have been killed like this. Unfortunately, he encountered Yifan with the god-beating whip. This was destined to be a tragedy. The whip was indestructible, and it specialized in hitting people's divine sense. If one did not understand it, they would be restrained. I wonder if this is the god-beating whip from the Shang and Zhou dynasties. Yifan muttered to himself. The ancient wooden whip in his hand was full of the aura of time. Not only was it heavy in his hand, but it was also heavy in his heart. I wonder where those people in the past have gone. Yifan asked himself. He quickly came to his senses and landed on the ground. With the cauldron of myriad Qi above his head and the ancient god-beating whip in his hand, he strode forward and approached Su Yuan and the others. I said, if you force me, this mountain is destined to be filled with blood and corpses. 3 cultivators from the 4-level secret realms came forward together, and the mountain suddenly shook. One of them said, even if you kneel on the ground right now and offer the cauldron of myriad Qi with both hands, you will not have a chance to live. You go too. You must take his head. I don't want any accidents to happen. Su Yuan leaned back on the soft chair and let another cultivator from the 4-level secret realms come forward. A total of 4 cultivators from the 4-level secret realms stood in front of Yifan, and all of them took out their most powerful magic weapons. Under the night sky, the lights shone brightly. The divine power of these people was monstrous. After all, they were from the 4-level secret realms. Their bodies were bright and intimidating. In addition to their powerful magic weapons, the aura that they released was so powerful that even Yifan was pushed back. It seems that he is only so-so. How did Chinda kill him so easily just now? Su Yuan revealed a doubtful look. However, at this moment, he was completely relaxed because he could already see that the 4 cultivators from the 4-level secret realms could easily suppress Yifan. He was far from being a match for them. Spare his life. He has secrets that I want to know. The 4 experts nodded and surrounded Yifan. Their murderous aura filled the air and shook the mountain. You forced me to do this. Yifan's voice was extremely cold. Even if they were the descendants of a great bandit, he did not care. Su Yuan drank a cup of wine and took the silk handkerchief handed over by the girl next to him. He wiped his mouth and said in a feminine voice, I gave you a chance, but you did not take it. You sissy, you want me to kneel to you, and you want to offer me a cauldron. Let's see how you will kneel in a while. Yifan directly attacked. The myriad Qi cauldron was hazy, and the yellow light fell down, protecting him inside. He held the god-beating whip in his hand and faced the 4 experts alone. The 4 experts each took out a golden cauldron, a purple lightning hammer, a silver 8 trigrams mirror, and a red copper lamp. The 4 secret treasures were all extraordinary, and they pressed down on Yifan. The void trembled, and all the spiritual qi in the sky was sucked dry. It gathered on the 4 divine items, trying to crush Yifan's flesh and bones. The 4 weapons all blossomed with auspicious colors and divine clouds. They were as heavy as mountains, and they crushed down on Yifan. The 4 people stepped forward at the same time and pressed down together. The mountain peak trembled violently, and under their might, the boulders on the cliff rumbled and rolled down the mountain. At this moment, Yifan mobilized all the spiritual qi in his body, and the secret of all of the 9 secrets was activated. He swung the god-beating whip in all directions. Pa-cha, for consecutive sounds were very straightforward. The golden cauldron and the red copper lamp were all smashed. The god-beating whip specialized in attacking one's consciousness. The moment the purple lightning hammer and the silver 8 trigrams mirror were smashed, the 4 people all screamed, and blood flowed out from between their eyebrows. Pft! Pft! Yifan swung the god-beating whip and smashed 2 of them into pieces. Both their bodies and souls were destroyed, and it was impossible for their consciousness to be preserved under this whip. Yifan did not kill the other 2. He rushed past them and came in front of Su Yuan, raising the whip to strike. Su Yuan never expected such an outcome. It was completely illogical. How could the 4 experts be defeated? Clang! A golden divine pagoda appeared in front of him. This was a treasure personally refined by the 3rd great bandit, Su Tianxiong. Its might was unimaginable and extremely extraordinary. Su Tianxiong favored this young grandson, so he naturally gave him powerful treasures for self-defense. The golden divine pagoda shot out a dazzling light that enveloped Su Yuan and protected his body. The golden pagoda floated in the air, blocking Yifan. However, Su Yuan's cultivation was only at the 5th firmament of the Dao Palace. How could he withstand the present Yifan? His divine power was like the sea, inexhaustible. Clang! Yifan lashed out with the whip, sending the golden divine pagoda flying. The impact caused Su Yuan's face to turn pale. His consciousness felt like it was being torn apart as he screamed. Yifan grabbed him by the collar. After reaching the 4th firmament of the Dao Palace, he had the confidence that he could easily suppress a 5th firmament expert. You want me to kneel at your feet? I think you should be the one kneeling. At this moment, the myriad qi cauldron floated above his head and the god-beating whip in his hand. His divine might was awe-inspiring, like an ancient god of war had reappeared in the world. Chapter 314. Su Yuan was not weak. He was only 19 years old, but he was already at the 5th level of the Holy Ji Palace. He was quite extraordinary for his age. Divine light surrounded his body as he fought back with all his might. Unfortunately, he had encountered Yifan. Against the sacred body of the ancients, all of his efforts were futile. He could not break free or fight back at all. The huge golden hand grabbed his collar and lifted him up like a pair of pliers. Yifan carried him with one hand and held the god-beating whip in the other. He rushed back to the original battlefield like a ghost, intending to kill the other 2 cultivators of the 4 extremities. Su Yuan's face was pale as he struggled with all his might. He cut off Yifan's arm with the golden void-splitting hand. His palms shone with a green light that was comparable to divine jade. Clang! Unfortunately, no matter how hard he tried, he could not even hurt Yifan's skin. On the contrary, his hands hurt, and his jade-like green fingers were dripping with blood. Save your strength. A cold smile appeared at the corner of Yifan's mouth. He grabbed him by the collar with one hand and clamped him in the air like a chicken. Put him down. Do you know who he is? Acting so viciously will bring you a great calamity. A cultivator of the 4 extremities secret realms put up a strong front. He could only use his status to intimidate him. It was too disappointing to fight. Just now, the 4 of them attacked together, and 2 of them were killed. Yifan sneered, I even dared to burn the supreme elder of the Ji family to death, let alone you guys. He rushed over with large strides and swung the god-beating whip. With the weight of Mount Tai, he smashed it down. The cultivator of the Four Extremities secret realms was shocked. He formed the Qilin seal with both hands. Dark light shone in front of him, and a black Qilin appeared, roaring and rushing over. Pfft! Yi Fan shook the cauldron, and a wisp of source qi rushed out like a chaotic sword aura. It was extremely sharp, and it split the black Qilin in half. Boom! The cultivator of the Four Extremities secret realms shook all 10 of his fingers, shooting beams of dazzling divine light toward Yi Fan. The void trembled. Boom! Tu Fei took action. He didn't want to stay out of this. The imitation of the ancient sky-swallowing jar was so mighty that it could even make people's souls shiver. This cultivator cried out in alarm. After all, he couldn't compare to the children of the great sage. His body was almost sucked in and fixed in midair. Although the replica of the extreme path weapon was incomplete, and the materials and Dao patterns were far inferior to the original, it was still very terrifying. At this juncture, he had no other choice. He took out all his magical treasures and attacked the ancient sky-devouring jar replica. Light flickered and was exceptionally dazzling under the night sky. He took out more than 10 magic treasures in succession and used all of his strength to strike, causing the void to tremble as he attacked with all his might. Pa-cha, pa-cha, Yi Fan strode forward and swung the divine striking whip. One magic treasure after another was broken and the cultivator cried out wretchedly on the spot before falling to the ground. His divine sense was severely injured, and before Yi Fan could kill him, he was already unable to support himself and was rolling around on the ground. Puff! The cauldron above Yi Fan's head released a wisp of mysterious yellow gas and crushed him into powder in an instant, turning him into a pile of bloody mud. His body and soul were completely destroyed. The other cultivator from the Four Extreme secret realms wasn't so loyal. He had been watching coldly from the side and turned to leave when he saw that the situation wasn't good. Black Emperor, seal the outside for me. Don't let anyone out. Yi Fan sent a telepathic message. Su Yuan was captured by him. If the news got out, the consequences would be very serious. The third greatest bandit, Su Tianxiong, was even more terrifying than the mighty Green Dragon King. In the distance, the black fog filled the sky. The cultivator from the Four Extreme secret realms and the others who were escaping were all blocked and couldn't rush out. Why run? Didn't you say that you want me to kneel here and offer the myriad Qi cauldron? Yi Fan chased with large strides and said, the cauldron is right here. You can come and take it. You dare to touch Su Tianxiong's grandson? Stop now. There's still room for redemption. The cultivator from the Four Extreme secret realms wasn't very strong-willed. Things have come to this. You still want to redeem yourself? Tu Fei took action. The replica of the ancient heaven-swallowing jar was taken out and a black hole formed in the sky. The simple and unadorned jar had a shocking devouring power. It was like a bottomless pit that could swallow people's souls. This person wasn't Yao Shi and couldn't be compared to the son of the great sage. Naturally, he couldn't block the heaven-swallowing devil jar. It was difficult for him to move as if he was trapped in a swamp. You! He screamed in fear. This was because Yi Fan had approached him with the god-beating whip. It was already very difficult for him to resist the heaven-swallowing jar. If he had to face this person who was like an ancient god of war, he would definitely die. Yi Fan's murderous aura was soaring. He didn't want to let him go. The cultivator knew that it was useless to admit defeat. His eyes were ruthless as he said, if you kill us, you won't be able to live either. Su Heng will take action. Su Tianxiong won't admit that his grandson was killed. He opened his mouth and spat out a rain of swords. More than 100 flying swords were crystal clear as if they were forged from stars. They were extremely sharp and flashed with divine light as they pierced towards Yi Fan. Kacha, Kacha, everything was in vain. Using divine consciousness to take out weapons to kill Yi Fan was like using paper to extinguish a fire. Yi Fan swung the god-beating whip and broke dozens of flying swords. The cultivator screamed and fell to the ground. His cultivation level was higher than Yi Fan's, but he couldn't stop Yi Fan's attack at all. This made him extremely unwilling, and even if he died, he wouldn't be able to die in peace. Pfft! Yi Fan pointed with his finger. A golden light shot out and left a bloody hole on the cultivator's forehead, ending his life. Tu Fei wasn't a pushover either. When he attacked, he didn't hesitate and swept the ancient heaven-devouring devil jar in all directions. Yi Fan stopped. The cultivators of the 4 extreme secret realms had all been killed by him, and the rest were nothing to be afraid of. He looked down at Su Yuan. At this moment, all 10 of Su Yuan's fingers were broken. Blood flowed, and the green light was shining. It was a little scary. His finger bones seemed to be broken, and he could no longer exert strength. Put me down. I have something to say to you, Su Yuan said in a low voice. Slap. Yi Fan gave him a slap and sneered, you're still putting on airs. You want to tell me that you're Su Tianxiong's grandson? Sorry, I already knew that. You. Su Yuan's face was pale, and he was shaking with anger. But he quickly controlled his emotions and said, I didn't mean that. I just want to talk to you. Maybe we can become friends. There's no need to be enemies. Why didn't you say that just now? Yi Fan gave him another slap and said, just now, who was the one who calmly told me to kneel on the ground and offer the myriad chi cauldron with both hands? We don't get to know each other without fighting. Although we have conflicts, we can still become friends. Su Yuan's voice gradually calmed down. He knew that the person in front of him dared to provoke even the Holy Land. If he still shouted recklessly after falling into his hands, he would definitely be slapped to death. You're right. We don't get to know each other without fighting. We only get to know each other after fighting. Yi Fan threw him to the ground. Su Yuan rolled his eyes and almost fainted. Bang! Yi Fan kicked out like he was kicking a ball, sending Su Yuan flying. In less than 5 steps, he caught up and slapped him to the ground, breaking many of his bones. Puff! Su Yuan vomited blood. He struggled for a while but couldn't get up. He gave an embarrassed smile and said, You've vented your anger. Let's talk. Actually, I don't like the people of the Holy Land. We can cooperate. How could Yi Fan believe him? Tu Fei said that this man was evil from head to toe. He had done all kinds of evil deeds. Moreover, he held grudges the most. Because he had a grandfather that no one dared to provoke and a brother that was invincible among the descendants of the great bandits, he could do anything. Pa! Yi Fan's palm landed on his face, sending him flying. Blood flowed out in a long stream, spitting out from his mouth, falling from the sky. Don't kill him. Otherwise, we'll be in big trouble. Tu Fei came to Shi Yan after dealing with the others. Tu Ji, we've been friends for generations. Su Yuan looked at Tu Fei and shouted. Bang! Yi Fan kicked him into the air and slapped him repeatedly with his golden palm, causing Su Yuan to wail and wail. Even though he was at the 5th level of the Holy Ji Palace, he was unable to withstand the golden palm and fingers of the sacred body of the ancients. In the end, Su Yuan was almost crippled by the golden hands. His voice didn't belong to a human's. Don't hit me. Su Yuan was dumbfounded. Throughout his life, no one had dared to touch even a finger of his. He had always been the one who ate others. Today, he had asked Yi Fan to kneel down and offer his cauldron. The result was tragic. Yi Fan slapped him one more time before stopping. He sat on the soft chair and said, I'll give you a chance. Apologize to me and give me all of your origin. Maybe I'll spare your life. Okay, no problem. Su Yuan gritted his teeth and knelt on the ground. A malicious light flashed in his eyes. As long as he could live, he was willing to do anything. With a flash of brilliance, a pile of origin appeared on the ground. It weighed more than 800 kilograms and was colorful. It was especially dreamy and eye-catching under the night sky. It's just a little bit. At most, it can keep one of your ears intact. Yi Fan's voice was cold. Su Yuan cursed in his heart but didn't show it. He said, although I have origin, I can't carry it all with me. If you want, I can get it for you. Do you want your grandfather to deal with me? Yi Fan sneered. Absolutely not. If you want to live, give me 200,000 kilograms of origin and we'll call it quits. Yi Fan demanded an exorbitant price. You. Su Yuan's vision darkened and he had the urge to vomit blood. I robbed the bandits of the Anzhou and got more than 20,000 kilograms of origin. I don't think you've only managed this state, right? I don't want to listen to your nonsense. If you can't give me origin, I'll kill you. Under Yi Fan's watchful eyes, Su Yuan didn't dare to conceal anything. He was afraid that the other would use his powerful soul consciousness to check his sea of consciousness. If that happened, he would suffer. Indeed, he had supported some other bandits. He could gather around 20,000 kilograms of origin. It was his limit. He didn't have more. Yi Fan searched the entire village and found more than 3,000 kilograms of origin. At this moment, Tu Fei retrieved the gold pagoda and said, "This is the weapon that Su Tianxiong has refined personally. He really loves his grandson. It's worth 30,000 kilograms of origin." This gold pagoda was majestic and sparkling. Not long ago, Yi Fan had used the god-striking whip to whip it away. However, it wasn't damaged. It was as good as new. The materials it was made of were rare and precious. The Dao patterns carved on it were complicated. It was a rare treasure. The five-tiered ancient pagoda had dragon carvings on each level. They were natural and simple, filled with the aura of the Dao. I'm afraid this ancient pagoda has some background. Yi Fan nodded and then looked at Su Yuan. You can gather at most 20,000 kilograms of origin. Including this pagoda, it's only around 50,000 kilograms. If you don't have anything else, I have to kill you. Boom! All of a sudden, the gold pagoda shook. A shadow flew out of the fifth level. An old man appeared and said, "Little friend, can you show mercy?" Chapter 315. Grandpa. Su Yuan was surprised and then thrilled. He screamed, "Grandpa, kill them!" Su Tianxiong. Tu Fei was startled, staggering backward. Can you spare my grandson? Su Tianxiong wore an emotionless face. He was just a wisp of soul consciousness, but when he stood there, he seemed to be in harmony with the great path. I don't want to have a grudge with your grandson, but he doesn't want to spare me. You heard him. He wants you to kill us. With his character, he will harm me in the future. Yi Fan hovered above the myriad chi cauldron and held the god-beating whip. Do you really want to kill my grandson? The old man was still expressionless as he asked. He emitted an oppressive aura that caused people to feel a chill down their spines. Buzz. All of a sudden, Yi Fan took action. Although he was facing Su Tianxiong, who was much stronger than the Blue Flood Dragon King, he wasn't afraid. Roar. The god-beating whip lashed out. Su Tianxiong's soul consciousness had been sleeping all day. Unless Su Yuan couldn't protect his life, it would wake him up. However, even if he had the earth-shaking power, he was just a wisp of soul consciousness. How could he know the magical features of the god-beating whip? Pa! The god-beating whip hit him directly. It was so fierce that the gold pagoda was blown away. Tu Fei hurried to use the sky-swallowing jar to protect his body. Su Yuan screamed pathetically as the energy waves sent him flying. He fell far away like a broken leaf. What kind of secret treasure is this? Su Tianxiong, the third bandit, had his body cracked, but he still screamed. Pa! Yi Fan didn't answer. He continued to swing the god-beating whip, smashing it into a halo. Boom! Following that, he struck out a third time. The brilliance was extinguished, and it completely disappeared from the sky, turning into ashes. You attacked Su Tianxiong's soul consciousness? Tu Fei was startled. He didn't think that Yi Fan would be that bold. I attacked first to gain the upper hand. I saw that he wanted to protect his grandson. I was afraid that he would use some secret technique. Yi Fan carefully examined the ancient pagoda, fearing that there was something strange inside. He said, since we have offended their bloodline, we have to do it cleanly. Kill them all so that they won't be able to find us. Don't kill me. Su Yuan's heart was completely cold. He didn't even know that his grandfather's divine will was in the ancient pagoda. He had accidentally met him and thought that he could escape from danger. He never thought that this would be the result. Tu Fei sighed. Su Tianxiong is really intimidating. It's just a wisp of his soul consciousness. If it's his real body, I shiver just thinking about it. After checking carefully, Yi Fan threw it to Tu Fei and said, this gold pagoda isn't bad. You should keep it. Tu Fei shook his head like a rattledrum. Who dares to use this toy? If Su Tianxiong finds out, he will definitely hunt you down. Yi Fan chuckled and said, leave it to that dog. I reckon that if it sees it, it will snatch it for itself. Do you really want to kill him? Tu Fei frowned. He thought that killing Su Yuan would be really troublesome. Do I have any other choice? Should I let him go? You know, with his temperament, he will stir up a storm to harm me, said Yi Fan. Don't kill me. Let me go. I promise I won't trouble you anymore. Su Yuan screamed. At this moment, he was filled with fear. His life was in the hands of the other's thought. Tu Fei thought for a while and then said, we should subdue him first and keep him alive. I'm afraid that Su Tianxiong will know about this sooner or later. At that time, we won't be able to save him. If we start a war with him, the great sage will have a headache. All right, nodded Yi Fan. Unfortunately, he didn't have a suitable item to seal the pagoda. He couldn't open the leaf fire divine furnace. If he opened it rashly, the little Peng King, the Yao Guang saint's son, and Yao Shi could escape immediately. Also, he didn't feel comfortable using the gold pagoda. Anyway, it was the other's weapon. Let me subdue him. Tu Fei put Su Yuan into the sky-swallowing jar. That's... Woof. The big black dog ran over. Seeing this, his big eyes almost popped out. He turned into a jet of black lightning, furiously storming towards Tu Fei. Holy sh*t. This dog is crazy. Tu Fei screamed. He found that the big black dog was enraged. He wanted to risk his life to fight with him. Yi Fan hurried to stop him, using the god-striking whip to stop the Black King. What's wrong with you? Are you crazy? The large black dog panted heavily, and his eyes widened in rage as he asked, where did you get this jar? Damn dog, you're too greedy. It's a replica, not the real one. Why do you want to steal it? Tu Fei scolded. Of course, I know it's a replica. But without the real one, how could you replicate it? The big black dog was agitated, his giant body shivering. Tu Fei squinted at him and said, did you climb out of your grave? Everybody in the northern region knows that my grandfather has an incomplete sky-swallowing jar. Of course, he helped me replicate it. Awoo. The large black dog howled. He was as furious as he could be, and as sorrowful as he could be. He cursed, F***ck. That was the treasure that I wanted. How could it have been stolen by that old fart, your grandfather? Damn dog, how could you talk like that? Tu Fei wasn't happy. What nonsense are you talking about? My grandfather has had the sky-swallowing jar for hundreds of years. It's none of your business. Awoo. Woof. The big black dog howled and barked. He was so agitated that he couldn't calm down even after running dozens of laps around the mountain. Oh no. It's over. This damned dog has been provoked. Yi Fan knew that the treasure left by the cruel man that the big black dog always wanted was this sky-swallowing devil jar. He briefly explained the situation to Tu Fei so that he wouldn't irritate the big black dog further. How did your grandfather get it? After 1 hour, the big black dog calmed down and asked angrily. He picked it up, Tu Fei told him the truth. Damn it. He picked it up. The big black dog was almost driven crazy. That year, I risked my life to dig it out. I was trapped in the training field of the cruel man for many years. Your grandfather picked it up casually. Do you want to piss me off? Everybody in the northern region knows about this. My grandfather was really lucky. He picked up a jar by a dry ancient river. I didn't expect that it was the sky-swallowing devil jar that was famous in the antiquity era. Woof, woof, woof. The big black dog couldn't stand it anymore. He started to run around the mountain, barking non-stop. The Black King couldn't stand this kind of stimulation. He had risked his life, but he didn't even see the devil jar. But this guy picked it up easily. Where did your grandfather pick it up? The big black dog asked unwillingly. Didn't you guys make a big fuss in the Broken Cloud Mountain Range when you came to find me last time? Years ago, my grandfather picked it up by a river outside the mountain. The big black dog really wanted to vomit blood. Not only was his heart hurt, but his liver and lungs were also hurt. His whole body was injured. He roared fiercely at the sky, "This is so King unfair. How can I bear this?" In the antiquity era, the sky-swallowing devil jar was famous in the world. There were many stories about it. According to one, the emperor of the antiquity era, when he was about to die, used his nascent soul as fire, his peerless flesh as clay, and countless godly materials in the legends of the eastern wilderness to forge his own body into a jar, leaving behind an ultimate weapon for his descendants. Some people said that this emperor cultivated the indestructible heaven art. He created a divine fetus in his dying old body and forged his old body into an ultimate weapon, the sky-swallowing devil jar. Whether it's his old body or his real body, it's still his body. He was a ruthless man who forged himself. The big black dog exclaimed. This also showed how precious the phoenix blood gold and the source chi of all life were. They were rarely seen in thousands of generations, and even the great emperor might not be able to obtain them. Otherwise, who would refine their own body into an extreme holy weapon? The big black dog said, "You mean your grandfather, that old B***starred, only picked up the devil jar several hundred years ago but didn't get the lid? Damn dog, how can you say that?" Tu Fei glared at him. Okay, I misspoke. Did the lid not appear? The big black dog asked nervously. Tu Fei answered, no. In this world, there is only one devil jar. The lid is not found. My grandfather tried to find it, but he couldn't find it. The lid is the most precious part. According to legends, it's made of the skull of the great emperor with some celestial materials. It has the seal of his primordial spirit. The word devil in the ancient sky-swallowing devil jar is on the lid. It's the most terrifying source. The big black dog wasn't desperate anymore. He swore he would get the lid. Then, he gazed at Tu Fei maliciously. Tell your grandfather to be careful. I'll find him later. Damn it. Tu Fei cursed. Eventually, the big black dog calmed down. He finally noticed the ancient gold tower not far from him. It was just as Yi Fan had predicted. It pounced forward at once, snatched it into its hand, and pressed it down with its large claw, saying, "This golden pagoda is so-so, it can barely give me some time to use. This is the treasure of the third bandit, Su Tianxiong. We've subdued his grandson. Do you dare to use it?" Yi Fan asked. Which one is Su Tianxiong? I've never heard of him. The big black dog didn't care. He's ranked above the Green Flood Dragon King. Think about it yourself, Tu Fei said. Damn it. The big black dog cursed, but he didn't give up. He said, I'll take it first. We'll talk about it later. He would rather kill the wrong person than let him go. As long as there was something good, he would take it. Yi Fan's group didn't stay in Anzhou for long. Following Su Yuan's instructions, they went to Kuan Prefecture and started to sweep the source stones. Su Yuan was ambitious. He was secretly building up his force. Even his grandfather and brother didn't know he was planning for the future. Unfortunately, he met two people and a dog. All his efforts were in vain. During this half a month, Yi Fan had robbed all the bandits in Kuan Prefecture. He had seized 28,000 kilograms of source stones, which was much more than what he had expected. Kuan Prefecture was a beautiful place. Evergreen trees were everywhere, including pines, celestial maples, purple bamboos, and cold vines. Even though it was late autumn, the land was full of vitality. The celestial maples were swaying, and their leaves were crystal clear. They looked like jade trees, sparkling with green light. Besides, some trees had snow-white flowers. When the wind blew, the flowers danced. The fragrance of the petals was refreshing. In front of them, streams of spiritual spring flowed through the celestial maple forest. Ah, there's someone in front of us. It's a beautiful girl. Tu Fei almost howled like a wolf. She's so charming. She could be considered a peerless beauty. Did you notice that she has a pure aura like a crystal heart? She's like a fairy on an ice mountain. The girl who could catch Tu Fei's eyes and make him exclaim like that was definitely not ordinary. His highest goal in this life was to steal the saintess to be his wife. He had high standards. In the celestial maple forest, a girl in blue clothes didn't have any worldly aura. She had an otherworldly beauty. She was like a white lotus with rolling dewdrops, or a fresh snow lotus on a snowy mountain. The immortal maple trees were all like green agates, emerald green and glistening. Moreover, there were pure white flower petals drifting down, fluttering about the young lady's surroundings, sparkling and sparkling, releasing a strong fragrance, making her look like a fairy, otherworldly and beautiful. It's her. Yi Fan was surprised. Chapter 316. The girl in blue was like a fairy under the moonlight. She had an otherworldly appearance as if she didn't belong to this world. She had both spirit and beauty. The immortal maple trees were so green that they looked like they were carved from green jade. They swayed gently with green light moving around them. Pure white petals fell from the sky. The fragrance was so sweet that it could intoxicate people. Wei Wei. Yi Fan was surprised. He saw an old friend. Wei Wei came from the spirit ruin paradise. She was the one who took Yi Fan, Pang Bo, and the others out of the forest outside the desolate antiquity forbidden lands. Her beauty was rare. The spirit ruin paradise didn't want to delay her cultivation, so it sent her to the wavering light holy land. When Yi Fan crossed the sky to the north region from the southern region and sneaked into the wavering light holy land, Wei Wei seemed to have noticed him. She didn't expose him and even gave him some advice. Yi Fan didn't think he would see her here. He waved his sleeve and put the big black dog into it. Kid, what do you mean? The big black dog wanted to bite him. You met an old friend. Behave yourself. Don't give yourself away. Recently, he had been robbing bandits. Yi Fan had used the heaven and earth changing great spell to hide his true appearance. The only thing he could see was the big black dog. You know this girl who is as pure as crystal and as beautiful as a fairy? Tu Fei was surprised. Then he shouted, You beast, you beast. Why do I feel like you have relationships with many women? Stop your bad taste. I owe this girl. She saved me before she became a wavering light disciple, Yi Fan said. Although they were still far away, Wei Wei's spirit sense was very sharp. When she turned around and looked at him, her eyes were like jade beads shooting out clouds, brightening the entire maple forest. Why do I feel like she recognizes you? Tu Fei looked surprised. He already knew that Yi Fan knew the heaven and earth changing great spell, so he was surprised. Impossible. I didn't just change my appearance. Even my aura is different. How could she recognize me? Yi Fan said. However, Wei Wei really walked over. She was light and graceful. Her blue dress danced in the wind. Crystal petals accompanied her. She looked like a fairy. Can she really see through my true appearance? Yi Fan was a little surprised. Tu Fei said, This world has the underworld eye, which can see through the netherworld and the underworld. Other than that, there were also a few other types of heaven eyes. Among them, the celestial spiritual eye could see through falsehood. No matter how one tried to disguise it, it could look straight at the source. I think this girl most likely has a celestial spiritual eye. Look at her, she's as pure as an immortal, born out of this world. This isn't pure, this is a kind of immortal aura, and it matches with the legendary immortal spiritual eyes. Immortal spiritual eye. Yi Fan was surprised. Yeah, it's the immortal spiritual eye. Otherwise, how could she see through your earth and sky changing great technique? Tu Fei suddenly became excited. Capture her. What are you thinking? Yi Fan wanted to punch him. You don't know. People with the heaven eyes are favored by God. She has the immortal spirit aura. If you marry her, you will benefit a lot. Tu Fei's voice sounded like he was talking in his sleep. What are you talking about? You're just talking nonsense. Yi Fan slapped him to wake him up. No, it's true. You don't know that the Void Emperor of the Ji family became the Great Emperor because he married a goddess king. Many people say that, Tu Fei said with an envious face. Black Emperor in Yi Fan's sleeve couldn't help but scold him. Dream on. Do you think that's how the Great Emperor became? The great ancient emperors cultivate by themselves. Tu Fei argued. The ancient books have records that the Ji family will have a god-king physique every 10 generations. Because they are the descendants of the goddess king, this inheritance is immortal. There's evidence that the Void Emperor used to marry the goddess king. According to you, the Hangyu Emperor of the Jianghu family also married the goddess king? Yi Fan smiled and asked. No, it's not that. Some of his descendants used to marry the goddess king, said Tu Fei. Black Emperor sneered. What did the later generations think of it as? Marrying a god king isn't for cultivation. It's to let one of his descendants have a god physique to protect his family. The Void Emperor understood how hard it was to become the Great Emperor. Since the ancient times, only a few people could become the Great Emperor. He didn't think that a family could have a second Great Emperor. It's not realistic. Tu Fei argued. Then why did some almighty say that marrying a woman with a god physique and immortal spirit aura has a chance to become the Great Emperor? There's only one reason for that. It's because the women with the god physique and immortal spirit aura are favored by the heavens. They have the immortal aura. Living with them, they will feel like immortals. Sometimes, they can understand something. However, if they want to become the Great Emperor, it's not useful. In other words, it's useful for cultivation. Tu Fei argued. What's the use? Tu Fei and the big black dog had started to fight before Vivian could reach them. Swoosh. Vivian was like a moving light or a flying shadow. When she came to them, she was graceful and full of wisdom. She was so beautiful that she didn't look like a mortal being. Fairy, what do you want? Yi Fan didn't believe that she could recognize him. Vivian's white teeth were sparkling. She smiled, which brightened the entire maple forest. I'm here to capture Yi Fan. Yi Fan knew that Vivian didn't want to kill him. She did recognize him. Where's Yi Fan? I'm also looking for that bastard. He's worth 100,000 kilograms of origin source. Tu Fei pretended to be dumb. It's not easy to find the real Yi Fan, but there are many fake Yi Fan. Last time, Daoist priest Duan was hurt badly. If he hadn't taken out the black iron token at the critical moment, he would have been beaten to death. Today, the real Yi Fan is worth 200,000 kilograms of origin source. Vivian's lips curled up. She looked charming and bright. Ha! Tu Fei laughed. That wicked Daoist has shown his true colors. You've been recognized, haven't you? These days, they were busy robbing the roving bandits. They didn't pay attention to what happened that day. The real old Rock King has come. No matter how powerful Daoist priest Duan is, he can't escape. Vivian chuckled. Yi Fan thought that she wanted to tell him the news. Indeed, Vivian smiled. The big shots of the great sage's land are gathering in the Purple Mountain to open the treasure of the ancient emperors. The young generation and some rogue cultivators are looking for Yifan. Oh, who are looking for Yifan? Yifan didn't point out that they knew each other. They had a tacit understanding. Many people, and all of them are extraordinary characters. Even the Xia Prince of the Central Plains is looking for him. He wants to use the myriad Qi cauldron to forge the divine weapon of the Xia dynasty. There were 4 immortal dynasties in the Central Plains. They had been around for hundreds of thousands of years. They had survived thousands of tribulations and were extremely prosperous. They were all founded by the ancient emperors. Yifan had seen a prince of Grand Xia before. His body was shrouded in imperial draconic qi and 9 dragons soared into the heavens. He was comparable to the Yaoguang Saint Child. His race's Grand Imperial Sutra was unparalleled in terms of attack power and was said to be comparable to the Battle Saint art. I wonder which Xia prince he is. He is stationed in the holy city of the north. There is a Buddhist flower-pinching girl by his side. Vivian smiled. Yifan knew that it was the Xia prince he had met. The Buddhist flower-pinching girl was undoubtedly the white-clothed nun who was also the princess of the Xia dynasty. Yifan smiled faintly. He was going to the holy city and there might be a stone gambling battle with this prince of Great Xia. Currently, the biggest threat to Yifan is the Alcade 10 Masters. The Alcade 10 Masters? Between An Prefecture and Kuan Prefecture, the Alcade 10 young masters are looking for Yifan. Each of them is really strong, Vivian told him the news. How strong are they? Asked Tu Fei. They are the disciples of the Alcade Sect's elders. They are at the 5th sky of the Dao Palace. They can fight against the warriors of the 4 Extremes Secret Realm. Moreover, 4 or 5 of them are at the 4 Extremes Secret Realm. So strong? Tu Fei was astounded. The 5th sky of the Dao Palace could fight against the 4 Extremes Secret Realm experts. 4 or 5 of them were at the 4 Extremes Secret Realm. It was really amazing. Yifan frowned, asking, aren't there only 4 Extreme Secret Realm experts in the young generation of the Light-Shaking Realm? That was 1 or 2 years ago. Everybody is improving. There will always be some outstanding warriors who have broken through. Moreover, the disciples of the elders are low-key. They rarely show themselves in front of people. Did the top 10 young masters come out just for Yifan? Asked Tu Fei. Although the Alcade Saint is not the number 1 warrior of the same generation in the Eastern Barren Territory, he is not far from it. With him here, the light-shaking realm experts won't have any other thoughts. However, he was subdued by Yifan. It's hard to say if he can come back alive. Some Grand Supreme Elders and Elders of the Seclusion Sect want to support their disciples to take the throne. This time, whoever is able to kill Yifan will be able to add a great deal of glory to themselves. Why did the top 10 young masters of the Alcade sect come to An Prefecture and Kuan Prefecture? Asked Yifan. Vivian smiled and said, everybody knows that the sacred body of the ancients needs a lot of origin to level up. Some people have robbed the bandits on a large scale. Of course, they will be suspected. The top 10 young masters of the Alcade sect who have come out from the dark want to compete for the position of the saint. Of course, they are the most sensitive. Heroes are chasing after a deer, but don't let the deer kill them all, mumbled Yifan. Weiwei's immortal aura was otherworldly, incomparably pure and holy. Her eyes were clear and bright, her smile extremely moving. The corners of her lips curled up as she said, I'm going to leave. I have master's orders to capture and kill Yifan. She turned around nimbly. Her jade-like feet stepped on the crystal petals and floated away, leaving only a trace of her fragrance. The big black dog couldn't wait to rush out of Yifan's sleeve. He looked at the beautiful figure that was about to disappear into the depths of the maple forest and said, that girl is very unusual. Her celestial aura is very strong, and she has an indescribable charm. Tu Fei nodded and said, she is indeed unusual. Does she want to use us to eliminate the top 10 young masters of the Alcade sect? Does she want to be the female Saint Lord? Yifan said, no matter what, she doesn't want to kill me. She has seen through my real body twice in the South region and the North region, but she didn't ask for the credit from the Alcade sect. Tu Fei looked pensive and said, "That's why I said this girl is extraordinary. I think she is the same as me. She thinks you can break the curse of the sacred body of the ancients and enter the 4 secret realms." Yi Fan said, "Since the top 10 young masters trained by the hidden elder of the Alcade Holy Land have come to the Anzhou and the Kuan Prefecture, I can't let them down. I want to kill all the so-called top 10 young masters to shock the North region. I don't want them to think I'm a piece of fat meat." Tu Fei was shocked and said, "What are you doing? You just want to vent your anger. It's not rational to do this." Yi Fan smiled and shook his head. "I'm doing this to give people the illusion that they will focus on the oases while I'm about to enter the sacred city. You want to gamble with the stone materials of the great sage's lands?" Tu Fei was startled. Yi Fan had told Tu Fei that he had the original sky scripture. Since the other had helped him, he didn't want to conceal anything. "Yeah, it's a good chance. The important characters of the great sage's lands are heading to the Purple Mountain to open the treasures of the ancient emperors. I want to get to the sacred city and gamble with the stone materials of the great sage's lands." Yi Fan talked to Tu Fei seriously. "I need your help. After I get to the sacred city, you need to create a dense fog in the oases to make people think that I'm robbing the origin stones everywhere." Yi Fan had mastered the earth and sky altering great technique. However, to be safe, he thought it was better to make more arrangements. "It's easy to do that. You just need to set up a deceptive formation. I'm sure they will come to you with hope." Tu Fei smiled. "The Black Emperor also needs your help. You just need to show your face and carve some formations. Then, you can go out and walk around." Yi Fan didn't wait for the Black Emperor to express his opinion. "You know that after I've cultivated the original sky scripture, it won't be a problem for me to find the divine origin. Helping me now is helping yourself." After they had discussed everything, Yi Fan looked at the distance and said, "Before we get to the sacred city to gamble, we should finish the top 10 young masters first. We should create more waves in the peaceful North region." Chapter 317. Before the Archaic Era, the northern region was full of vitality. Lush greenery was everywhere, and the spiritual chi of heaven and earth was so dense that it could not be dispersed. It crystallized and transformed into an origin. There were countless spirit herbs and godly medicines. Now, however, the flowers were gone, and the vegetation was withered. The land was desolate. The red soil and the reddish-brown rocks made it look desolate. Even though there were many oases, they were insignificant compared to the Scarlet Land. They were like scattered islands in the middle of a vast ocean. This also showed that the northern region was vast and boundless, because there were countless oases, many of them spanning thousands or even tens of thousands of kilometers. Between the Kuan Prefecture and the In Prefecture was a vast desert. It was scarlet and stretched as far as the eye could see. Yi Fan carried the god-striking whip on his back as he walked alone on this reddish-brown land. He had already learned that one of the top 10 light-shaking realm cultivators of the younger generation might pass by this place. Tu Fei had gone to the In Prefecture, and the large black dog had stayed in the Kuan Prefecture to help him search for the top 10 light-shaking realm cultivators. The boundless Scarlet Land was exceptionally desolate and cold. As far as the eye could see, there was almost nothing. It was empty and deathly silent. The only scenery was probably a few towering red rocks. On this boundless Scarlet Land, they did not attract too much attention. This was a kind of monotonous emptiness. There were no other colors or scenery. There was only ancient, withered land. Yi Fan did not walk very quickly, but his steps were firm. With each step, he left a footprint on his back. With the god-striking whip on his back, he entered the depths of the Scarlet Land. Suddenly, he stopped and stood there silently. He gazed at the end of the land. On the horizon, a small black dot was quickly approaching. "He's here." A cold smile appeared on Yi Fan's face. His first battle was about to begin. This time, he had made up his mind to fight. At the end of the horizon, the small black dot was extremely fast. Gradually, he could see that it was a sturdy figure. His feet did not touch the ground, and his shoulders did not move. He was 3 inches above the ground as he stepped through the air. In the blink of an eye, the person had already closed in. His figure and appearance were clearly visible. His steps were not fast, but they were extremely fast. With every step he took, he seemed to disappear from his original spot and quickly reappeared in front of him. He actually had the profound meaning of shrinking the ground into inches. This person was definitely not simple. This was a 21 or 22-year-old man. He wasn't very tall, but he was very sturdy. His skin was bronze in color, and he gave off a powerful feeling. His long hair was jet black, and his eyes were spirited. He was very sharp, giving off an oppressive feeling, and even a bit invasive. One look and one could tell that he was a very strong person, as if he wanted to control everything in his hands. His skin was the color of wheat, and he looked very valiant. His body seemed to be cast from copper, and his every movement made people feel that he was brave and powerful. Whoosh! The newcomer suddenly stopped in his tracks. He was 3 feet above the ground and stood in front of Yi Fan, sizing him up. 2 terrifying beams of light shot out from his eyes, like 2 sharp swords. "It's you, Yi Fan." He spat out these 4 words, resounding and forceful, as if a golden bell was ringing, making everyone's eardrums tremble, the scarlet earth tremble. "That's right, it's me." Yi Fan stood on the ground and stared at the valiant man in front of him. This person was indeed not ordinary, and even Yi Fan felt a bit of pressure. The man stared intently at Yi Fan and said, "I was looking for you, and I didn't expect you to appear." "Were you waiting for me?" "That's right, I've been waiting for you for a long time. Today, I'll be the first to send you on your way." Yi Fan's reply was very straightforward. "Ha ha ha." The powerful man laughed loudly. His black hair fluttered in the wind, and a chill appeared on his bronze skin. He said, "Now, everyone in the northern region is looking for you, and you still dare to act like this? You can wear out iron shoes in a fruitless search, only to find what you're looking for without even looking. You've saved me the trouble of searching everywhere. Let's register." "After all, you're the first opponent I've met today," Yi Fan said calmly. "Gu Litian." The valiant man announced his name. "The top 10 experts taught by the hidden elder. Let me see what's so special about you. Don't be smashed to pieces by my fist." Yi Fan walked forward. "You know quite a lot, and you talk quite a lot. Unfortunately, this is no longer the primordial era. Your physique was born in the wrong era." Gu Litian landed on the ground and pressed forward step by step. He said, "The top 10 experts were all mobilized for you, but I found you first. This is the will of the heavens." "The will of the heavens, do you think I'm a piece of meat on the chopping block?" Yi Fan laughed. "You have the sacred body of the ancients and are known to be invincible among your peers. Everyone knows that, but do you think the top 10 experts are here to die?" Gu Litian mocked and laughed coldly. "In this world, there is no shortage of talented people. The sacred body of the ancients is no longer favored by the heavens, and there will always be other physiques born. Even in terms of physical strength, you won't necessarily be the best. Suppressing my physique, is it? Let me see how it goes." Yi Fan walked forward in large strides. Gu Litian did the same. He was not afraid of Yi Fan's extraordinary physique at all. It was obvious that he wanted to fight in close combat. However, in the process of pressing forward, an immortal glow shone between his brows. A piece of purple starry divine metal appeared, protecting his frontal bone and between his brows. Yi Fan was speechless at the sight of this. His powerful divine sense seemed to be useless now. Indeed, his divine sense was as vast as the sea and could kill powerful enemies with brute force. It had long been known to the northern region, and all the younger generation knew that one needed to protect their sea of consciousness first when fighting him. Gu Litian turned into a copper bolt of lightning and rushed over in 5 steps. He was indeed arrogant, daring to fight the sacred body of the ancients in close combat. "I'll borrow your head. I'll bring it back to the sacred ground and offer it to my master," he said softly. His copper skin sparkled and was actually surrounded by dragon chi. Vroom! Gu Litian threw a punch. It was as if there was an earthquake, and the ground beneath his feet shook violently. His arm was like a dragon, strong and powerful. Bam! Yi Fan waved his golden fist and met the attack. When their fists and fingers collided, there was a loud sound like thunder. Level 5 of the Holy Ji Palace. Gu Litian had perfected the palace, and his combat strength was astonishing. He could destroy those at the first level of the secret realm of the Four Extremes. It was indeed as Vivian had said. Boom! Gu Litian was sent flying with a look of shock. He said, "You've broken through again. You're at level 4. How did you get 50,000 kilograms of source?" He was full of disbelief. It was no surprise, as 30 kilograms was an astonishing number. How could a lone cultivator collect all of it? Yi Fan did not move at all. His body could definitely look down on the Holy Ji Palace and the Four Extremes. In terms of pure physical strength, few in the same generation could compare. However, he did not let his guard down. Gu Litian was not ordinary, and he gave off a dangerous aura that was not inferior to the cultivators of the Four Extremes secret realm. Suddenly, the roar of a dragon was heard. The red ground shook, and Gu Litian's body shone brightly. Purple mist seeped out of his body, and his body underwent a drastic change. Purple scales grew on the surface of his body, and purple light shone around him. Even his face was the same. A demon? Yi Fan was shocked. Gu Litian did not answer. He turned into a beam of purple light and rushed over. He was filled with a dangerous aura. His body was extremely strong, and explosive power flowed within it. Bam! The moment he rushed over, he clashed with Yi Fan. Clanging sounds could be heard, and the two fists were like four divine hammers clashing together. Yi Fan was indeed surprised. Gu Litian's physical strength had increased by a lot, and he was actually able to block his golden fists. However, Yi Fan was not worried. He shouted and raised his battle strength completely. His body shone with golden light, and he looked like an ancient god of war. Boom! At that moment, he threw a punch, and Gu Litian, who was covered in dragon scales, was at a disadvantage again. He was completely suppressed, and then he turned into a bolt of purple lightning and flew backward. The sacred body of the ancients is indeed extraordinary. I've been refining my body with the blood of dragons since I was young, and even after 20 years, I still can't compare to your physique, Gu Litian said in a low voice. His master was very powerful, and he had tamed 8 dragons to protect the mountain. Since he was young, Gu Litian would spend 6 hours a day refining his body with the blood of dragons. Furthermore, he would spend 4 hours sitting in a medicinal furnace, and his master would use all sorts of medicinal liquids to strengthen his body. As such, his physical body had reached a shocking level. Even so, he was still no match for the sacred body of the ancients. He paled in comparison when it came to close combat. No wonder he could fight against the Four Extremes in the Holy Ji Palace. So that's how it is. Even Yi Fan was a little envious. To refine one's body like that, one would need a lot of medicinal herbs and a lot of dragon blood. It was only because this was a sacred ground, or else no one would be able to afford it. Let me see the divine technique of Alcade, or else I'm afraid you won't get the chance to use it, Yi Fan said. Very few of the disciples taught by the secluded elders practiced the orthodox secret technique of Alcade. Gu Litian's physical body changed again, and he said, "You've already entered the 4th heaven of the Holy Ji Palace. That's beyond my expectations, but that's nothing. I just need to take your head. Anyone can talk big, but you are far from being able to compete with me in terms of physical body." Yi Fan sneered coldly. Gu Litian shook his head and shouted, "I've only cultivated my physical body. How can I stop here? Hand me your head." He opened his mouth and swallowed a purple orb. His entire body looked ferocious in an instant, and his joints crackled like beans being fried. An extremely terrifying aura emanated from him. Yi Fan was shocked and raised his hand to unleash a palm of the void. He activated the battle saint technique, and the palm turned from black to gold. Boom! The palm stretched across the sky like a golden cloud. It was so heavy that it was suffocating, and the crimson ground cracked right away. Boom! However, at that moment, the aura emanating from Gu Litian became even stronger. Purple light shot into the sky, and dragon scales flickered. He seemed to have turned into a purple dragon. He moved away like a bolt of purple lightning. His physical body seemed to be burning with purple flames, and his physical strength and combat ability increased several times over. Gu Litian consumed a dragon's orb. Of course, it was not a whole orb, but a piece, but it was still enough to frighten people. At that moment, apart from the lack of a tail and horns, he really looked no different from a dragon. The scales on his body became even thicker, and the purple light was blinding. Furthermore, his hands had almost turned into dragon claws, and his nails were half a foot long. They glowed with a cold light. This was a purple dragon in human form. Chapter 318. Yi Fan's heart skipped a beat. Gu Litian's physique and battle prowess had increased by several folds, making Yi Fan feel a sense of danger. In the past half a year, I've torn a total of 5 cultivators from the 4 extreme secret realms to pieces. You forced me to use my flood dragon transformation physique technique. Even if I die, I can be proud of myself. After Gu Litian turned into a purple flood dragon, his entire being seemed to have gained a bestial quality. He said, "I can smell the scent of primordial saint blood. Why don't I let you live and imprison you for eternity? I'll extract your saint blood every day to refine my physique." You're speaking too soon. Yi Fan was fearless as he struck out with the embracing mountain seal. The great mountain stretched across the sky, forming a dark expanse. It blocked the sun in the sky and cast a large shadow on the ground. It possessed an incomparably great pressure. Gu Litian grinned. He was extremely powerful and did not dodge at all. His right hand turned into a purple flood dragon claw and slashed forward. Paw! The purple flood dragon claw sank into the black mountain and tore it apart. The black mountain turned into a huge pile of debris that flew in all directions. He split the mountain with his bare hands and dissolved the embracing mountain seal, turning it into a storm of energy. Dark clouds filled the sky. Yi Fan frowned. His opponent's physique had indeed reached an inconceivable level. It was on par with him. The scent of saint blood intoxicates me. After Gu Litian turned into a humanoid flood dragon, he was extremely terrifying. He was even stronger than ordinary flood dragons, combining the strengths of both human and flood dragons. The only downside was that his bestial nature had clearly increased, to the point where it was suppressing his human nature. You've given up on yourself. The human body is filled with endless mysteries. Instead of exploring them, you chose to turn yourself into a half-human, half-beast monster. Today, I'll show you what it means to have an unparalleled physique. Yi Fan shouted as he turned into a golden bolt of lightning and charged forward. Even though his opponent's battle prowess had increased, he was not afraid at all. His golden fist brought with it an unstoppable force, causing the space in front of him to crumble. He arrived before Gu Litian in an instant. Wang! The void was like a painting scroll that was grabbed by a large golden hand and violently trembling. This was a horrifying scene. Yi Fan's physique was too powerful, and nothing could stop him. He was even about to break free from the shackles of space and break free from the cage of heaven and earth. Paw! The golden fist finally clashed with Gu Litian's flood dragon claw, causing blinding rays of light to fill the area. It was as if Tai Chi gave birth to Yin and Yang, and then they collided. It was as if 2 volcanoes erupted at the same time, causing the heavens and the earth to be dazzling with gold and violet. The ground was silently annihilated, and a huge crater appeared. The 2 types of energy turned the red ground into dust, and a large area disappeared. Ho! Gu Litian roared and charged out of the purple light like a wild beast. His legs shook as he pounced towards Yi Fan, his eyes flashing with a ferocious light. Yi Fan shook his head and said coldly, "He lost himself. Even if he obtained great power, so what? How is he any different from a beast?" Boom! Yi Fan's move was simple and direct. His golden fist punched out fiercely, hitting the opponent's claws. Clang! Clang! Kacha! Gulitian's 10 flood dragon claws were shattered and fell to the ground. Gulitian screamed as his 10 fingers were bleeding. Even though he had transformed into a half-human half-flood dragon and seemed to be able to compete with Yifan, his physical body was still not strong enough. The intense pain had weakened his bestial nature, and his consciousness had become slightly clearer. Is the sacred body of the ancients really that terrifying? He spat out a mouthful of purple blood. Then, his entire body surged with spiritual essence. Purple light wrapped around his body like a raging flame, creating a dazzling scene. Yifan stood in the void like a divine king. His entire body radiated with golden light. Even his black hair had a layer of golden luster. He pressed forward step by step. Gulitian used a secret art to increase the toughness of his body and battle prowess. His expression became even more savage, and his face was covered with dragon scales. 9 transformations of the Jiao dragon. He roared, and his joints began to shift again. The sound of bones cracking could be heard, and a chilling aura permeated the air. His body bent like the bones of a dragon and the body of a flood dragon before he charged forward with a whoosh. Murderous aura. Shocking murderous aura. Purple light shot into the sky. His body was deformed beyond recognition, but he became even more powerful. The 9 transformations of the Jiao dragon had almost turned him into a real dragon. The 9 transformations of the Jiao dragon had transformed from a flood dragon into a dragon. Gulitian charged forward and slapped with a pair of purple hands, causing the void to tremble and the dust on the ground to rise. Everything became unstable as purple mist surged. Hum. Yifan fought force with force and fought force with force. He slapped with his golden hands, breaking the sky with a single hand and shaking the heavens. Bang, bang, after more than 10 consecutive collisions, Yifan stood firm in the sky, surrounded by golden light. Gulitian, on the other hand, coughed up blood and fell back. Why? I clearly feel like I can suppress you, but why am I always at a disadvantage? Gulitian couldn't understand. Purple blood dyed half of his body red. You are overdrafting your potential. Once is fine, twice is fine, but 3 times is too much. In my opinion, you are already exhausted. Yifan charged forward. He didn't want to give his opponent any more chances. My 9 transformations of the Jiao dragon, become a dragon among men. Gulitian roared. He opened his mouth and swallowed several purple cores at the same time. The Jiao dragon cores were incomparably ferocious. Purple electricity shot out from his body and became incomparably violent. It was as if an ancient beast had come back to life. His body was stooped, and his limbs were deformed. He looked like a reptile, sinister and terrifying. Even his eyes had turned purple. The smell of divine blood. I will become stronger after obtaining your blood. His wild nature was revealed, and he seemed to have lost his sense of self. Yifan was like a deity with divine splendor swirling around him. His left hand formed a sun seal, and his right formed a moon seal. The 2 large millstone plates rumbled through the sky as he pushed them forward. As he pushed the sun and moon forward, it was as if a divine king had descended into this world, overlooking the common people. He was omnipotent. The sun and moon competed in splendor, releasing tens of thousands of rays of light under his hands. It was impossible to look straight at them. They were filled with a grand and divine aura. You have overdrafted your potential. You have already withered. Yifan's voice was vast and dignified. Pung. Gulitian was like a wild beast. He was incomparably ferocious as he pounced forward. However, what awaited him was only a great sun. The divine radiance shone down on his body. Pooh! Gulitian was like a wooden puppet as he was sent flying by the great sun. A string of purple blood splashed down. He was shocked and furious. Swoosh! He bent his body and shot back like an arrow. He attacked again, but what awaited him this time was a bright moon. It struck him until he spat out purple blood and fell from the sky. It's time to end this. Yi Fan chased after him. He struck out with the embracing mountain imprint, but it was different from last time. The black mountain peak was pinched between his fingers, and it seemed even more realistic. Gu Litian roared. Purple light flickered in his eyes as he grabbed towards the purple mountain. He wanted to tear it apart like last time, but this time, he couldn't move it at all. Pung! Yi Fan slammed the black mountain into Gu Litian's body, causing the surroundings to tremble. Gu Litian howled as his flood dragon body began to crack apart. Crackling sounds could be heard as the scales on his body began to fall off. Fresh blood began to pour out. Pooh! Yi Fan pointed out, and divine light flickered as he gently chopped down. Gu Litian's head fell to the ground. Then, he struck out with the embracing mountain imprint, turning the headless corpse into dust. He landed on the ground and carved the character, Yi, into the red rock next to his head. The 10 great experts of the Alcade realm have all come to kill me. You will be the first one I kill. Yi Fan only left behind the character, Yi. He believed that everyone understood what it meant. One character meant 10 lives. The northern domain was about to be thrown into chaos. 10 great experts, I will deal with you one by one. Yi Fan turned around, the deity striking whip on his back as he walked deeper into the scarlet earth. In this battle, Yi Fan did not use the all-secret character, nor did he take out the cauldron. He fought them head-on, attacking them head-on. He wanted to use this to test his own cultivation. Fighting against the 10 great experts of the Alcade realm was the best way to temper himself. He would use these people as a sacrifice to his blade. At noon, Yi Fan encountered his second opponent. After a fierce battle, he killed him. Before sunset, he encountered his third opponent. Even though this person was only at the 5th layer of the Dao Palace, he was comparable to a cultivator at the 4 extremities. His battle prowess was astonishing, but he was still killed by Yi Fan. The earth was dyed red with blood. Yi Fan carved the third character, Yi, next to the head. The setting sun was as red as blood, connecting with the red earth. It was a beautiful sight. One could imagine that in a few days, the entire northern domain would be shaken. Of the 10 great disciples of the Alcade realm's hidden elder, 3 had already been killed by him. The wind began to pick up. As it swept across the vast desert, it let out a howling sound. Yi Fan suddenly turned around. Behind him, 3 figures were coming at him against the wind. They did not waste any words and immediately attacked. He was shocked. One of them was at the 5th layer of the Dao Palace, but the other 2 were cultivators at the 1st layer of the 4 extremities. Wang! In the sky, golden divine light flashed. A huge golden gourd pressed down on him. It was extremely powerful, comparable to a golden mountain. Yi Fan dodged, avoiding the golden gourd. Suddenly, he felt a sense of danger. He quickly took out his cauldron and let it hang above his head. Thousands of strands of heaven and earth chi poured down to protect his body. Clang! Almost at the same time, an object struck in front of him. It was an earth-shattering blow, and both he and the cauldron were sent flying hundreds of feet away. Yi Fan was shocked. If he had not sensed it and hurriedly used the cauldron to protect himself, he would have been hit. That was a blow with astonishing divine power. He dodged to look and found a shining silver ring suspended in the air. It was this object that had hit him. In front of him, 3 people stood side by side. One had a golden gourd above his head, another had a 5-colored feather fan above his head, and the one in the middle had a silver ring above his head. The 3 young men looked to be about 21 or 22 years old. They were all very handsome and had extraordinary temperaments. They looked very heroic. The source chi of all things is indeed extraordinary. Even my Vajra chakram could not penetrate it, the man in the middle said. Yi Fan was shocked. He had been puzzled just now, and now he was even more shocked. The silver ring was called the Vajra chakram. On the other side of the starry sky, there was a legendary Vajra chakram with peerless power that could trap the heavens. Had it been brought to this world? Yi Fan pulled out the deity-striking whip on his back and held it in his hand as he faced them. Chapter 319. The diamond chakram seemed to be made by nature and was extremely exquisite. It was silvery white in color, and its body was shiny. There were runes on it, making it look simple and natural. Yi Fan stared at it without blinking. He didn't know if this was the legendary diamond chakram from the other side of the starry sky. His heart was not calm. You're quite daring. You're still lingering here after killing someone. How insolent. The man with the golden gourd above his head scolded coldly. Yi Fan understood that these three must be the descendants of the Alcade and disciples of the Hidden Elders. They must be 3 of the top 10 experts. Buzz. The golden gourd above his head swayed and instantly became bigger. It rushed over like a golden mountain. He didn't want to say anything else and directly attacked. Crack. At this moment, the ground below suddenly cracked open. It was because the golden gourd in the sky was too heavy. An invisible pressure came from everywhere. Strands of it fell down, causing the ground to crack open and rocks to fly into the sky. This was a shocking power. The golden gourd, which was comparable to a mountain, had not even pressed down yet, but it had already created such a scene. Red rocks flew in all directions. Yi Fan had the myriad chi cauldron above his head and the deity-striking whip in his hand. He stood alone on the red ground, unmoving. Only the ground under his feet did not crack. The myriad chi cauldron descended and protected him and the ground under his feet. He was not affected at all. Buzz. The void was like a wall. It shook under the pressure of the golden gourd as if it would collapse at any moment. This golden gourd, which was comparable to a mountain, shone brightly. After a tremble, it fiercely descended, wanting to crush Yi Fan into meat paste. When the golden light slashed down like a blade, Yi Fan's left hand slapped toward the sky. Clang! The void palm was activated with the battle saint technique. Its magical power was like the sea. The golden palm was like a golden cloud and slapped the golden gourd. The golden gourd was like a giant sun that covered the sky. It shone brightly and trembled. A palm print was clearly imprinted on its surface. Go! Yi Fan shouted loudly. The huge golden hand slapped out again, and like a surging golden ocean, the golden gourd was sent flying far away. It flew into the sky and drew out a dazzling golden light. Clang, clang, clang. Suddenly, the golden gourd trembled intensely. 10,000 streaks of sword radiance shot out from the gourd's mouth. Every single streak was as thick as a water bucket. Golden light blazed fiercely as they struck towards the ground. Swish, 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 this was a rather terrifying scene. The bucket-sized sword radiance rained down from the sky, and the crimson ground within a radius of thousands of feet was pierced through. One could clearly see that many terrifying holes had appeared on the ground, reaching deep into the ground. It was a chilling sight. 10,000 streaks of golden sword radiance pierced through the heavens and earth. The scene was horrifying. It was as if there were pillars supporting the heavens standing on the scarlet earth. The cauldron above Yi Fan's head was circulating with the myriad source chi, causing his body to become hazy. Clang, 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 thick streaks of sword radiance shot towards the cauldron and his body. Although they could not pierce through, they had an extremely powerful penetrative power, causing him to sway. Yi Fan stood in place without moving. He only slapped towards the sky with the void palm imprint. The huge golden hand wiped out many of the sword radiance. Everywhere it passed, even though the sword radiance was like a sea, they were all destroyed. They could not stop the huge golden hand imprint. Buzz! The void trembled. The golden gourd's radiance became even more intense. It was as if there was a golden flame burning, causing the horizon to become dazzling. Tens of thousands of sword radiance shot out from the mouth of the gourd. They were even more concentrated and fierce than before. They rushed out like a tide and pressed down on the huge golden hand. The golden sword radiance that was as thick as a water bucket shattered the earth. There was no longer any intact land within a radius of thousands of feet. Even the ground under Yi Fan's feet was shattered. This area was scorched. The bottomless sword holes were extremely concentrated. They were like a huge sieve. As far as the eye could see, it was a scene of desolation. Yi Fan used the myriad source Qi cauldron to protect himself. He held the god-striking whip and soared into the sky. He faced the tens of thousands of sword radiance and struck towards the mouth of the golden gourd. Hiss! The master of the golden gourd gasped. The myriad source Qi was indeed special. It could actually defend against such concentrated sword radiance. He was deeply shocked. Clang, 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 tens of thousands of sword radiance rushed out and turned into a boundless sword rain. The heaven and earth were a blazing curtain of light. Yi Fan was under great pressure. Although the golden radiance could not penetrate his body, it still had a terrifying impact. He was unable to move forward. Every strike was like a huge hammer smashing down. Boom! He shook the cauldron on his head. At this moment, the myriad source Qi was hazy. Beams of it rushed into the sky and met the tens of thousands of sword radiance. This time, the sky was dazzling. The collision of the two beams produced extremely terrifying energy waves that swept across the heaven and earth. The myriad source Qi was even more terrifying than the sword radiance. It crushed the tens of thousands of golden sword radiance and hit the giant golden gourd. Yi Fan's speed increased. He used the cauldron to protect himself and swung the god-striking whip. He rushed forward in the blink of an eye. All of a sudden, the tens of thousands of golden sword radiance disappeared. A mysterious light rushed out of the mouth of the gourd. It was dazzling like a waterfall and wrapped around Yi Fan and the cauldron. Whoosh! With a flash of light, he was sucked into the golden gourd. With a snap, the mouth of the gourd closed, sealing him inside. Pfft! The golden light sank. The golden gourd shrunk to the size of a palm and fell into the hands of the young light-shaking realm cultivator. Ha! He held the golden gourd and couldn't help but laugh. Sacred body of the ancients? That's all there is to it. Beside him, the cultivator with the five-colored feather fan hovering above his head said, "Junior brother's treasure is indeed powerful. It contains the mystical Een true light and can suck in anything. I'm afraid even a cultivator at the peak of four extremities would find it difficult to escape." The master of the golden gourd shook the gourd hard and said, "The mystical Een true light will turn him into a puddle of blood in less than 10 minutes. Be careful. He has the myriad source Qi. He might not be turned into a puddle of blood," the young man with the diamond chakram above his head reminded. "Don't worry. The mystical Een true light is all-pervasive and can transform anything. Back then, my master sucked in a cultivator who surpassed the four extremities secret realms and turned him into a puddle of blood. Even if he has the myriad source Qi and can protect him for a while, it can't protect him forever. Let's see how long his divine power can last." Boom! The golden gourd shook violently and almost fell from the hands of the disciple. What? Even the mystical Een true light couldn't lock him in place. He can still struggle. Be careful, don't let him destroy this treasure. The two beside him reminded as they held the peerless diamond chakram and the five-colored feather fan in their hands. It's fine. This golden gourd was refined by my grandmaster. He added a tail of divine copper essence. It's hard to damage. As expected, the golden gourd only shook for a moment before calming down. There was no more movement. He sneered and said, "Humph, just wait to be turned into a puddle of blood." Within the golden gourd, Yi Fan seemed to have fallen into a swamp. The mystical Een true light bound him to the center of the gourd, making it difficult for him to struggle. This guy is only at the 5th level of the Dao Palace, yet he has such a treasure. It won't be a problem for him to kill cultivators at the four extremities secret realms. Yi Fan frowned. As expected, the top 10 disciples taught by the secluded elder all had extraordinary skills. However, he did not panic. Ignoring the protection of the myriad source Qi, even without the cauldron, his body could withstand the corrosion of the mystical Een true light. He stood at the center of the gourd, searching for the weakest point of the treasure. He was prepared to shatter it in one strike and attack. It's here. Yi Fan shook the cauldron and used the myriad source qi to disperse the mystical true light. Then, he came to a gourd wall and swung the god-striking whip, concentrating all his strength to strike forward. Clang! The golden gourd shone brightly, causing its owner's palm to go numb. Before he could react, there was another loud noise. Clang! Ah! He immediately screamed. His consciousness was in pain and he was in a trance. Kacha! The golden gourd cracked open and exploded in his hand. His palm and fingers were drenched in blood and white bones could be seen. With a cauldron hovering above Yi Fan's head and the god-striking whip in his hand, he rushed out. Without a word, he swung the wooden whip and smashed down. Crack! The owner of the golden gourd did not even have time to grunt before he was torn to pieces by the god-striking whip. His consciousness turned to ash and he died on the spot. Buzz! Yi Fan swung the god-striking whip and swept it at the two people beside him. However, the two were prepared and had warned the owner of the golden gourd. Clang! The diamond chakram shone brightly and flickered with silver radiance like a great mountain. It struck the god-striking whip and burst out a string of sparks. The divine power was incomparably powerful. The diamond chakram's divine splendor circulated and became misty. The Tao patterns on it moved like dragons and blocked the god-striking whip without the slightest damage. At the same time, the other person's five-colored feather fan slapped over. The five-colored astral wind turned the ground under Yi Fan's feet into ashes and sent the large stone fan flying several li away. Bang! Yi Fan used the cauldron to block it. Even so, he was almost sent flying. The astral wind was too fierce and the divine power was like a tide. Dong! Suddenly, the moment Yi Fan was swept away by the astral wind, he opened his mouth and spat out a strand of innate origin energy. It melted with the void and formed a Tao diagram that shot forward. Innate Taishu astral energy. It turned into a scroll with Tao patterns on it. Its power was matchless as it tore apart the five-colored astral wind and hit the side of the treasured fan. Clang! The five-colored feather fan shook and flashed with splendor. It was undamaged and blocked most of the innate Taishu astral energy, but a part of it still rushed through. Pfft! A small piece of the Tao diagram was like a peerless sword. It shattered the owner's arm and turned it into a bloody pulp. He was not Gu Litian who specialized in physical cultivation. Even in the Four Extremes secret realm, he could not block this kind of close combat. The Ji clan's innate Taishu astral energy. He cried out in surprise. This change was too sudden. He did not expect Yi Fan to spit out the Tao diagram and catch him off guard. Boom! Yi Fan activated the secret of all of the 9 secrets and was about to be sent flying by the fan. However, he suddenly stopped his body and rushed forward against the wind. His battle prowess increased by 10 times. He had no choice but to go all out. 2 enemies were in the Four Extremes secret realm, especially the diamond chakram of the other one. The five-colored astral wind could melt anything. It blew the rocks and earth into ashes and created a huge crater. Unfortunately, it was unable to send Yi Fan, whose strength had increased by 10 times, flying. He was like a resplendent divine spear, unstoppable. He broke through the five-colored divine wind and arrived before them. Whoosh! This person waved the fan with all his strength. The divine wind surged like the ocean, but it was blocked by the myriad source energy falling from the cauldron above Yi Fan's head. Clang, clang, clang! He opened his mouth and spat out a dazzling light. 81 divine feathers were sparkling and translucent. They were like immortal swords that hacked at Yi Fan. At the same time, the diamond chakram from behind also attacked. It was like a mountain hitting the cauldron with immeasurable weight. Yi Fan clenched his teeth and took advantage of the situation. He allowed the cauldron to fall and the five-colored fan in front of him to temporarily escape his grasp. At the same time, the deity striking whip in his hand swung down and dozens of divine feathers were shattered. Ah, the owner of the five-colored fan let out a miserable cry. His consciousness was injured. The fan in his hand collided with the cauldron and fell to the ground at the same time. Pfft! Yi Fan rushed over. His fist flashed with golden light and killed him. He passed through the broken body. Swoosh! He grabbed the five-colored fan in his hand. At the same time, his cauldron flew back and released strands of myriad source energy to protect him. Chapter 320. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. Yi Fan risked his life and killed two powerful enemies. He wanted to train himself against the top 10, but the premise was that his life was not in danger. The situation just now was very bad, so he had to use all of his means. Buzz! The diamond chakram flew over. Its body was shiny, and its patterns were natural. It was as if it was imbued with the power of the heavens, causing the red ground to tremble. Yi Fan was moved. He wanted to test how hard the chakram was, so he took out the cauldron of myriad chi above his head. It was a holy item. Although it did not have Tao and reason interweave, it was immortal and could not be destroyed. Clang! The two collided, and the reddish-brown ground rumbled. Sand and stones surged like a flood, sweeping in all directions. Between them, the earth seemed to have turned into a vast ocean. Layer upon layer of sand surged like waves. The void was like a scroll painting. It was as if it was being pulled in someone's hand and shook vigorously. The world shook violently. The diamond chakram was indeed terrifying. It had such great power that even the cauldron of myriad chi could not shatter it. Yi Fan was shocked and said, "Is it really the divine item on the other side of the sky?" Whoosh! He turned into a shadow and disappeared, retreating hundreds of meters away. The cauldron of myriad chi flew over and hovered above his head. Boom! The diamond chakram also rushed over. As expected, it had the power to split mountains and split the sky. It caused the ground under his feet to collapse and sent him flying. After this attack, the light-shaking realm cultivator finally stopped. He held the shiny treasure in his hand and stared coldly at Yi Fan. He said, "We underestimated you. You have the sacred body of the ancients at level 4, yet you have such combat power. You even killed my light-shaking realm cultivators, 10 lives for Yi. All 10 of you came out together for me. If you want to kill me, then be prepared to be killed," Yi Fan replied. 10 lives for one Yi. How impressive. You want to kill all 10 of us by yourself? Do you think this is before the primordial age? Yang Yi's expression was ugly as he held the diamond chakram in his hand. Regardless of whether it's before the primordial era or now, it's all the same to me. I've already killed 5 of them. Are the remaining 5 still far away? Yi Fan was extremely calm. What? You killed 5 of them? Does that mean Gu Litian wasn't the only one who died before we came here? Yang Yi was shocked. That's right. I've killed 3 people by then. You'll be the 6th. This is beyond my expectations. While the sacred body of the ancients has declined, it's still something special. Yang Yi's expression grew even colder. Yi Fan said, "There's something I don't understand. I'd like to ask you." "What is it?" Yang Yi asked coldly. "Where did you get that diamond chakram? What's its origin?" Yi Fan stared at him. "Why are you asking this?" Yang Yi stood there, the diamond chakram in his hand flashing with a dreamy luster. Yi Fan said, "I just have some doubts. This kind of weapon is rare in this world. Today is the first time I've seen one. Even my cauldron couldn't crush it." "Humph." Yang Yi snorted and said mockingly, "Don't think that you can defeat all the weapons in the world just because you have a holy item. Even the source chi of myriad beings is nothing before it can weave its own patterns." The blood-red setting sun disappeared completely. Night fell, and the stars dotted the sky. The night wind blew across the devastated land, making whooshing sounds. "Does that mean your diamond chakram really has a great origin?" Yi Fan asked. "Of course. This is a secret treasure of my grandmaster. He gave it to me to kill you." Yang Yi's voice was cold. This diamond chakram is a treasure of a grandmaster? Yi Fan's heart skipped a beat. The Yaoguang's sacred land was indeed not peaceful. With the disappearance of the sun, everyone hoped that their disciples would be able to improve, and they were willing to bestow great treasures upon them. This is one of the Yaoguang's sacred land's treasures. It's a weapon forged from the dragon pattern cauldron of ultimate path and forged from Daoist silver essence. Yi Fan's heart skipped a beat. What was Daoist silver essence? It was definitely a peerless material for refining treasures. It was the favorite of the great sage because it was sturdy and could rot. In the past, he had met the crow Daoist in the fire realm. The sheep-fat white jade godly metal he used to refine treasures was of the same level as Daoist silver essence and was equally precious. This diamond chakram was not much bigger than a bracelet. Its consumption was limited, but it was still extremely extravagant. This kind of peerless material was rare in the world. If that's the case, then your grandmaster must be someone with a great background. What Yi Fan was most concerned about was that this item was forged from the dragon pattern cauldron of ultimate path and not the diamond chakram on the other side of the starry sky. Thinking about it, this should be the case. How could he encounter such things one after another? It was impossible for him to always hear news about the Qi practitioners of the pre-Qin dynasty. Moreover, the ancient diamond chakram on the other side of the starry sky was peerless in power. It could move the heavens and shatter the earth. Such a peerless weapon would not fall into the hands of a disciple of the four extreme secret realms. However, Yi Fan was still tempted. This was a weapon forged from the dragon pattern cauldron of ultimate path. It would definitely be an important treasure even in the Wavering Light's sacred ground. I heard that the dragon pattern cauldron of the Wavering Light's sacred ground rarely appears. They are suppressing their so-called trump cards. What exactly is that? Yang Yi harumphed coldly and said, "You know quite a bit." If there was one ultimate path weapon that Yi Fan was most curious about, it would undoubtedly be the dragon pattern cauldron. This was not just because the Wavering Light's sacred ground had chosen to forge cauldrons like him. It was also because the Wavering Light's sacred ground had never produced a great emperor, yet they had successfully forged an ultimate path weapon. This was definitely an anomaly. From ancient times until now, this was the only one who had produced an ultimate path weapon without producing a great emperor. No one else had been able to replicate this miracle. However, it could not be said that the Wavering Light's sacred ground had luck. Everything was determined by their strength. Before the Antiquity era, even though the Wavering Light's sacred ground had never produced a great emperor, they had produced 28 sages. During that period of time, every generation had produced a stunning figure. The 28 sages had succeeded them. When the older sages passed away, the new sages would take their place. In total, they had spent 50,000 years refining the black dragon pattern gold. This was the result of the combined efforts of the 28 sages, as well as countless sacred lords and grand elders. Before every old sage passed away, they would carve their lifetime of comprehension into a Tao pattern and imprint it into the dragon pattern cauldron. 50,000 years. Before it had become an ultimate path divine weapon, the black dragon pattern gold had been placed on the Wavering Light's sacred mountain and had never moved. It had withstood wind, rain, thunder, and lightning, absorbing the essence of the sun and moon, as well as the power of the stars. During this period of time, countless disciples had prayed and worshipped it. In the end, on a rainy night filled with lightning and thunder, it had become an ultimate path weapon. It had become a supreme treasure of the Eastern Barren territory. This also showed how terrifying an ultimate path divine weapon was. Only a great emperor could forge it. The Wavering Light's sacred mountain was the only exception. 28 ancient sages had expended their blood, sweat, and tears. Countless sacred lords, elders, and disciples had used up their youth. Using the power of the entire sacred ground, it had taken them 50,000 years to create the dragon pattern cauldron. Suddenly, Yi Fan felt an extremely dangerous aura. An extremely bad premonition rose in his heart. He turned into a bolt of lightning and retreated, dodging quickly. It's too late. You shouldn't have given me so much time to prepare. If you want to hear the secrets of the light-shaking realm, no problem. I can continue to tell you, but only if you can survive. Yang Yi laughed coldly. He had been happy to stall for time, focusing his divine power on the diamond chakram. Boom! He raised his hand and shot out the shining chakram. It turned into a bolt of silver lightning that seemed capable of shattering the heavens. The silver light shone resplendently and rumbled. The black sky trembled violently as if it was about to shake down all the stars in the sky. As for the crimson ground, it was directly shattered, and it continued to spread and collapse. Rubble flew through the air. The diamond chakram chased after Yifan. It had turned into the size of a millstone. Although it was not very large, it was extremely frightening and possessed unparalleled strength. Clang! The silver light was like snow, dazzling everyone's eyes. The diamond chakram fell down and slammed into the myriad chi cauldron. A deafening explosion rang out, and the ground collapsed. Many huge rocks and endless amounts of sand were sent flying thousands of meters into the sky. It was as if the end of the world had come. Under this shocking attack, Yifan was sent flying 3 or 4 kilometers. The myriad chi cauldron above his head was buzzing, and his blood was boiling. This weapon is too terrifying. It must be something that combines the Dao and principle. Yifan felt a chill in his heart. When he thought about how this chakram was made from Daoist silver essence and was formed from an ultimate path divine weapon, he became even more uneasy. Boom! The second attack was earth-shattering. Within a radius of thousands of meters, angry waves surged into the sky. All the rocks and soil were sent flying, and then turned into ashes in the sky. On the ground, a bottomless pit with a radius of thousands of meters appeared. It was pitch black and extremely frightening. The power of one attack was so terrifying that Yifan sucked in a breath of cold air. This was truly frightening. Yifan's cauldron was sent flying into the sky and separated from him. This was sent flying by incomparable saint power, and he could not control it at all. At this moment, he realized the seriousness of the situation. The diamond chakram's terror had exceeded his expectations. The secret of all of the 9 secrets was activated, and his speed increased tenfold. He dodged the third attack and rushed into the sky. Finally, he regained control of the cauldron before the diamond chakram caught up. This can't go on. He swung the deity striking whip and struck the snow-white silver light in the sky. Clang! An earth-shattering sound shook his eardrums and made his arm go numb. The power of the diamond chakram was too great, and its material was special. Even the deity striking whip could not shatter it. It really makes one wonder if this is the diamond chakram from the other side of the starry sky. Yifan was sent flying several kilometers again. This kind of terrifying divine might could easily kill a cultivator at the first heavenly layer of 4 extremities. If not for Yifan's special physique, that attack just now would not have made his arm go numb, but would have completely shattered it. He hurriedly checked the deity striking whip, afraid that it would be damaged. Fortunately, it was still simple and unadorned without any abnormalities. Damn it, does your grandmaster think I'm the saint child of some holy land? He gave you such a terrifying weapon. Yifan was full of resentment. Yang Yi ignored him and once again activated the diamond chakram. It emitted a dazzling silver light and struck down. Boom! The earth collapsed once again. Rubble flew into the sky, and a radius of thousands of meters turned into a land of ruin. The pit was so deep that the bottom could not be seen. Chapter 321. Yifan was beaten until his blood and energy were in turmoil. His ears were ringing and his vision blurred. He almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Yang Yi was a true expert at the first layer of the 4 extremes and was much stronger than Su Yuan's subordinates. The diamond chakram was simply unstoppable. After more than 100 attempts, Yifan once again activated the word all of the 9 secrets. Against a weapon interwoven with Tao and truth, even a powerful character from the 4 extreme realms might not be able to escape unscathed. He had no choice but to do his best to resist. Clang, clang, after successfully activating the word all of the 9 secrets, Yifan took off his cauldron and held it in his left hand. He attacked the sky while his other hand swung the deity striking whip to violently collide with the diamond chakram. The tenfold power finally stopped this terrifying treasure chakram. The sky was about to explode as the deafening sound was like the ringing of a sacred bell in ancient heaven. The scarlet earth was shaking and had been beaten beyond recognition. Under the night sky, boundless divine power wreaked havoc in all directions like a surging ocean. After dozens of exchanges, the world trembled. When the effect of the word all was about to disappear, Yang Yi's face finally turned pale without a trace of blood. Buzz! The void trembled as the diamond chakram froze in the air. Resplendent silver light shone as it turned into a ring-shaped black hole that swallowed everything. It was like a true black hole in the boundless starry domain that swallowed the heaven and earth. The giant rocks on the earth and the endless sand all flowed into the sky like a river. All of the rocks and soil that got close to it were crushed into dust. Nothing was left behind. No matter what it was, everything that came into contact with that place would turn into powder and cease to exist. Yi Fan's expression immediately changed. He hadn't expected the diamond chakram to be so terrifying and could be used like this. A weapon interwoven with the veins of the heaven and earth is too terrifying. Its power is unimaginable. He took out the 5-colored feather fan and fanned it with all his might. The treasured fan that could shatter mountains and rivers stirred up a 5-colored divine wind that blew forward. Rumble. However, this kind of magic treasure was useless. The diamond chakram was as big as a millstone and as big as a black hole. It possessed an incomparable devouring power. With a rumbling sound, Yi Fan was pulled towards the black hole by a huge force. Your ancestral master, that bastard, really treats me like a saint, Yi Fan cursed. The multicolored feather fan in his hand fiercely flung outwards. At the same time, he enlarged the cauldron, preparing to smash into that black hole. Kacha! Something astonishing happened. Yi Fan had personally experienced the power of the 5-colored feather fan, and it was extremely terrifying. However, at this moment, the precious fan shattered in the black hole, immediately destroyed. Yes, he couldn't even resist it. With a flash of colorful light, the rainbow feather fan turned into ashes, causing Yi Fan to shudder in fear. I forgot to tell you. My ancestor was from the same generation as the Sacred Lord. His treasure had already formed the pattern of heaven and earth 800 years ago. It's not wrong for you to die here. Yang Yi's face turned even paler. He had consumed too much of his divine power. Although the diamond chakram was powerful, it was not something he could use as he pleased. Yi Fan didn't say anything. Finally, he activated the secret of all, transforming the cauldron to a height of 9 meters and smashing it upwards. However, the black hole formed by the diamond chakram had an unimaginable power. It actually shrunk the cauldron and swallowed it. Yi Fan was astonished. He hurriedly activated it and did his best to resist. The all-life source was a holy object, but it didn't have the pattern of heaven and earth. It couldn't use divine techniques and could only be sturdy. Clang! Under his all-out resistance, the cauldron finally shrunk to a height of 3 meters and struck the diamond chakram. The sky shook violently. Yang Yi couldn't bear it anymore. His face was drained of all color as he spat out a mouthful of blood. Clang! Yi Fan activated the all-life source cauldron and struck it fiercely, causing the diamond chakram to shake violently. Yang Yi received the impact and almost fell from the sky. At this time, Yi Fan also rushed up to avoid the black hole. He swung the deity-striking whip and smashed the edge of the circular diamond chakram. Buzz! The void trembled as the diamond chakram turned into the size of a palm and spun in the air. Silver light flickered as the black hole disappeared. Yang Yi's divine power was insufficient and could no longer support it. The black hole disappeared as a result. Yi Fan activated the great cauldron. The all-life source chi fell down and with a swoosh, the diamond chakram was collected inside. He didn't want to face this terrifying weapon again. After the diamond chakram interweaved Tao and logic, its power was so great that even he felt horrified. Clang, 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 even though Yang Yi's divine power was declining, he still persisted in activating the chakram. He still had terrifying battle power. The diamond chakram attacked the cauldron, causing it to buzz and sway. Yi Fan endured and rushed over with the deity striking whip. He lashed out, causing the void to collapse as he went straight for Yang Yi's head. Light flickered as Yang Yi took out 7 or 8 magic treasures. But how could these things stop the deity striking whip? Pa-cha, shattering sounds rang out continuously as all the magic treasures were shattered. All kinds of sparkling treasure fragments turned into a resplendent meteor shower under the night sky and fell from the sky. Yang Yi's divine sense was injured. He held his forehead and screamed. Yi Fan brandished the deity striking whip and smashed down. Pa! His head was smashed. White brain juice and fresh blood splattered everywhere as the corpse fell from the sky. Finally, everything calmed down. The stars twinkled and the moonlight was as clear as water. The earth was full of desolation, destroyed beyond recognition by this great battle. Yi Fan landed on the ground and heaved a sigh of relief. This battle was finally over. The diamond chakram's power was beyond imagination. However, the harvest was also great. From now on, he had the deity striking whip for close combat and this treasure chakram for long-range attacks. With the two working together, his battle power would rise to a new level. Under the bright moonlight, the diamond chakram was sparkling and translucent. Its entire body was silvery white with natural Dao patterns. Yi Fan didn't dare to be careless. He used the all-life source Qi to hold it in place and then probed his divine sense into the chakram. He felt that even if a major character lent such a treasure to Yang Yi, it would most likely leave behind some kind of mark. As expected, when he probed the deepest part of the diamond chakram, a dangerous aura rushed over. Swoosh! He quickly retreated and a wisp of his divine sense chased after it. An illusory figure appeared in the void and pounced towards Yi Fan. Pa! Yi Fan immediately brandished the deity striking whip and struck it 3 times in a row, turning that wisp of divine sense into flying ashes. Then, he once again probed into the diamond chakram. The inside was as clear as if it had been washed. It was sparkling and translucent like a starry sky. The inside of a weapon interwoven with Tao and reason is actually like this. At this point, Yi Fan was relieved. This treasure chakram now belonged to him. After this battle, he became alert. Even with the deity striking whip in hand, some weapons might not be able to break it and couldn't do anything to the opponent's divine sense. Starlight sprinkled down as Yi Fan carved the 6th Yi character. Carrying the deity striking whip on his back, he walked alone into the depths of the scarlet earth and disappeared. 3 days later, news came from the province that the 2 disciples taught by the Wavering Light Holy Land's hidden elder had died a violent death. Only 2 heads remained while their bodies had turned into flying ashes. The only clue was that a Yi character had been carved next to the 2 heads. It was bold and forceful, full of killing intent and provocation. The news that Yi Fan had killed a Wavering Light Holy Land disciple in the province spread like wildfire. Many people flocked to this place. Just 1 day later, news came from the Kuan province that Yi Fan had fought with the Wavering Light Holy Land disciple Qin Tai and had used the diamond chakram to turn him into flying ashes. When this news came out, many of the oases were shaken. In particular, a few of the older generation knew that the diamond chakram was the weapon of an important figure in the Wavering Light Holy Land. What happened? How did the Wavering Light Holy Land's treasure fall into Yi Fan's hands? How did he turn the Wavering Light Holy Land's disciple into ashes? You guys probably don't know yet. The Wavering Light Holy Land's hidden elder wants to compete with the Wavering Light Holy Land's orthodox bloodline for the position of Holy Son. He sent 10 of his disciples to kill Yi Fan. Many cultivators in the nearby oases were discussing spiritedly. This is an undisguised provocation. The Wavering Light Holy Land sent 10 experts to kill Yi Fan, but in the end, one of them was killed instead. Is Yi Fan really in the area between the An province and the Kuan province? Could it be someone else's doing? It should be him. Someone saw it with their own eyes. He was definitely the one who killed Qin Tai with the diamond chakram. Yang Yi, Gu Litian, and the others had been killed in the Red Land. Until now, no one had discovered it. The fact that 3 of them had been killed was enough to cause chaos in the outside world. At night, a bonfire danced. Yi Fan met up with Tu Fei and the Black Empress. That was too fierce. If the Wavering Light Holy Land knew about it, their faces would turn green. Tu Fei said after learning about the result. I really hope you can break the curse and enter the 4 ultimate secret realms. That way, you can show the supreme glory of the sacred body of the ancients again. Yi Fan said, I'm looking forward to the holy city of the northern region. I'm counting on the great sage's land stone materials for the 1 million kilograms of origin. Tu Fei laughed and said, there's only one of the top 10 warriors left. If they're all killed, the news will spread and shake the entire northern region. I want to see where the Wavering Light Holy Land will put their faces. 2 days later, Yi Fan, Tu Fei, and the Black Empress found the last person in the Kuan province. He killed him with the diamond chakram again. Many people came after hearing the news and saw it with their own eyes. Jianghu, Xiaojiao, and some of the saints appeared there. Yi Fan saw them from afar. He crossed the void with the Black Empress and Tu Fei. If he didn't enter the 4 ultimate secret realms, he wouldn't fight with the saints. He tried his best to avoid them. After everything was settled in the An province and the Kuan province, Yi Fan set out on the road to the holy city of the northern region. Go find Li Heishui. He's been in the holy city for the past half a year. This was what Tu Fei told him before he left. When Yi Fan left, the An province and the Kuan province were shaken. The corpses deep in the Red Land were finally discovered one by one. The 6 words, Yi, were shocking. The Alcade realm was shaken, and many cultivators of the northern region were shocked. The Alcade realm's hidden elders had sent 10 disciples to hunt down Yi Fan, but they were all killed between the An province and the Kuan province. It was a resounding slap to the face. The Alcade realm's so-called top 10 masters became a joke. They were all killed by Yi Fan's people. Even the Alcade realm's precious treasure, the diamond chakram, had fallen into Yi Fan's hands. It was truly a shameful thing. One word, Yi, meant 10 lives. The 10 disciples of the Alcade realm's hidden lineage had all fallen. It caused a huge wave, and many people were dumbfounded. They found it hard to believe. Those are the top 10 elites of the Alcade realm's hidden lineage. Even if they can't compare to the Alcade realm's true disciples, they are definitely extraordinary. But they were all killed by the sacred body of the ancients, Yi Fan? This is unbelievable. Most people had only heard about this battle. It was impossible for them to witness it with their own eyes, but the news still spread like wildfire. The young generation and the sons of the great sage were on alert. They didn't care about Yi Fan's current strength. Even if he entered the level 5, they wouldn't care. But what if he broke the curse and entered the 4-level secret realm? Everyone shuddered at the thought of this outcome. Even Jianghu, who had the God-King body, and the talented Xiaojiao and the others were deep in thought. However, almost everyone didn't think that Yi Fan could break the curse. In the past, the sacred bodies of the ancients cultivated by the great sage all stopped at the Holy Palace secret realm. The storm swept the northern region. Yi Fan heard a lot along the way. Half a month later, he finally approached the holy city of the northern region. Chapter 322. Yi Fan headed north. After flying for more than 10 days, he passed through mountains and rivers. After who knew how many tens of thousands of li, he finally approached the northern region's holy city. The northern region's holy city was the absolute center. On this scarlet land, it was just as famous as Origin Ancient Mine. The northern region's residents regarded it as a divine land. Late autumn arrived. The weather was already extremely cold. On the bare tree branches, there would occasionally be 1 or 2 leaves that stubbornly hung on. The oasis where the holy city was located was extremely vast, its circumference reaching several tens of thousands of li. There were many cities here. Compared to the other provinces, Holy Province was the most peaceful. No matter how daring the bandits were, they still wouldn't dare to loot this oasis, because the various great powers all had troops stationed in this province. The northern winds swept through the white grass. The season of snow was already not far away. Many of the pedestrians on the road were already wearing beast skin clothes. The road leading to the holy city was extremely wide. It wasn't a problem for more than 10 carriages to travel side by side. Apart from the northern region's residents, cultivators could be seen flying through the sky from time to time. At this moment, Yifan was already less than 600 li from the holy city. On both sides of the road were towering mountains and broken cliffs, all of them imposing and majestic. This bluestone road seemed to have been carved out by someone. When he was less than 200 li from the holy city, the number of pedestrians clearly increased. Strange beasts galloped like wind and lightning. Most of them were cultivators. Suddenly, a muffled thunderous sound rang through the air. Several dozen riders rushed over like a tide. It had to be said that these people were extremely arrogant. They rode their beasts forward, stepping in midair. They were only a few meters above the ground as they advanced along the main road. Wild beasts roared. A crazy gale roared past, blowing many people's hair into a mess. Quite a few people glared angrily at them. One could clearly see that several meters above their heads, llama hooves and unicorn leopard claws trampled through the air. This was a great disrespect to the pedestrians on the road. The people in midair urged their beasts forward, not caring about the feelings of the people on the main road at all. They rushed towards the holy city, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Normal people definitely wouldn't dare do this, because most of the people heading for the holy city were cultivators. This would easily offend others. Which ancient family's disciple is this? He really is too arrogant, stepping on our heads to advance. There were people on the main road who were discontent. Forget it. Don't say too much. If they hear you and turn around to find trouble with you, it will be a disaster. Someone advised. I feel like it's someone from the Gold clan of the Northern Plains. Perhaps they didn't do it on purpose. Maybe they had something urgent to attend to. One of the descendants of the Gold family offended a young master of the Sky Demon Palace. Both sides fought a great battle and both sides suffered heavy losses. They are most likely rushing over because of this matter. Even before entering the holy city, Yifan could already feel that there was a gathering place in front of him. This city was the gathering place of the entire world. Central Plains royal family, Northern Plains Huangjin family, and even Southern Mountains experts, as well as Eastern Desolate sacred grounds. Not long after, Yifan finally approached the number 1 city in the north region. This was a pure land. Outside the holy city, everything within a radius of 150 miles was lush and verdant. One could not feel the change of seasons. Although it was already late autumn, this place was lush and did not feel cold at all. It was like a spring day with warm winds caressing one's face. The plants were lush and the spirit spring was gurgling. The spiritual chi here was extremely dense, many times denser than in other places. Ancient trees towered into the sky. They were hundreds of meters tall like small mountains. Their branches stretched towards the sky and ancient vines crawled all over the cliffs like dragons. It's already late autumn. Why is it still so lively? Someone was like Yifan. He was puzzled and asked the people on the road. Holy City has existed since ancient times. It is the city that has affected the environment of the region, someone replied. Half a quarter of an hour later, Yifan finally saw the legendary Holy City, which gave him a great shock. The ancient city was extremely majestic. The city walls were like an endless dragon lying on the ground. They looked like they were cast from copper and shone with a metallic luster. The majestic city gate was hundreds of meters tall. It was extremely majestic and majestic. Looking from afar, the huge ancient city gave off a suffocating pressure. This is the heart of the North region. From ancient times until now, there were many legends about the holy city. After looking through all kinds of ancient records, people would be shocked to find that it was really too ancient. It was impossible to trace back to the era of its origin. Since the beginning of written records, the city had never changed its location. It was unknown how long it had existed. Divine City was also its name. It was rumored that countless years ago, it was suspended in the sky and only fell to the earth during the Desolate Era. This ancient city was many times larger than the capital of a great country. It was extremely majestic. If one didn't fly and walked like a mortal, it would take a day to pass through the city. The city was very prosperous. There were palaces in great numbers and wide ancient streets. There were gambling dens, immortal towers, Wind Moon Palace, Holy Lord Watchtower, Demon King Pavilion, and many others. It was extremely luxurious. Mortals and cultivators mixed together. People came and went in the city. Half of them were cultivators. In such a place, no one dared to act rashly. They might accidentally bump into a descendant of an ancient family. If they were unlucky, they might directly step on the feet of a grand elder of a holy land. This wasn't impossible because there were many such people in the holy city. Yi Fan found that his eyes weren't enough. The ancient city was huge and the layout was exquisite. It was very mysterious. He suspected that some palaces were as old as this city. On the side of the bustling street, there would occasionally be a palace that occupied an extremely large area. It was richly ornamented like a palace. "What is this place?" he asked the passers-by from time to time. "This is an inn opened by the Five Elements Palace." "It's not bad." "A palace as an inn? Not bad." Yi Fan was a little dumbfounded. After walking for a short distance, he saw a palace garden. The garden was magnificent, and the buildings were towering. "What is this place?" "This is a gambling den." "It's too small." "I suggest you go to the gambling dens in the Holy Lands," the person beside him answered. This kind of palace garden is considered a small gambling den. Yi Fan was really speechless. Not long after, he saw some pavilions that were suspended in midair. They weren't messy and were arranged in a very orderly and elegant manner. "Uncle, may I ask what this place is?" Yi Fan couldn't help but ask again. "It's your first time in the holy city, right?" The old man in his 50s glanced at him and said, "This is a restaurant." "It's not bad." Yi Fan rubbed his chin. He really didn't know what to say. Everything was extremely luxurious. The old man in his 50s said, "If you have enough energy, you can go up and have a meal. There are all kinds of delicacies in the world. Female cultivators will pour wine for the guests and play the zither." No one flew in the city. Even if they were cultivators, they still strictly followed the city rules. On the bustling street, people came and went, rubbing shoulders. After walking for a while, Yi Fan finally arrived at a quiet place. This was a Daoist temple. It wasn't grand or tall, but it occupied an extremely large area. There were many ancient trees planted in the surroundings. The Daoist temple was hidden in the vast mortal world. It was much quieter than other places, giving off a feeling of returning to nature. This was a very special place. It seemed to have the aura of the Grand Tao flowing around. There were clearly many people coming in and out, but it was quiet and peaceful. "Uncle, I want to ask, where is this place? Why is there a Daoist temple?" Yi Fan asked a middle-aged fat man in his 40s. "You're new, right? I can tell that you just came to the holy city." It was this sentence again. Every time he asked someone, he would hear this sentence. The middle-aged fat man chuckled and said, "This is the Dao One Holy Land Stone Square. It's quite famous and is a very good place. Recently, their saintess often appears and stays here. If young people want to see her beauty, they can't miss this opportunity." "Uncle, why are you smiling so vulgarly?" "Hee hee. You don't know, but this place has been very lively recently. 8 lunatics jumped out of nowhere and declared that they would gamble on stones in the Dao One Holy Land and win their saintess." "Uncle, I see that you really like to gossip." Yi Fan glanced at the middle-aged fat man. These 8 lunatics have a great background. Even the Jianghu family's grand elder couldn't suppress them. After they took out a scarlet jade token, the Jianghu family's old man turned around and left. "Who are these 8 people?" Yi Fan asked curiously. "Who knows?" The middle-aged fat man muttered, Come, let's go in and take a look. Yi Fan declined politely. The middle-aged fat man chuckled and wretchedly walked into the Dao One Holy Land stone square alone. Who wants to win against the saintess of the Holy Land? Why are they competing with me? But this is good too. If there are more people like this, it will be easier for me to fish in troubled waters in the holy city, Yi Fan muttered. After turning a corner, there was a large lake in front of them. The lake water was dark blue, like a huge sapphire embedded in the ground. Many people were walking along the riverbank. The willows swayed and the warm wind blew. Many dragon boats and phoenix pavilions were docked in the lake, and the melodious sound of stringed instruments could be heard. Yi Fan found that most of the people on the shore were young. When he looked up, he was even more surprised. In the depths of the lake, the sky was shrouded in clouds and mist. There were also many large boats floating, as well as some palaces and pavilions. What is this place? Yi Fan was puzzled. This time, he was not called a first-time visitor, but was looked down upon. You're already here, but you still think you're an innocent young man. Big brother, I really don't know what this place is. Tell me about it. Yi Fan asked humbly. People came and went, and willows lined the lakeside. The man glanced at him and said, You don't know the famous Miaoyu nunnery in the holy city? What kind of place is Miaoyu nunnery? It's my first time in the holy city, Yi Fan said. Of course it's one of the top 10 brothels in the holy city. Recently, the successor of Miaoyu nunnery is about to be born. I guess some holy sons and successors of the families of the ancients have secretly come here. You came here on your first visit to the holy city. I'd like to see it, but I really didn't know about it before. The man glanced at him and said, It's lively here at night. The lights are brightly lit, the immortal lake sparkles, and the jade palaces and jade boats appear in the sky. The most outstanding successor of Miaoyu nunnery is about to be born, so some holy sons and young people of the families of the ancients may come here secretly. Is Miaoyu nunnery that famous? Yi Fan was surprised. Miaoyu nunnery has an ancient heritage and is extremely powerful. Naturally, it's extremely famous, not much weaker than the Holy Lands. Among the top 10 brothels in the holy city, Miaoyu nunnery could be ranked in the top 3, not to mention its heritage and strength. It was said that the previous nunnery had inexplicable relationships with some holy sons when they were young, and some of those holy sons later became holy lords. Chapter 323. Yi Fan was beaten until the blood in his body was churning. His ears were ringing and his vision blurred. He almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Yang Yi was a true expert at the first layer of the 4 extremes. He was much stronger than Su Yuan's subordinates. When he wielded the diamond chakram, it was simply unstoppable. After more than 100 attempts, Yi Fan finally triggered the Thal character of the 9 secrets. Facing a weapon that was interwoven with Tao and truth, even if a powerful figure of the 4 extremes came, he might not be able to escape unscathed. He had no choice but to do everything he could to resist. Clang, clang, after successfully triggering the Thal character of the 9 secrets, Yi Fan took off his cauldron and held it in his left hand. He struck it towards the sky while his other hand swung the deity-striking whip and violently collided with the diamond chakram. A 10-fold increase in battle prowess had finally stopped this terrifying treasure chakram. The sky was about to explode. The deafening sound was like the ringing of the sacred bell of ancient heaven. The scarlet earth was shaking and had been beaten beyond recognition. Under the night sky, boundless divine power wreaked havoc in all directions like a surging ocean. After dozens of blows, heaven and earth trembled. When the effect of the Thal character of the secret art was about to disappear, Yang Yi's face was finally as white as snow without a trace of blood. Wang! The void trembled. The diamond chakram was fixed in the sky. Silver light shone resplendently. It was ring-shaped and turned into a black hole that swallowed everything. It was like a true black hole in the boundless starry region. It swallowed the heaven and earth. The huge rocks on the earth and the endless sand flowed into the sky like a river. As soon as the earth and stone approached it, they would all be crushed into ashes. Nothing could be preserved. Regardless of what it was, as soon as it came into contact with that place, it would all turn into powder, no longer existing. Yi Fan's expression immediately changed. He didn't expect the diamond chakram to be so terrifying and could be used like this. A weapon that can interweave heaven and earth patterns, it's too terrifying. Its power is unimaginable. He took out the 5-colored feather fan and fanned it fiercely. The precious fan that could shatter mountains and rivers surged with 5-colored divine winds that blew forward. Hong long long. However, this kind of magical treasure was useless. The diamond chakram was as large as a millstone and the black hole was also as large as a stone. It possessed an incomparable devouring power. A rumbling sound rang out. Yi Fan was pulled by a tremendous force towards that black hole. Your ancestor, that scoundrel, really treats me like a saint child, Yi Fan cursed. He threw out the 5-colored feather fan with all his might and struck forward. At the same time, he enlarged the cauldron and prepared to collide with that black hole. Gotcha! Something astonishing happened. Yi Fan had personally experienced the power of the 5-colored feather fan, and it was extremely terrifying. However, at this moment, the treasured fan shattered within the black hole and was instantly destroyed. That's right, it couldn't even resist. With a flash of rainbow light, the 5-colored feather fan turned into flying ashes. This made Yi Fan's heart jump. I forgot to tell you. My ancestor and the Divine Master were of the same generation. His treasure had already interweaved heaven and earth patterns 800 years ago. It's not an injustice for you to die here. Yang Yi's complexion became even paler. He had consumed too much of his divine power. Although the diamond chakram was powerful, it wasn't something he could use as he pleased. Yi Fan didn't say anything. Finally, he activated the secret character of all again, turning the cauldron 9 meters tall and smashing it upwards with all his might. However, the black hole formed by the diamond chakram possessed an inconceivable power. It actually shrunk the cauldron and swallowed it. Yi Fan was astonished. He hurriedly activated it and did everything he could to resist. The source energy of all things was a divine object, but it didn't contain heaven and earth patterns. It couldn't use divine techniques and could only be sturdy. Clang! Under his all-out resistance, the cauldron finally shrunk to 3 meters tall and struck the diamond chakram. The sky shook violently. Yang Yi couldn't bear it any longer. His face was drained of all color as he spat out a mouthful of blood. Clang! Yi Fan activated the source energy cauldron and struck it fiercely again. The diamond chakram shook violently. Yang Yi received the impact and almost fell from the sky. At this time, Yi Fan also rushed up and avoided the black hole. He swung the deity striking whip and smashed the edge of the circular diamond chakram. Buzz! The void trembled. The diamond chakram turned into the size of a palm and spun in the void. Silver light flickered and the black hole disappeared. Yang Yi's divine power was insufficient and he couldn't hold on any longer. The black hole disappeared as a result. Yi Fan activated the great cauldron. The source energy descended and collected the diamond chakram with a swoosh. He didn't want to face this terrifying weapon again. After the diamond chakram interweaved Tao and reason, its power was so great that it made even him feel frightened. Dang, 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 even though Yang Yi's divine power was declining, he still persisted in activating the chakram. He still had a terrifying battle power. The diamond chakram attacked the cauldron, causing the great cauldron to buzz and sway. Yi Fan endured and rushed over with the deity striking whip in hand. He swung it, causing the void to collapse as he went straight for Yang Yi's head. Light flickered. Yang Yi took out 7 or 8 magic treasures, but how could these things block the deity striking whip? Crack, crack, the sound of shattering rang out continuously as all the magic treasures were shattered. All sorts of sparkling and translucent treasure fragments turned into a resplendent meteor shower under the night sky as they fell from the sky. Ah! Yang Yi's divine sense was injured. He clutched his forehead and screamed. Yi Fan brandished the deity striking whip and smashed it down with all his might. Bang! Yang Yi's head was shattered. White brain matter and fresh blood splattered everywhere as his corpse fell from the sky. Finally, everything calmed down. The stars twinkled in the sky, and the moonlight was as clear as water. The earth was a scene of desolation, destroyed beyond recognition by this battle. Yi Fan landed on the ground and let out a long sigh. This battle was finally over. The diamond chakram's power was beyond imagination. However, the harvest was also great. From now on, he had the deity striking whip for close-range attacks and this precious chakram for long-range attacks. With the two complementing each other, his combat strength would rise to a whole new level. Under the bright moonlight, the diamond chakram was sparkling and translucent. Its entire body was silvery white, and the Tao patterns were natural as if they were made by nature. Yi Fan didn't dare to be careless. He used the source qi of all things to lock it in place and then probed his divine sense into the chakram. He felt that even if a major character lent this kind of treasure to Yang Yi, it would most likely leave behind some kind of mark. As expected, when he probed the deepest part of the diamond chakram, a dangerous aura rushed over. Swoosh! He quickly withdrew and sent out a wisp of his divine sense. A phantom appeared in the void and pounced towards Yi Fan. Bang! Yi Fan directly brandished the deity striking whip and struck it 3 times in succession, turning that wisp of divine sense into flying ashes. Then, he once again probed into the diamond chakram. The inside was as clear as if it had been washed. It was flawless and resplendent, just like a starry sky. The inside of a weapon that interweaves Tao and reason is actually like this. At this point, Yi Fan was relieved. This precious chakram was now completely his. After this battle, he also became vigilant. Even with the deity striking whip in hand, some weapons might not necessarily be able to shatter it. He couldn't do anything to the other party's divine sense. Starlight scattered everywhere. Yi Fan engraved the 6th Yi character. Carrying the deity striking whip on his back, he walked alone into the depths of the scarlet earth and disappeared. 3 days later, news spread out from the In province that the 2 disciples of the Wavering Light Holy Land's hidden elder had died a violent death. Only 2 heads remained, while their bodies had been turned to dust. The only clue was that the character, Yi, had been engraved next to the 2 heads. It was bold and forceful, full of killing intent and provocation. The news that Yi Fan had killed a Wavering Light Holy Land disciple in the In province quickly spread, and many people rushed over. Just a day later, news came from the Kuan province that Yi Fan had fought a great battle with the Wavering Light Holy Land disciple Qin Tai and had used the diamond chakram to turn him into dust. When this news spread, many of the oases were shaken, especially a few of the older generation. They all knew that the diamond chakram was the weapon of a great figure in the Wavering Light Holy Land. What happened? How did the Wavering Light Holy Land's treasure fall into Yi Fan's hands and turn the Wavering Light Holy Land's disciple into dust? You guys probably don't know yet, but the Wavering Light Holy Land's hidden elder wants to compete with the Wavering Light Holy Land's main branch for the position of Holy Sun, so they sent 10 of their disciples to kill Yi Fan. Many of the cultivators in the nearby oases were discussing this matter. This is an undisguised provocation. The Wavering Light Holy Land sent 10 of their top experts to kill Yi Fan, but in the end, one of them was killed instead. Is Yi Fan really between the In province and the Kuan province? It couldn't have been done by someone else, could it? It should be him. Someone saw it with their own eyes. The person who killed Qin Tai with the diamond chakram was definitely him. Yang Yi, Gu Litian, and the others were killed in the Crimson Land. Up until now, no one had found out yet, but the fact that the 3 of them were killed had already caused chaos in the outside world. At night, a bonfire danced. Yi Fan met up with Tu Fei and the Black Empress. That was too fierce. If the Wavering Light Holy Land knew about this, their faces would turn green. After Tu Fei learned of the result, he said, "I really hope that you can break the curse and enter the 4 ultimate secret realms. You'll be able to recreate the peerless glory of the sacred body of the ancients." Yi Fan said, "I'm looking forward to the sacred city of the northern region. I'm counting on the stones from the great sage's land to get 1,000,000 kilograms of origin." Tu Fei laughed and said, there's only one of the top 10 warriors left. If they're all killed, the news will spread out and shake the entire northern region. I want to see where the wavering light Holy Land will put their faces. 2 days later, Yi Fan, Tu Fei, and the Black Empress found the last warrior in Kuan Prefecture. He used the diamond bracelet to kill him. Many people came to see him with their own eyes. Ji Haoyue, Xia Jiuyo, and some saints' sons were there. Yi Fan saw them from a distance. He crossed the sky with the Black Empress and Tu Fei. If he didn't enter the 4 ultimate secret realms, he wouldn't fight with the saints' sons. He would try his best to avoid them. After everything was settled in Anzhou and Kuan Prefecture, Yi Fan started his journey to the sacred city of the northern region. We're going to find Li Heishui. He's been in the sacred city for more than half a year. Tu Fei told him before he left. When Yi Fan left, Anzhou and Kuan Prefecture were shaken. The corpses buried deep in the red ground were finally found. The 6 words, Yi, on the ground were terrifying. The wavering light Holy Land was shaken. Many cultivators in the northern region were shocked. The wavering light Holy Land had sent the top 10 disciples to kill Yi Fan. However, all of them were killed between Anzhou and Kuan Prefecture. It was a resounding slap to the wavering light Holy Land's face. The so-called top 10 warriors had become a joke. Yi Fan's people had killed them all. Even the diamond bracelet, the precious treasure of the wavering light Holy Land, had fallen into Yi Fan's hands. It was a disgraceful thing. One word, Yi, meant 10 lives. The top 10 disciples of the wavering light Holy Land had all fallen. It had stirred up a wave. Many people gawked and found it hard to believe. They were the top 10 elites of the wavering light Holy Land's hidden bloodline. Although they couldn't be compared to the outstanding disciples of the wavering light Holy Land, they were still extraordinary. However, the sacred body of the ancients, Yi Fan, killed them all by himself? It's unbelievable. Most people had only heard about this battle. It was impossible for them to witness it with their own eyes. However, the news was still spreading like wildfire. The children of the great sage of the younger generation were on alert. They didn't care about Yi Fan's current strength. Even if he were to enter the 5th level of heaven, they wouldn't care. However, what if he broke the curse and broke into the 4 levels secret realms? Everyone shuddered at the thought of such an outcome. Even Ji Haoyue, who had the God King body, and the talented Xia Jiuyo and the others fell into deep thought. However, almost everyone didn't think that Yi Fan could break the curse. In the past, the sacred bodies of the ancients cultivated by the land of the great sage all stopped at the Holy Palace secret realms. Yi Fan heard a lot about this storm in the northern region. Half a month later, he finally approached the sacred city of the northern region. Chapter 324. The god city at night wasn't quiet. There were people on the streets and alleys, and melodious music could be heard from the temples. On the side of the streets, there were countless palaces. They were all dazzling and brightly lit. As far as the eye could see, light flickered. The song was faint and ethereal, moving people's hearts and intoxicating them. Saint City was a city that never sleeps. There were many palaces with divine splendor and auspicious clouds blossoming. It was a dreamlike scene. Yi Fan said, "Most of the people in Saint City are cultivators. Why is it so luxurious? It doesn't look like a god land, but a demonic city." Li Heishui smiled, "Cultivators are people too, not emotionless immortals. We all have emotions and desires. This is the god city of cultivators." Starlight fell and the moonlight was like water. The entire city was covered in a layer of holy veil. It was a scene of beauty. Singing and zither music could be heard. The fragrance of wine wafted over from the sky. A majestic palace shone brightly and floated in the sky beside the street. Good wine, it's definitely aged for 1,000 years. It's the best wine in the world. Li Heishui looked up at the palace in the sky and revealed an intoxicated expression. "I'm afraid someone important is entertaining guests here." Even important people are so high profile? Yi Fan was surprised. Li Heishui shook his head, "This isn't high profile. It's lonely at the top and the path to immortality is endless. Why do we have to cultivate? There are thousands of ways to cultivate, and different people have different paths. Some people pass themselves in the world of mortals, especially those important people. Once they reach a certain realm, they don't need to go into seclusion. Many people experience the 5 colors and enter the world of mortals to find a chance to break through. Yi Fan revealed a surprised expression. You know quite a bit. That's not my understanding, said Meng Hao. It's what the great bandit grandfathers said. We see the mortal world as the mortal world, but they see it as the immortal world. Different people, different Daoists, different scenes. It is indeed a matter of realm. Yi Fan nodded and said, so, in the eyes of others, the extravagance in my eyes might already be a celestial world, or a lively pure land. Li Heishui said, actually, there are people in the younger generation who have reached this mental realm, comprehending the world of Dao alone in the world of mortals. Who? Yi Fan was shocked. I don't know, the elders didn't say. But I think it's only mental realm. Their true strength can't be that high. Otherwise, it would be too scary. Li Heishui shook his head. High up in the sky, a palace floated with dazzling lights. The rich fragrance of wine drifted through the air, intoxicating one to the bone. Musical instruments were pleasing to the ears, and the singing was moving. It's most likely that a supreme elder from the sacred land is entertaining a banquet. Li Heishui speculated and said, today we are going to Miaoyu Nunnery. Next time I will invite you to this drunken immortal tower, so that we can spit out blood and be extravagant. How much does it cost to host a banquet here? Yi Fan asked. It's hard to determine the grade. The lowest banquet costs 5 kilograms of source. The most luxurious immortal banquets often cost tens of thousands of kilograms of source, or even more. It's impossible to measure. Yi Fan heard this and gasped. This was too extravagant. One meal cost tens of thousands of kilograms of source. What were they eating? Isn't this too exaggerated? It's not exaggerated at all. Dragon ginseng, divine phoenix wings. Just from the names, you should know how rare these things are. There's even enlightenment tea that can make an immortal have an epiphany. Yi Fan opened his mouth, speechless. After a long time, he said, who opened this drunken immortal banquet? The Golden Family of the Northern Plains. It has a frightening background. There are 8 great restaurants in the sacred city, and it can be ranked in the top 3. After I sweep away all the stones in the lands of the great sage, I'll invite you here every day to eat immortal banquets. Yi Fan smiled. Immortal banquets are only occasionally held when the sacred leader invites an immortal. Let's not think too much about it. Li Heishui shook his head. The night in the divine city was really different. Along the ancient streets, there were many palaces. It was as if they had arrived in the immortal world. It was like a dream. In front, there was a sea of sparkling Miaoyu Lake in the night. It was as warm as jade, shining with blue light like a huge gem. The shore of the lake was already filled with people. Most of them were young people. They were all waiting eagerly. The night view here is really not bad. All kinds of flowers and plants on the shore were shining with multicolored light. Together with the sparkling and translucent blue lake, it was like an otherworldly divine garden. Silver-white moonlight sprinkled down. A dozen jade boats floated on the lake, each with a beautiful woman in a fluttering dress and a melodious jade flute. It was as if it came from an otherworldly pure land, cleansing one's mind. Further away, dragon boats and phoenix pavilions were all flowing with 5-colored radiance. They looked very misty in the night. The sky in the depths of the lake was even more magnificent. Jade palaces were faintly discernible. They were surrounded by the night and fog, sparkling and translucent. It really is like coming to an immortal palace. Miaoyu Nunnery is really good, making the romantic scenes so holy and otherworldly, Yi Fan said. Of course. Few in the divine city can compare to the romantic scenes they run. Only the Shueiyue Lodge and the Moon Tower can compare. Many people should know what's going on. Why do they flock to it like a flock of ducks? Even the heirs of the Holy Lands are no exception. Li Heishui smiled and said, those heirs have hearts of steel. They might not have come because they are tempted. It's just romantic scenes. Yi Fan nodded and said, that's true. Miaoyu Nunnery needs the support of the future sacred leader. The heirs of the Holy Lands also want to meet the most beautiful woman in the eastern wilderness. It's hard to say. After all, and Miaoyu is different from the previous nunnery master. She is peerless. Such a flawless woman might really make some heirs fall for her. Yi Fan smiled and said, what about you? I can win the beauty. Of course it's wonderful. Li Heishui laughed. You better not fall for her. You do have to be careful, especially you, little Yi. You're still young and not very determined. You've never seen this kind of scene before. Don't fall for it. Yi Fan was a little speechless. Don't doubt me. I'm telling the truth. The previous Miaoyu nunnery master made some sons of saints and heirs of the clan of the ancients fall for her. Not to mention this generation's in Miaoyu. She is one of the most beautiful women in the vast eastern wilderness. I'm being modest. I'm afraid she's the most beautiful woman in the eastern wilderness. A cold smile appeared at the corner of Yi Fan's mouth. He said, romantic scenes are only as beautiful as people's hearts. If she offers me her body, I'll accept it. What else can I have? Don't underestimate her. If you do, you might really fall for her tricks. Li Heishui showed a rare solemn expression. He said, apart from their heritage, they're not much worse than the Holy Lands. Their cultivation methods are very strange and impossible to guard against. What kind of cultivation methods are they cultivating? Are they comparable to ancient scriptures? In the past, they had the ancient Daoist dual cultivation method. I only learned recently that they obtained another cultivation method 1,000 years ago. It's said to be a secret Buddhist scripture from the West Desert. Now, they've developed the dual cultivation method to a mysterious level. Dual cultivation works like this? Although Yi Fan had heard of it, he didn't believe in such a cultivation method. You'll know in a while. Li Heishui chuckled. Buddhism. Yi Fan rubbed his chin and didn't say anything else. Suddenly, the sound of musical instruments rang out. The beautiful song lingered under the night sky, moving people's hearts. I'm in Miaoyu, and Miaoyu finally appeared. She was like a goddess of the moon, ethereal under the moonlight. Her white robe fluttered as she flew toward a flower boat. It was a 5-colored jade boat piled with flowers and specks of auspicious light. It carried her into the depths of the mist of the Great Lake. What's the meaning of this? Some people didn't understand. The main event is coming. If you want to see her beauty, only Hua Yuan can do it. The lakeshore immediately erupted with commotion. Many people fought to be the first to buy a jade boat and row towards the lake. It was extremely noisy. Yi Fan and Li Heishui went up to ask. The required source was ridiculously expensive, leaving them speechless. However, many people didn't care. They only wanted to be able to see in Miaoyu up close. Isn't it just in Miaoyu? Is there a need to go so far? Li Heishui was a bit speechless. They couldn't even buy a jade boat. It could be said to be an astronomical price. However, there were just too many people who had source. Can't we just fly over? Yi Fan asked. It's too embarrassing. Moreover, we might be beaten back. Li Heishui thought for a bit and searched through the crowd. Then, his eyes lit up and said, found it. He stared at a disciple from a great sect and chuckled. That's the 7th disciple of 5 Elements Palace's sect master. I've seen this guy before. This disciple from 5 Elements Palace spent an astronomical price and boarded a huge dragon boat. It was much taller than the jade boats beside it. It was extremely majestic. Yi Fan thought that he was going to hitch a ride. Who would have thought that Li Heishui walked over and called a follower of the 7th disciple to the side and whispered into his ear. In the end, that follower boarded the dragon boat as if his butt was on fire and went to report. What? The seventh disciple's expression immediately changed. He quickly got off the dragon boat and hurriedly passed through the crowd. Li Heishui swaggered onto the dragon boat. Then, he waved at Yi Fan and invited him to board as well. The surrounding people were baffled. They didn't know what was going on. The dragon boat just changed owners. However, it wasn't appropriate for them to ask. They just watched as they entered the lake. What did you say to him? Yi Fan asked. He only provided a piece of information. He said that his tiger-like fiancé has arrived. Li Heishui replied without a care in the world. Aren't you slandering him? Yi Fan had a preliminary understanding of Li Heishui's way of doing things. Li Heishui snickered. His fiancée is the youngest daughter of Five Elements Palace's sect master. Even if he is suspicious, he won't dare to stay here. This concerns his future. There were many jade boats in the lake. However, there were limited dragon boats like this. They were all reserved by the disciples of some great sections. They stood at the bow of the boat and used their divine power to steer it. They rode the wind and waves and arrived at the depths of the lake. Killing intent. The two of them felt the killing intent. It was very strong, but it wasn't directed at them. Not far away, there was a divine boat that was even larger than their dragon boat. On it stood a man in purple. His hands were behind his back. His black hair danced in the wind and his eyes were extremely deep. Sky Demon Palace's young master. Li Heishui said in shock. On the other side, there was a large golden boat. It was also extremely grand like a tower. A man also stood on it. He wore a golden battle robe. He looked majestic and his skin was bronze. His face was sharp and his eyebrows reached his temples. He looked extremely handsome. The descendant of North Plains gold family. Li Heishui snickered and said, not to mention the Holy Lands, just these two coming will be a good show to watch. They fought a great battle not long ago. Chapter 325. Sky Demon Palace and the Gold Family. This wasn't the first time Yi Fan had heard of this. Before coming to the Holy City, he had even seen the Gold Family of the Northern Plains. Their horses had crossed the sky and stepped on people's heads. They are all superpowers and are on the same level as the sacred grounds. Li Heishui chuckled. Tonight, let's wait for the show. There is a dragon boat over there, much bigger than ours. It seems to be the Prince of the Xia. Yi Fan looked to the other side. Yes, that white-clothed nun is here too. Interesting, brother and sister coming to such a place together. Li Heishui laughed. In the distance, the Xia prince's black hair flew in the wind. He was handsome and his armor was dazzling. 9 streams of dragon energy curled around his body. He was like a celestial emperor descending to the mortal world. At his side, that pure little nun's large black eyes swiveled about. She was curious about everything, sizing up the surroundings in an extremely pure and innocent manner. He's here too. Yi Fan was startled. On the shore, there was a golden divine hoe. It was bright like a divine fire. A white-clothed man sat on it. He was handsome like jade and had a hint of heroic spirit. Some people could stand in a sea of people and still be recognized at a glance. They were like the favored children of the heavens. It was impossible not to attract attention. Jiang Yifei, this was a disciple of the Jiang family. Back in the southern region, he had brought little Tingting and Uncle Jiang back to the Jiang family. Yi Fan had a deep impression of him. He had even suspected that the Jiang family's divine body was him. Is little Tingting okay? How is Uncle Jiang? Yi Fan asked himself. Time passed quickly. 4 years had passed in the blink of an eye. He didn't know how the grandfather and grandson were doing. Yi Fan hadn't been with them for a long time, but it was the first time he felt like he was at home in this world. The time he spent with them was very warm. The golden divine hoe came over on the moon. Its 4 hooves stepped on the surface of the lake. Jianghu white robe was especially eye-catching. He was like a god descending to the mortal world. One look and I can tell such a person is extraordinary. Even Li Heishui praised. Do you know who the Jiang family's divine body is? Very mysterious, no one knows. Li Heishui shook his head. Maybe it's him. No way. Li Heishui was shocked. After a short while, Yi Fan and the others arrived at the deepest part of the lake. The lake was shrouded in mist, and the air was filled with a holy aura. The lake water was sparkling, as if they had arrived at the Jade Sea. There are too many powerful people here. Li Heishui looked in another direction. There was a large ship that flickered with black light, and a man dressed in black stood on it. He looked very cold and aloof, as if he was 1,000 miles away. This is Su Heng, the eldest grandson of the third bandit, Su Tianxiong. He is the #1 expert among the descendants of the bandit. He is invincible and a top expert of the younger generation in the Eastern Barren Territory. He's Su Heng. Yi Fan sized him up carefully. Su Heng's skin was snow-white and sparkling. It was extremely special, like frost, like cold snow. However, there was not the slightest bit of feminine aura. His sharpness was hidden within, like a divine sword hidden in its sheath. You and Tu Fei are really daring. You subdued his brother. Be careful. Don't let him know. All the ships anchored in the deep part of the lake because the phoenix ship with flowers was right in front of them. In the sky, the majestic heavenly palace was shining brilliantly, giving people a surreal feeling. Immortal music echoed as if it came from the 9 heavens. 9 women started to dance. Under the moonlight, they were like fairies from heaven descending to the mortal world. Their graceful movements mesmerized people's minds. Even Yi Fan couldn't help but sigh. Once the beautiful women of the cultivators entered the mortal world, their charm was endless. No matter how beautiful the mortal women were, they couldn't dance like immortals in the sky. To many people, they were the fairies in their dreams. All of a sudden, someone rode a divine sword with divine light, illuminating the lake of ingenious desire. It was a man in yellow clothes. He looked heroic and elegant. The saint son of the Super Yen Holy Land, Xianxia. Yi Fan was surprised. Why did these people come without disguising themselves? That's not right. Li Heishui also sensed the abnormality and said, the young master of the Sky Demon Palace, the heir of the Gold family, the prince of the Great Xia, the hero of the Jiang family, and Xianxia of the Super Yen Holy Land. The forces behind them are towering in the clouds. They shouldn't act like this. They should hide their identities. Yi Fan nodded and said, that's right. Miaoyu nunnery doesn't have a good reputation. Why would these people be so high profile? There must be a reason we don't know. The two of them guessed that there must be a reason. Otherwise, even if these people came to Moon Breeze, they wouldn't show their true bodies because of their reputation. Suddenly, the music in the sky stopped, and everything quieted down. In front, and Miaoi's white clothes fluttered in the wind. She stood against the wind, otherworldly as if she wanted to ride the wind. Once worried too much, damaging one's cultivation. Entering the mountain, one fears the cold teacher's feelings. How can there be a perfect method in this world? Not letting down the nameless, not letting down you. The sound of nature drifted in the night sky. And Miaoi's fine black hair danced in the wind. She was ethereal and otherworldly, beautiful and elegant. She was born with jade-like bones and an unparalleled celestial beauty. Everyone was stunned. Miaoi must be referring to the various wonderful desires, nameless, was referring to the great Tao, and Yu was a respectful term for others. The meaning of these words was obvious. How can there be a perfect method in this world? And Miaoi's voice was moving, her beautiful eyes sweeping across everyone. Everyone was surprised that she actually said such a thing. Could it be that she wanted to leave Miaoyu nunnery and live in seclusion in the mountains? Did she want to jump out of the mud that was Miaoyu nunnery? There were many jade boats in the lake. Everyone was shocked. This most beautiful woman in the eastern wasteland was indeed extraordinary. Farian, I understand your difficulties. I am willing to live in seclusion in the mountains with you, someone immediately shouted. Plop. Unfortunately, this person who stood out was unbearable and was thrown into the lake by someone else. Farian, you are elegant and pure, like the divine moon in the sky. When you leave Miaoyu nunnery and leave the mud, I am willing to walk with you. Although this person did not say, live in seclusion in the wilderness, his meaning was more or less the same. It was already very straightforward. In the end, he was also thrown into the water. You are a beauty of a generation. Of course, you should stay away from the wonderful desires. I am willing to travel to Zhongzhou with Farian, plop. Another person who stood out was thrown into the lake. His whole body was covered in water. The others did not dare to speak, afraid that they would become public enemies. Difficult, difficult, difficult. Forget it. Tonight, we will only talk about Dharma and Tao. And Miaoi's voice was very pleasant, as if it came from above the 9 heavens. What does she mean? Could it be that she really wants to be a holy and pure fairy, unwilling to be covered in the filthy wonderful desires? Even Li Heishui revealed a look of surprise. And Miaoi wanted to choose some people to talk about Dharma and Tao all night, but she did not want to leave the others cold. She decided to play a zither under the night moon and dance lightly. Her snow-white dress fluttered as she flew into the air. A huge bright moon appeared behind her, reflecting her whole body. The bright and pure divine moon had a diameter of 3 meters, making her look incomparably pure and holy. She was truly a fairy of the moon. She danced with the heavenly winds, her beauty enough to topple cities. Not far away, a jade zither floated in the air. It was sparkling and translucent. And Miaoi's skin was like ice and bones like jade. She danced within that divine moon in a graceful and moving manner, as if a fairy from the 9 heavens had descended into the world of mortals. Her white hands lightly plucked. Specks of divine light flew out, plucking the strings in the distance, releasing the 9 heavens' immortal music. She danced while releasing immortal light, landing on the jade zither. And Miaoi's dance was exceptional, making people think that a goddess had descended into the lower realm. Meanwhile, the zither's music was even more so immortal music, making it difficult for people to control themselves. She danced within that divine moon, and could even play this kind of immortal music through the air. It made people exclaim in admiration, all of them becoming extremely intoxicated. Suddenly, a few birds flew over from the night sky, all of them carrying sparkling flower petals in their beaks. They surrounded her and danced together. The people below were all stupefied. A rain of flowers drifted down from the sky. Waves of fragrance wafted through the air. Hundreds of birds danced with her. It was truly unimaginable, shocking everyone and making them even more intoxicated. And Miaoi began to sing, her wonderful voice resounding in all directions. Even the fishes in the lake leapt out of the water, dancing to her rhythm. Song, dance, and zither. Even Yi Fan was stunned. This flawless woman who was known as the most beautiful in the eastern wasteland was truly astonishing. She was close to the realm of Tao in every aspect, displaying a type of unmatched beauty. Within the divine moon, flower petals sparkled like rain. She danced about gracefully, the zither's music sounded, hundreds of birds merged, and fishes leapt out of the water. All of this became a wonderful scene. The zither stopped, the dance stopped, and the song vanished. The world became quiet. And Miaoi stood alone. Only after a long time had passed did many people wake up as if they had just woken up from a dream. Everyone was stunned. Miaoi is willing to discuss the Tao with everyone. And Miaoi was like a fairy under the night moon. She flew upwards gracefully and entered the bejeweled jade palace. There were many palaces there, and then she disappeared into a jade pavilion. Many people woke up from their dreams. They all rushed into the sky, all of them wishing to meet her up close. It's over. This woman has moved my heart. She really has a special charm, Li Heishui said. Brother Heishui, don't tell me you've already fallen for her? Yi Fan said with a smile. I say, little Yi, don't act like you've seen through the world at such a young age. Young people should fall for such a woman. Otherwise, it would be abnormal. A smile appeared at the corner of Yi Fan's mouth, and he said, "All right, then let's discuss. Whether she really wants to leave Miaoyu Nunnery and become the purest fairy in the eastern wasteland, or if she's deliberately manipulating people's hearts, we'll think of a way to take her away. What do you think?" Li Heishui gave him a sidelong glance and patted him, saying, "Let's go. Brother Heishui, I want to bring the beauty home." In the night sky, the bejeweled jade palace flowed with radiance. It was like a pavilion from the immortal realm. As one ascended, it made one feel as if they were in a dream. And Miaoyu had already entered. The jade palace was full of people, but they were all blocked by a beam of celestial light. Not many could enter. This is the celestial gate of enlightenment. Without a certain level of enlightenment, one can't enter at all. Cultivators below the 4 extreme secret realms will definitely be blocked, except for a few. Li Heishui was surprised. The prince of the great Xia walked with majestic steps. Dragon chi surged around him, and his divine armor shone. He was like a celestial emperor descending to the mortal world. The celestial gate of enlightenment could not stop him, and it automatically parted. He pulled the little nun in white and strode in. Swoosh! With a flash of light, the young lord of the Sky Demon Palace walked in calmly, his purple robe fluttering, and his eyes deep. Then, the saint of the Holy Land of Super Yen, Xianxia, appeared on a divine sword. He flashed in, leaving only a beam of holy light behind. In the distant sky, a golden divine hoe came over on the moon. On it was a man in a snow-white robe. He leaped into the air, and his temperament was refined. Jianghu also entered the celestial gate. Yi Fan's heart skipped a beat. This person was indeed not simple. He was even more suspicious that he was the divine body of the Jiang family. Why did these people reveal their true forms? He thought of this question again. "Brother He, it's all up to you. I can't use my divine power. I suspect that person just now might really be the divine body of the Jiang family, and he will be able to sense my presence." "All right, I'll do it." Li Heishui stepped forward, and a seal of the way rushed out. The celestial gate of enlightenment opened automatically, and he and Yi Fan walked in calmly. There were more than a dozen people who could enter the Jade Tower. Without a doubt, they were all the top cultivators of the younger generation, and all of them had reached the 4 ultimate secret realms. Yi Fan looked around and could recognize half of them. They were all people with great backgrounds. The young lord of the Sky Demon Palace, the heir of the Gold family, Su Heng, Xianxia of Super Yen, the son of all beginnings, Jianghu, the prince of the great Xia, and the little nun in white. The people who had arrived earlier had already started talking. Yi Fan and Li Heishui found a place and sat down. Miaoyu heard that the combat power of the sacred body of the ancients is unparalleled among those of the same level. "Do you know the truth?" And Miaoyu asked softly. Her bright eyes were kind, and she did not have the charm of Miaoyu Nunnery. Chapter 326. Yi Fan's heart skipped a beat. He did not expect Miaoyu to mention the sacred body of the ancients, so he remained silent and listened to the discussion of the others. "I once heard that the sea of bitterness of the sacred body is golden, not lifeless, and possesses unparalleled divine power. I've also seen a few words in an ancient text. Their Daoist palace will not give birth to gods, and all the power will be used to nourish their bodies." 2 people spoke up, one after the other. Yi Fan was surprised. These people were really knowledgeable, knowing even this. He did not know that the Daoist palace would be like this, and he used to think that there was a problem with cultivation. Su Heng was dressed in black, and his skin was snow-white like jade. He was like a divine sword hidden in a sheath, with its sharpness restrained. He said, "For people with such a physique, their blood is comparable to divine medicine when they reach the great accomplishment. It was mentioned in the notes of an ancient alchemist that it is priceless. I'd like to hear more from you, Brother Su." "I'm all ears." And Miaoyu's long eyelashes fluttered as she looked at Su Heng with her big, spirited eyes. Su Heng had a strong background. His grandfather, Su Tianxiong, was even more terrifying than the mighty Green Dragon King. He was the third greatest bandit in the North region, so his family was well learned. His temperament was a bit cold. Even his smile was like a frosted flower. He said, "That was something my grandfather accidentally saw on a stone wall." Su Tianxiong was a person with great fortune. He had already become famous in the North region more than 1,000 years ago, and he once saw the notes of an alchemist of the antiquity on a cliff. Years ago, a great accomplishment sacred body of the ancients was bestowed with half a bowl of sacred blood, which was refined into a pill by the alchemist and medicinal herbs. Not only did it save a dying person, but that person also broke through to a great secret realm. It has such a magical effect. Many people were moved. Before the Antiquity Age, the world was chaotic. Even the sacred body of the ancients had battles that lasted for days. A man in a golden battle suit said. His skin was the color of wheat, and his face was sharp and angular. His name was Jin Qishao, the heir of the gold family of the Northern Plains. He was extremely powerful, and his status was comparable to that of the Xia Kingdom's prince. He had also seen relevant records. Years ago, a great accomplishment sacred body of the ancients used his own blood to save many of his dying friends. It was recorded in ancient books that 10 drops of blood could bring a person back to life. Was the Great Earth very chaotic before the primordial era? And Miaoi's eyes roamed about as she looked at Jin Qishao. It was indeed chaotic with demons running amok. However, they were eventually suppressed by the sacred physique and ancient emperors. Jin Qishao said. Beside him, a purple-clothed man sneered. He had an imposing appearance and was indescribably noble. His eyes were even deeper than the starry skies. Demons running amok? I think it's because the ancient creatures haven't gone extinct yet and are running amok on the earth. His name was Yao Yuekong, and he was the young master of the Sky Demon Palace. He came from the west of the East Baron. This ancient demon palace had existed since the beginning of time, and it was comparable to the sacred grounds. Yao Yuekong, what do you mean by this? Jin Qishao asked coldly, his brows furrowed. Just now, you said that during the desolate antiquity era, the world was in chaos and the demon race ran amok. I was asking you what you meant by that. Qi Yuekong's purple robes fluttered in the wind. He sat there without moving, but he gave off an oppressive aura. The ancient Yao Palace intimidated the world. Since ancient times, it was unknown how many powerful Yao kings had appeared. It was said that even the Green Flood Dragon King came from this palace. Yao Yuekong's identity was indescribably noble, and his strength was naturally terrifying. Could it be that what I said was not true? Jin Qishao opposed with equal harshness. He was not afraid, because he also had a great background. The Huang Jin family was located in the northern plains, but it was also connected to the north region of the East Baron. It was said that they came from the East Baron in the past. There were even rumors that they were the descendants of ancient creatures, and had the blood of the immemorial golden race. This bloodline status in the northern plains was like the immortal dynasty Grand Xia's status in the central plains. It was unshakable, and they could naturally compete with the Sky Demon Palace. Yao Yuekong snorted and said, in the past, the ancient creatures stirred up trouble and were suppressed by the ancient emperors. Some of the families had no choice but to leave the northern plains and the East Baron. The two had fought a great battle not long ago, and the enmity between them ran deep. Now that they were at loggerheads, it was very likely that they would have a life-and-death battle again. Yi Fan was deeply shocked. He gradually realized that the Huang Jin family and the Sky Demon Palace had such a long history and were so mysterious. Yao Yuekong, we are the golden royal race of the human race. Don't try to slander us. Some ancient creatures stirred up trouble in the past, but now they call themselves the golden royal race of the human race. Although they were enemies, the two did not have the intention to fight. Soon, they calmed down. They did not want others to watch the show. And Miaoyi personally poured the wine, and with a flip of her hand, 2 jade cups flew towards Jin Qishao and Yao Yuekong. Miao Yi salutes the 2 young masters. There is no need to fight over this. Please drink this wine. Although it was a bit stiff, no one would argue in this situation. They could not turn against each other, so they drank the wine. Someone next to him asked, "Brother Yuekong, the Sky Demon Palace has existed for a long time. In the past, many great monsters came from the Sky Demon Palace. In the Desolate Era, they once fought against the Saint Physique. How much do you know about this?" Yao Yuekong's black hair danced in the wind, and he said calmly, "Although the demons and humans once fought, it is all in the past. Now, we live in harmony, and the grudges of the past have been buried in history. Brother Yuekong, please don't misunderstand. I don't mean anything else." The man quickly stood up and cupped his hands. To him, the Sky Demon Palace was even more terrifying than the sacred grounds. And Miaoyi smiled faintly. Her teeth were sparkling, and her eyes were bright. She said, "Brother Yuekong, please don't mind me. I wanted to ask this question as well. We really want to know more about the sacred body of the ancients." Yi Fan did not understand why this woman was like this. Was she really that interested in the sacred body? Complete sacred body is invincible. This was the evaluation of the sacred body of the ancients by Yao Yuekong's ancestors. In the Desolate Era, the demons were extremely prosperous. The Sky Demon Palace could not be said to be the ruler of the world. There were many great monsters, but they paid a bloody price in the battle against the sacred body. The giants of the demons fell one after another, and they were almost wiped out. The sacred body can subdue all kinds of phenomena, and all domain laws are ineffective against him. He is unstoppable in battles of life and death. Most of the people present were at the level of saints. Some of them had cultivated ancient phenomena and could fight across secret realms. If they were to encounter the sacred body, there was no doubt that all of this would be useless. This was unsettling news. Yi Fan felt a bit uneasy. These people were almost digging out his secrets with their words, which was not a good sign. Yao Yuekong did not reveal anything further and said, "Didn't some of the sacred grounds cultivate the sacred body of the ancients?" He glanced at Xiang Yifei and the son of all beginnings. The others also said, "I've heard about it, but I don't know the details." Everyone's eyes were focused on Xiang Yifei and the son of all beginnings. And Miaoyi personally poured wine for them and said, "Brother Xiang, can you tell us?" That was tens of thousands of years ago. Unfortunately, it still failed, Xiang Yifei said. The Holy Land of Super Yen once discovered a sacred body by chance tens of thousands of years ago. They spent millions of kilograms of source to help him ascend to the 5th level of the Holy Ji Palace. It was a bottomless pit. Although the Holy Land of Super Yen was able to produce millions of kilograms of source, their vitality would be greatly damaged. Many seniors speculated that even if they were to help him break into the 4 levels of secret realms, he might still encounter other unimaginable difficulties. What happened to the sacred body after that? Someone asked. This was the question that everyone was most concerned about. Xiang Yifei did not answer and remained silent. "I heard that the sacred body was quite pitiful," Su Heng said in a lukewarm tone. Back in the day, although a sacred ground could produce millions of kilograms of source, they could not see any hope, so it naturally ended, Xiang Yifei said. Nowadays, the lands of the great sage have opened up a large number of source mines in the northern region. If they were to produce millions of kilograms of source, it would not hurt their vitality at all, someone said. Unfortunately, the loss outweighs the gain. Who knows if there will be shackles after the sacred body enters the 4 levels? No one is willing to gamble. The son of all beginnings shook his head. Li Heishui interjected, "Now, there is a sacred body of the ancients, right? I think the lands of the great sage should consider nurturing an invincible fighter." Many people did not respond. What a terrible idea. Putting aside the grudge between Yi Fan and Alcade, the fact that he was not a disciple of the sacred grounds from a young age was enough to directly reject it. Why is Goddess An so interested in the sacred body? Yi Fan suddenly asked. Miaoyi is wholeheartedly focused on the path, wanting to understand its source and its essence. I read in the notes of the seniors that the sacred body is close to the great path, so naturally, I want to understand more. The Prince of Great Xia laughed and said, the sacred body was famous all over the world in the past. I am more and more looking forward to him breaking the curse and entering the 4 levels of secret realms. And Miaoyi suddenly stood up, her jade-like body graceful. She came to a jade table and held a small bronze cauldron in her hand. She said, "Everyone, I would like to invite you to take a look at this item. What is its origin?" This small cauldron was covered in green rust, and there were some fish, insects, birds, and beasts carved on it. It was very simple and unadorned, but it did not have any divine power, and the Tao pattern seemed to be damaged. Everyone's expression changed. It was impossible for Miaoyi to casually take out something for them to see. The reason she invited them here tonight was most likely for this item. Everyone came forward one by one and observed it, but they did not see anything unusual. When Yifan held it in his hand, his heart skipped a beat. He saw a familiar imprint on the cauldron, a grimace. This was the item left behind by that ruthless person. Jianghu was dressed in white, looking extraordinary and refined. He did not say anything from the beginning until he took the small cauldron from Yifan's hand. His expression froze. "Goddessin, where did you get this? Brother Jiang is indeed well learned. You must know what it represents." And Miaoyi's eyes were like water as she looked at Jiang Yifei. The imprint left behind by a great emperor. At this moment, Sky Demon Palace young Lord Yao Yuekong's heart also shook. "Behind you all is the most ancient inheritance in the Eastern Baron. You are indeed knowledgeable." Miaoyi is impressed. And Miaoyi smiled. "Goddessin, are you trying to tell us that this item represents that we can find the other half of the extreme weapon?" Jiang Yifei asked calmly. And Miaoyi nodded. "Yes. However, it requires the divine body, the saint body, and the sky demon body to be able to obtain the other half of the extreme weapon." Dong, suddenly, the sound of a bell resonated between heaven and earth. Everyone was shocked and their bodies trembled. What is that sound? At this moment, the entire holy city was shaken. The sound of a huge bell echoed throughout the entire holy city. Suddenly, Jiang Yifei's expression changed. He said, "Someone crossed the void and entered the barren ancient path platform of the holy city. However, only the great sage can do this." What happened? The young people's expressions changed. At the same time, the entire holy city was in chaos. No one could remain calm. Yifan's heart skipped a beat. He had heard the sound of a bell before. It was unforgettable. This was the sound of a bell from inside the Purple Mountain. A great sage crossed the void. It must have come from the Purple Mountain. The sound of the bell followed him here. What happened in the Purple Mountain? Did the great sage escape to the holy city? Chapter 327. The holy city had existed for a long time, and its origins could not be traced. It had existed since the beginning of human records. In the eastern wastelands, many great powers, holy lands, and Huanggu families all wanted to take it for themselves, but this was not realistic. After all, there was only one divine city. In the end, many great powers discussed in secret and exercised their authority together to control the city. Regarding the secrets of the divine city, outsiders almost did not know. Only a small number of secrets were made public and had been exposed to the world. The desolate ancient Tao platform was located in the center of the divine city. It floated in the sky. This was a grand immortal platform, and it was densely covered in Tao patterns. Without a doubt, these were complex Tao patterns. They were profound to the point that even many holy lords could not understand them. Almost no one could understand them. In the past, everyone thought that they could cross the void from this place and reach a mysterious place. They were all excited and tried many times. Reality proved that the desolate ancient Tao platform was indeed an imprint of the great Tao. It was an imprint that could cross the void, but no one could cross to other regions. Some records vaguely mentioned that the Tao platform could send people to a divine place. There were great fortunes there, but no one had been able to realize it. The reason why there was such a saying was that several ancient great emperors had successfully crossed the void here. Unfortunately, no one could prove it. However, everyone discovered other benefits. There were 9 stone orders on the Dao platform, and no matter where they went, as long as they held the stone orders in their hands and used their divine force, they would be able to quickly cross the void and return to the center of the divine city. This was a shocking discovery. There was an old holy lord who tried it. He went to the central plains and used his divine power to cross the void and return to the center of the divine city. Of course, the consumption was also great. If it was a normal person, their divine power would have been sucked dry and they would have died a violent death. The 9 stone orders were divided among the Holy Lands and Jianghu families. In the past, there were more holy lands than there were now. Some of them almost went to war because they could not obtain them. The stone orders were all in the hands of the great sage lords. Only they could cross as they wished and return to the floating divine city. On this night, the center of the divine city was dazzling. The desolate ancient Dao platform vibrated with endless spatial power, and 7 or 8 figures appeared at the same time. They waved their sleeves, and countless figures fell from their sleeves. Everyone knew that something major had happened. 7 or 8 holy masters passed through the void together and retreated to Divine City's heavenly imperial court. This was something that had never happened before. This was especially the case just now. The great golden bell shook heaven and earth, the long and drawn-out bell sounds making everyone's souls tremble. Even the divine city resonated because of it, as if it was going to collapse. The sound waves made the entire divine city resonate. This was something that had never happened before. Everyone in the city was startled. They all rushed out to watch from the distance. This is the emperor's might. Heavens, this is the divine might of a great emperor. An elder cried out in alarm. Even someone as powerful as a holy master couldn't make such a sound. Everyone's soul had been moved by the sound waves. There was no need to think too much, there was no need to guess. Almost instinctively, many people linked this to the might of an ancient emperor, causing their hearts to tremble. Heavens, could it be that there's an ancient emperor that hasn't died yet? This is shocking. No, those great emperors can't be in this world anymore. No one can live for so long. Could it be that someone has become a great emperor? Heavens, it can't be that a new great emperor has appeared, right? Many people revealed expressions of disbelief. The emperor's might just now was too shocking. The divine city was the center of the northern region. It gathered the winds and clouds of the world, so naturally, there were many extraordinary figures. There were the imperial uncles of the great Xia of the Central Plains, the almighty figures of the northern region's golden clan, and the giants of the southern mountains. Several people rushed towards the sky at the same time. Yi Fan and the others naturally rushed out as well. Even though An Miaoyi was the most beautiful in the world, she couldn't compare to the emperor's might outside. This night, the divine city was destined to be sleepless. Many people couldn't calm down. Something has happened to all the holy masters. The Purple Mountain must be in great danger. Jiang Yifei pondered for a moment. He turned around and mounted the golden divine hoe, stepping on the moon. His white robes fluttered in the wind, making him look exceptionally elegant. I'll visit Fairy in another day. Goodbye, everyone. A voice came from afar. The golden divine hoe turned into a beam of golden light and disappeared from the shore of the lake. Farewell, we have to leave as well. The saints of Dian and myriad beginnings left in a hurry. If something happened to the great sage lords, it would affect them greatly. It would affect whether or not they could become future lords. Miaoyi respectfully sends you all off. And Miaoyi transmitted her voice. Since things had come to this, everyone dispersed and left. 2 days later, the news finally spread, shocking everyone. The great sage's first attack on the Purple Mountain ended in failure. They were almost completely wiped out. The Jiang clan, Ji clan, Alcade, and Jade Pool all had extreme weapons. That night, the Divine Sun Cauldron, the Dragon Pattern Cauldron, and the other 2 replicas were all shattered and turned into dust. In addition, the weapons of several other holy masters had been intertwined with Tao and reason. They were also turned into dust and turned into nothingness. All of this was because of a bell. It wasn't the birth of a true great emperor. When the bell rippled, many experts were shattered. They couldn't resist at all. The Holy Lands and the clans of the clan of the Ancients studied the Purple Mountain for many days. They believed that this place definitely contained the secrets of an ancient great emperor. 9 dragons surrounded a mountain. Such a terrain was almost impossible to find in the world. They thought of many plans, but in the end, they felt that going deep into the Purple Mountain was too dangerous. It was better to combine the strength of the Holy Lands and cut it in half. Unexpectedly, this led to a great disaster. The Purple Mountain hadn't been broken, but it caused the extreme Tao divine bell to shake the world. The bell waves destroyed everything. Everywhere they passed, everything was turned into dust. More than 100 famous experts were turned into dust on the spot. They didn't even have time to make a sound before their bodies and souls were destroyed. They couldn't resist at all. The great sage reacted quickly and made a decisive decision. They used their great divine abilities to put away the others. They held the stone tokens and flew through the void. As for the extreme Tao weapon replicas and Holy Master weapons, they were all shattered. When the news spread, the northern region, the eastern wasteland, and the whole world were shaken. The name Great Emperor without beginning appeared once again, surfacing to the surface of the water, shocking everyone from history. Most people in the world didn't know about it, but the ancient inheritances of the world would never forget this name. In the era when Great Emperor Wuxia dominated the world, he displayed the might of an ancient great emperor to the extreme. At the end of the path of immortals, Wuxia's Tao became empty. This was the highest evaluation of him. Even though hundreds of thousands of years had passed, the ancient inheritances would never forget that once Wuxia appeared, the great Tao became empty. The holy city was in an uproar, and the world was shocked. This great emperor didn't leave behind an inheritance. The Wuxia bell had already disappeared in history, which made many cultivators feel deeply regretful. Yes, if great Emperor Wuxia couldn't leave behind an inheritance, it would be a great loss to the human race. It would be an immeasurable regret. Today, when the Wuxia bell rang, the whole world was moved. The old holy master who was about to die felt gratified, but even more people went crazy. The inheritance of great Emperor Wuxia, which had disappeared for countless years, was about to appear. This affected everyone's nerves, and it was an irresistible temptation. Is this true? Great Emperor Wuxia's inheritance is actually about to appear. Great Emperor Wuxia shocked the ancients and dazzled the present. He was unrivaled under the heavens, an unsurpassable monument. In just a few days, the world quickly understood some of the secrets of Great Emperor Wuxia. The news spread too fast. Of course, all of this was revealed by the ancient inheritances, including the Holy Lands, the gold families of the northern domain, and the 4 undying dynasties of the central continent. I would rather fight a grand completion Saint Physique and never see Wuxia again. These were the words left behind by the ancestors of the Sky Demon Palace. From this, it could be seen how much the great demons of the Desolate Era feared him. Before the Desolate Era, the world was very chaotic. The demon race and the human race often fought, and in the end, they were suppressed by the ancient emperors. When the great demons roared through the world, they naturally fought against grand completion Saint Physiques and ancient emperors, so they deeply understood how terrifying they were. This Wuxia is too terrifying. Before becoming a great emperor, he actually resisted the ultimate weapon of the central continent with his bare hands. After understanding the secret, even the people of the central continent were stunned. They couldn't help but stare with their tongues tied. In the past, there was no need to talk about Great Emperor Wuxia's heaven-warping talent when he was young. He absolutely suppressed all his peers in the world, and even the older generation was intimidated by him. He was a living, heaven-defying monster. And when he finally succeeded, it was even more profound and unpredictable, making it impossible for others to estimate his depth. Before becoming a great emperor, he once fought against the people of the central continent at the border of the Eastern Baron. That was an era of geniuses, and it was precisely because of the emergence of countless geniuses that made Great Emperor Wuxia unreachable. An unparalleled genius of the central continent's undying dynasty was heroic and majestic, rarely seen since ancient times. He was about to create a miracle in that era, succeeding the founder of the dynasty and becoming the new great emperor. In the entire world, there had never been two great emperors from the same inheritance. If he succeeded, it would undoubtedly be a magnificent feat and a miracle. That genius had indeed touched the edge of becoming a great emperor, and if there were no accidents, it was very likely that he would succeed. Unfortunately, he encountered Wuxia, who hadn't become a great emperor yet. At the border between the central continent and the eastern baron, he fought against Wuxia and even used the weapon of extreme path, but he was still defeated in the end. The genius of the central continent was infinitely close to great emperor. If he used the weapon of extreme path left behind by first ancestor, he could definitely display the divine might of a great emperor. However, Wuxia received the weapon of extreme path with his bare hands, and he wasn't turned into ashes. Instead, he suppressed his opponent and shocked the world. Great Emperor Wuxia was a person with a big heart. After becoming the great emperor, he returned the weapon of extreme path to that dynasty and didn't make things difficult for them. This is a heaven-defying monster. After hearing this news, Yi Fan sighed. Li Heishui said, as long as you break the curse and break through the 4 extreme secret realms, with your performance today, you will become another heaven-defying monster. I want to loot all the stones in the lands of the great sage, and I must enter the 4 extreme secret realms. Yi Fan's emotions fluctuated from the various secrets of great Emperor Wuxia. These sacred masters are about to leave. They won't retreat just like that. The temptation of Wuxia's orthodoxy is irresistible. Li Heishui thought for a moment and said, the only thing you have to pay attention to are those sacred sons. They definitely won't be sent to Mount Purple. They have all seen you before, so you mustn't make any mistakes. Sooner or later, I will block the gates of the lands of the great sage and beat them until they don't dare to come out. Yi Fan muttered to himself. Ha ha ha. Li Heishui laughed loudly and said, looks like you are filled with resentment from being chased by these people. What a pity. Even someone as talented as Emperor Wuxia, who shook the past and dazzled the present, ended up as a pile of dirt. Yi Fan sighed. Immortals really don't exist? Li Heishui also sighed. As expected, the sacred grounds wouldn't give up. They started their second attack on Mount Purple, and it was said that they might use weapons of extreme path. It might be the Divine Sun Furnace, Dragon Pattern Cauldron, or even Void Mirror. The second attack would definitely be earth-shattering, and they might really open up Mount Purple. Chapter 328. In the past, once the Saint Physique appeared, the world would be subdued. Everywhere it passed, heroes would retreat, not daring to face it head-on. Unfortunately, it had declined for too long. Nowadays, even the disciples of small sects would add the word trash physique when talking about this physique. As the years flowed and rose and fell, the Saint Physique faded away from the masses and could no longer display its supreme elegance. The cycle was unstoppable. Yi Fan wanted to break the curse and change the current predicament. He urgently wanted to become stronger, especially after hearing the secret of great Emperor Wuxia. His emotions fluctuated greatly. The divine city was really too big. After so many days, Yi Fan was only limited to a corner and didn't go deep into it. Of course, this was mainly because he wanted to gamble on stones. It was impossible to look at the flowers on horseback. After choosing a stone square, he would have to stay for a long time. Today, Li Heishui took Yi Fan a bit further. This ancient street was very wide, but there weren't many pedestrians. It was exceptionally quiet. On both sides of the road were ancient trees. Their branches reached the sky and their bark was dry and cracked. Even a dozen people wouldn't be able to wrap their arms around them. They covered the sky and covered the sun, giving this place a sense of eeriness. After walking forward for a while, Yi Fan found that something was wrong. There was a stone square on the side of the road. It was quite large and occupied a vast area. However, it was exceptionally desolate. Weeds were overgrown and the old trees were growing crazily, almost submerging the building. It was obvious that no one had taken care of it for many years. It had almost become a wild land. I'm going to faint. Yi Fan was dumbfounded because he actually saw a rabbit. That's right, a wild rabbit jumped out of the weeds and rushed into the depths of the garden. This was the divine city. Every inch of land was worth gold. How could such a huge palace be so desolate? Unexpectedly, no one took care of it. It had become a strange place with ancient vines and wild trees. It was indeed a bit special. The most excessive thing was that wild rabbits had appeared. Very soon, Yi Fan found 2 wild chickens. They flapped their wings and flew into the depths of the shrubs. He was quite speechless. This was too strange. What is this place? Why would someone in the divine city be willing to abandon such a precious place? This place is the stone square of the heavenly jade holy land, Li Heishui said. In front of him, there was a magnificent doorway on the side of the road. It was covered by ancient trees, and there was a mottled bronze plaque engraved with 2 ancient characters, Merak. It's that holy land. Yi Fan was surprised. He walked closer and carefully sized it up. No wonder. He thought of crazy Ol. Years ago, when this holy land was at its peak, it used the whole sect to attack the forbidden land of the barren antiquity, but it was almost destroyed. Don't the other holy lands have any thoughts? Yi Fan asked. In the distant past, there were more holy lands than there were now, but up until now, many of their inheritances had already been severed. The treasures they left behind were all divided up by the other holy lands. This was also one of the reasons why the holy lands were becoming more and more powerful. Back then, only 3 or 4 people from the heavenly jade holy land managed to escape. How could they suppress the other holy lands who were eyeing them covetously? Many of the treasures they left behind were divided, including the vast source mine outside the absolute beginning forbidden land. Why hasn't this place been divided? Yi Fan didn't understand. Of course, there are reasons. Li Heishui explained. The heavenly jade holy land was located in the central region of the eastern barren territory. The 3 or 4 people who escaped from the heavenly jade holy land died not long after. The other holy lands wanted to divide the heavenly jade holy land equally, but later on, there would be cries coming from the heavenly jade holy land every full moon. A few sacred lords went to investigate at night, but they couldn't find anything. Not long after, the biggest stone square in the divine city also heard sorrowful cries when there was a full moon. The other holy lands sent experts to investigate, but they didn't even see a shadow. In the end, they didn't dare to touch this place. In the following years, every 1,000 years, the sorrowful cries would appear in the middle of the night, and it really shocked all the holy lands. Until now, no one dared to touch this place. Huh? The door is open. Yi Fan was surprised. So many years have passed, and only an old guard is left. He's the descendant of that loyal old servant, but he's about to die out. Now, this guard doesn't have any descendants. Can I go in and take a look? You can go in, but the stones have long been transported away by the great sage's lands. There's nothing good left. Can we gamble on stones here? Yi Fan was a little surprised. The old servant who guards this place also needs to survive. He only guards this old house. As for the stones, if anyone wants to buy them, he will naturally sell them. Back then, the great sage's lands had transported many precious stones away first. The cries only appeared in the middle of the night. Although they didn't occupy this place, they couldn't return the stones. The broken stone steps and the collapsed palace were all covered by grass and trees. An old man with blurred eyes and a hunched back sat on a piece of green stone. He was old, and he didn't have much lifespan left. He was almost at the end of his life. Looking at the desolate garden overgrown with weeds, his eyes were filled with nostalgia and sadness. Seeing this scene, Yi Fan couldn't help but sigh. This was a loyal family. Their ancestors had guarded this courtyard without any future or hope for generations. The old man was a little stiff. He slowly turned his head. His face was full of wrinkles, and his eyes were turbid. "Young man, are you here to buy stones?" What a sad old man. What is he waiting for by guarding here? Yi Fan didn't know what kind of power or belief supported the old man. I want to buy a lot of stones. Yi Fan nodded and placed a lot of stones in front of the old man. I don't need so much. There are no valuable stones here. The old man was trembling. He pushed the stones back with his rough old hands and said, moreover, you haven't chosen a stone yet. I'll go choose now. Yi Fan said. Search carefully. Maybe you can find 1 or 2 treasures. Occasionally, there will be legendary figures who come here to search for treasures. The old man's eyes were lifeless. He looked at the ruined garden with sadness and said, there was another person who came in just now. He went to the depths to search. Maybe he is one of those people. Li Heishui smiled and joked, maybe we are lucky and will really meet a legendary figure. Suddenly, Yi Fan's expression turned sluggish. His heart was thumping because he really saw a terrifying figure. In the depths of the wormwood grass, there was an old Daoist wearing an ancient Daoist robe. His body was withered and he was squatting on the ground looking at the stones. It was actually the red dragon Daoist. Fortunately, Yi Fan's chi cultivation was good enough. If it was someone else, they would have cried out in alarm. He calmed his emotions in an instant and his pulse was not chaotic at all. This was the Peacock King's sworn brother, a super terrifying existence that even the great sage lords feared. Yi Fan had never thought he would meet him here. He couldn't help but glance at the old man and Li Heishui. He didn't know whether they were jinxed or they had great prophecy skills. They really pointed out a super terrifying figure. The red dragon Daoist glanced over and then at the old man and Li Heishui. He didn't say anything. A few months ago, the red dragon Daoist chose a pile of stoneware in the stone stronghold. In the end, Yi Fan took it all away and even the foundation of the villagers' houses were uprooted. Not even a hair was left for him. Yi Fan could imagine the red dragon Daoist's expression when he returned that day. He didn't dare to reveal a single flaw. If the red dragon Daoist knew he was the one who did it, he would most likely ruthlessly beat him up. He and Li Heishui casually searched for stones under the ancient tree and didn't reveal any strange expressions. Not long after, the red dragon Daoist chose a dozen or so broken stones that didn't seem special. He piled them up in front of the old man and was about to pay. Suddenly, the red dragon Daoist seemed to have sensed something. He emitted a terrifying aura and disappeared from where he was. He rushed out as if he was chasing after something. Why did he leave? The old man was puzzled. He then said to Yi Fan and Li Heishui, why don't you guys stop picking and buy these stones? They are all good ones. Yi Fan was a little hesitant. Could it be that he had to plunder everything the red dragon Daoist wanted? Buy. If that ox nose doesn't come back, I'm very lucky. If he comes back, I'll do him a favor. Yi Fan secretly made such a decision and walked over. Just cut it here. Li Heishui didn't care much. He didn't know the identity of the red dragon Daoist. Wait a little longer. Yi Fan was afraid that the red dragon Daoist would come back. However, after waiting for a quarter of an hour, the other party still didn't return. He secretly thanked his luck and directly cut the stone. After peeling off 13 stones, there was nothing inside. It was empty. The 15th stone was only the size of a fist. As soon as Yi Fan cut it open, he smelled a fragrance. It was like orchid musk, refreshing and intoxicating. He was shocked. This smell was too familiar. Not long ago, he had cut it out from the stone tools left behind by the Yuan Taoist master. It had poisoned the greedy big black dog to death. Why is the red dragon Daoist's eyes so sharp? Does he also know the most profound Genesis technique? While Yi Fan was shocked, he also had endless doubts. Of course, at the moment, he had a headache. He had cut out something like this again. Was it going to be wasted again? I cut out a treasure. Li Heishui shouted excitedly. Such a strong fragrance coming from the stone must be a rare treasure in the world. Even the old man next to him, his turbid eyes were no longer dull, revealing a look of surprise. Yi Fan peeled off the stone, revealing a pink fruit. It was only the size of half a fist. It was exactly the same as the last time, just that it was half the size. Shwa! Suddenly, a light flashed, and the red dragon Daoist silently appeared in place, revealing a look of shock and anger. Why did you touch my stone? Yi Fan didn't answer immediately. He wanted to sell the red dragon Daoist a favor. He absolutely couldn't let the other party blame him. You went and didn't return, so I took the initiative to sell it to them. At this moment, the old man next to him replied. Daoist Red Dragon was a little surprised and could not help but look at the old man. We've already bought it. If you want it, bring enough source energy to buy it. Even though Li Heishui could tell that the Red Dragon Daoist was extremely powerful, he would never have thought that the other party was so terrifying that he could be the big brother of the Peacock King. Let's not talk about these useless things first. Hurry up and take out the jade artifact to seal it. Otherwise, the most conservative estimate is that something worth hundreds of thousands of kilograms of origin source will be ruined. The Red Dragon Taoist was incomparably anxious. His head was drenched in sweat. He searched his entire body but could not find any jade artifact. Hundreds of thousands of kilograms? Li Heishui almost bit off his tongue. Damn Black Emperor. At this moment, Yi Fan had the urge to curse, and the corner of his mouth almost twitched. Damn, this greedy damn dog bit down on more than 200,000 kilograms of origin source in one bite. In the end, it didn't even bother to do anything. It poisoned itself until it foamed at the mouth and twitched for half a month. Chapter 329. At this moment, Yi Fan had completely peeled off the pink fruit. It didn't crack, and the fragrance was intoxicating. Li Heishui swallowed his saliva. It's definitely a rare divine medicine. If you want it, then take out 300,000 kilograms of origin source. Li Heishui was asking for an exorbitant price. He didn't know the Red Dragon Taoist's identity and had no scruples. As he spoke, he took out a jade bottle and poured out the pills inside. He put the pink fruit inside very neatly. This is the stone I chose. The Red Dragon Taoist was expressionless. But I did sell it to them. The old man guarding the gate of the heavenly jade holy land said weakly with the help of his walking stick. Yes, Taoist, you won't rob it by force, will you? This is a disgrace to your identity as a senior. Li Heishui said. Yi Fan quickly stopped him, afraid that he would say too much and bring disaster. This old Taoist was like the Peacock King who didn't respect the laws of the world. He did things his own way and almost killed the Alcade Holy Lord. Taoist, if you really need it, I can give it to you. Yi Fan was prepared to do him a big favor. How can you give it to him for free? This is more than 100,000 kilograms of origin source. Li Heishui shouted. Yi Fan didn't dare to use telepathy. At such a close distance, he was afraid that the Red Dragon Taoist would hear him. He only pulled on Li Heishui's sleeve and told him not to go too far. What kind of person was Li Heishui? He was full of evil thoughts. He immediately changed his tone and said, You really want to give such precious origin source to this Taoist? Aren't you being too generous? The Red Dragon Taoist took the jade bottle and sealed the fruit. Only then did he say expressionlessly, I won't take advantage of you. Taoist, you've misunderstood. We didn't mean that. We saw that you didn't return for a long time, so we bought it and cut it open. Now that you've returned, no matter how precious this fruit is, we won't take it anymore. This is the stone you chose, so just give it back to you. Yi Fan didn't want to make the Red Dragon Taoist feel disgusted. Otherwise, the Red Dragon Taoist could easily crush them with an excuse. Thus, he generously gave it out, looking like he didn't want anything in return. Sure enough, the Red Dragon Taoist's expression softened and he said, After all, you bought it first. I won't let you suffer a loss. The so-called source is useless to me. Only this fruit is meaningful. The Crimson Dragon Old Daoist's sleeves shook. Walala sounds rang out, and a large pile of energy appeared on the ground. They shone with a myriad of colors, radiance rushing into the heavens. The spiritual energy was like clouds and smoke, so thick that it couldn't be dispersed. There was a total of 15,000 kilograms of source energy, but he had thrown it out without a care, as if he was throwing an ordinary stone. I only have this much. I'll think of a way to give you the rest in the future. Daoist priest, please don't do this. It makes me feel uneasy. I don't dare to accept the source energy like this. Yi Fan repeatedly declined. The Crimson Dragon held the jade bottle, continuously stroking it. After obtaining this fruit, he was in a good mood, his expression gentle as he said, "If I tell you to accept it, then accept it. These things are like the copper coins of the secular world to me, they have long lost their use. If that's the case, then I will accept it. However, it would be disrespectful to refuse, and I am ashamed to accept it." Yi Fan no longer declined. Then, he revealed a look of doubt and asked in a serious manner, "Senior, can I ask, what is the use of this fruit?" The Crimson Dragon old man glanced at him and said, "This fruit is called the human essence fruit. It has many uses. In the hands of a master alchemist, it can be used to create a divine pill. In my hands, it can extend my lifespan by 50 to 100 years. Refining a divine pill, extending one's lifespan, this was definitely a peerless treasure. One has to know that normal spiritual medicines were of no use to this kind of character. Only the legendary divine objects could be of some help to these powerhouses. This pink fruit could actually extend the life of the Crimson Dragon for 50 years. If it was a normal person, how many years would that be? It was indeed a priceless treasure. The Crimson Dragon old man had been trapped by the Emperor's formation for 1,500 years. He was already around 3,000 years old, and his lifespan was reaching its end. To him, this item was definitely the most precious. Can this fruit increase cultivation? This was what Yi Fan wanted to know the most. The mortal essence fruit is even more precious than the divine source, but you can't eat it carelessly, because it is extremely poisonous and needs to be dissolved first. Only the fragrance has a magical effect, and it should be able to increase one's cultivation, but no one will waste it like that. The Crimson Dragon old man's words were very obvious. Those who sought this fruit were all antiques, and they definitely weren't looking for it to increase cultivation. In different people's hands, its value is different. Right now, it is worth hundreds of thousands of kilograms of source in my eyes, but in the hands of the old saint who only has a few years left, it is much more precious. The Crimson Dragon old man floated away. Li Heishui spoke telepathically, "Hundreds of thousands of kilograms of source, you gave it to him just like that? Do you know who he is?" The Crimson Dragon Daoist, the one who almost killed the Alcade Saint last time. He is a super terrifying existence. What, it's him? Li Heishui was shocked. He already knew that the old man's identity wasn't ordinary, but he didn't expect it to be so terrifying. This was a giant who could do whatever he wanted in the Eastern Barren Land. Yi Fan said telepathically, "Didn't he say that he will be in the Holy City recently? If there is anything, you can go to the stone square in the Holy Land to find him. This is a great help. I might directly enter the Heaven Stone Garden of one of the Holy Lands. If there is too much of a commotion, I will need him to suppress it." Li Heishui nodded and said, "I am also a little worried that you will gamble too much and cause a big problem. Today, I met the Crimson Dragon Daoist by chance. What a pleasant surprise. Old man, please take some source." Yi Fan said to the last gatekeeper of the Heavenly Jade Holy Land. "This isn't my source, I can't take it. You have already paid a lot when you bought the stones." The old man was hunched and weak. He supported himself with his walking stick and shook his head. Yi Fan rolled up his sleeves and put away a large pile of source, but he left a small portion and walked out with Li Heishui. "Today's harvest is very big. 15,000 kilograms of source. If this goes on, you will be able to gather all the source you need in a month." On the way, Yi Fan asked Li Heishui which auction house had the best reputation in the Divine City. "There are 7 big auction houses in the Divine City. I feel that Sky Demon Palace's treasure tower is not bad." Li Heishui pointed to the sky and said, "There, it's in the sky of this area. It was a majestic sky tower, majestic and towering. It was Sky Demon Palace's treasure tower. What do you want to auction? Li Heishui couldn't help but ask. I want to auction half a fruit, but I must be anonymous. I can't let others know. What fruit? Don't tell me it's the same as the pink fruit. Li Heishui was curious. Yi Fan took out a jade box. After opening it, there was half a tattered fruit inside. A faint fragrance wafted out, and one could clearly see some teeth marks on it. Why do I feel that it's really similar to the fruit just now? Li Heishui was shocked and revealed a doubtful expression. Why do there seem to be teeth marks? It's the fruit just now. It was bitten by a dog. This was the pink fruit that was bitten by the Black Emperor. After the matter, Yi Fan kept it. He didn't throw it away because he felt that it might be of great use. When he understood what had happened, Li Heishui almost vomited blood. He shouted, "This prodigal dog bit off 200,000 kilograms of source in one bite. It really should be skinned alive and eaten." Yi Fan was also very depressed. Having so much source bitten off by a greedy big dog, anyone would be speechless. The medicinal power had dissipated. In this state, it could at most be auctioned for 20 to 30,000 kilograms of source. He thought for a moment and said, "Now is not a good time to auction it. Wait until the Holy Lands have attacked Purple Mountain and suffered heavy casualties before selling it. No, wait until a Holy Lord is about to die to auction it. F***CK, can't you be more shameless? Auctioning a fruit eaten by a dog for a Holy Lord to eat." Li Heishui was dumbfounded. Why not? I'm saving their lives. Not only do they have to give me source, but they also have to thank me. Yi Fan narrowed his eyes and smiled. Little Yi, you have a bright future. Li Heishui patted his shoulder and smiled. I'm waiting for that moment. Just thinking about it makes me happy. On the ancient streets of the Divine City, people came and went without end. Both sides of the street were filled with heavenly palaces. At this moment, the two of them weren't going to the stone squares of the Holy Lands because it was very shocking to spend money there. It wasn't that young Master Yuan couldn't go in, but Yi Fan's ambition was too great. He wanted to go to the Holy Lands to gamble on rare treasures and wondrous sources. He didn't want to leave his name there prematurely because of his initial accumulation. In the following days, Yi Fan went to the smaller stone squares to carry out the so-called primitive accumulation. However, these so-called small stone gambling squares were also palatial gardens, many times larger than the biggest stone squares in the oases. For 8 days, Yi Fan left early and returned late, spending most of his time in the small stone squares in the southeast corner of the Divine City. During these 8 days, he constantly bought source stones and cut them himself, collecting more than 5,000 kilograms of source stones. Li Heishui's jaw almost dropped. This was too shocking for him. He was so envious that he was drooling. For other cultivators, this was a huge amount of wealth that could be squandered as much as they wanted. They might not even use this much in their entire lives. However, for Yi Fan, this was only a fraction of what he had. It was far from enough. He had a long way to go. He frowned. Even though this speed was shocking, it would still take more than 2 years to gather all the source stones he needed. Moreover, he couldn't do anything during this process. He had to put all his energy into stone gambling. It seems that I really need to go to the Heaven Stone Gardens of the Holy Lands to gamble on rare treasures and exotic source stones. The Heaven Stone Gardens of the Holy Lands were very special. One couldn't buy the stones and cut them themselves. They could only cut the stones there because the people of the Holy Lands wanted to observe and summarize their experience. This was a hard and fast rule, and no one knew when it had started. Some people guessed that it was because the Genesis Heaven Masters of the past had made the Holy Lands suffer a lot, and they had ended up with this Genesis technique. In fact, after so many years, the Genesis techniques of the Holy Lands had indeed improved a lot. Most people with profound attainments in Genesis techniques might not be able to compare to them. Over the past few months, Yi Fan had imprinted the Book of Source Heaven into every inch of his flesh and blood. Even when he entered the holy city and was busy with stone gambling, he didn't stop studying it. It could be said that his Genesis technique had reached an amazing level. Even the stones that contained source stones could almost be seen. From today onwards, I will begin to sweep the lands of the great sage. You're finally going? That's right. I can't wait. Yi Fan made up his mind. On the 9th day, Yi Fan and Li Heishui came to the Dao One Holy Land. They had heard that there were 8 madmen who had been causing quite a ruckus recently, saying that they wanted to win the Dao One Holy Land Saintess. The 2 of them wanted to fish in troubled waters. The young Taoist priest of the Dao Yi Holy Land had left a deep impression on Yi Fan. She had purified thousands of evil people with her heavenly voice and the words infinite celestial being. He wanted to see who dared to be so unscrupulous and unafraid of the holy lands. If they could join forces, it would be a good idea to let these 8 go to the other holy lands to stir up trouble. The Dao Yi Holy Land was surrounded by towering ancient trees that sprinkled a large area of shade. The Taoist temple was very quiet. In the luxurious divine city, there was a sense of returning to simplicity. In the mortal world, this was like a pure land. The Taoist temple flickered with a faint golden light under the sunlight, looking incomparably holy. This Taoist temple occupied a large area, hidden in the grass and trees. As soon as they got close, Yi Fan saw 2 familiar people. It was the great Xia prince and the little nun in white. Beside them, there were some people following them. It seemed that they were not ordinary young people. This time, is your highness going to gamble with Jin Qishao of the Gold family or with Yao Yuekong of the Sky Demon Palace? Someone asked. There's no rush. Let's see who those 8 freaks are. I've heard of them for a long time, but I haven't seen them, the great Xia prince answered. His black hair was like a waterfall and his eyes were like torches. One of them saw Yi Fan walking over and couldn't help but laugh. Oh, this country bumpkin is actually here. Is he going to stare at a watermelon stone again? Brother Wu, do you know this young man? Someone asked. I've seen him in a small gambling den. He actually foolishly bought a pile of watermelon stones and ran away happily, Wu Ziming teased. Hearing this, the others immediately laughed, including the great Xia prince and the little nun who couldn't help but smile. He is the head disciple of the 5 Elements Palace, his name is Wu Ziming, Li Heishui said to Yi Fan. Through his introduction, Yi Fan learned that this group of people were disciples of some big sections. Even if they couldn't compare to the great Xia prince, their status was still extremely high. With a teasing smile, Wu Ziming waved at Yi Fan and teased, do you want to buy watermelon stones from the Dao One sacred land today? What's wrong with watermelon stones? Li Heishui asked. Everyone immediately burst into laughter. Wu Ziming shook his head and said sarcastically, even if you can cut out the source stones, they are just a few seeds. The source particles are pitifully small. Do you understand source stones? Coming here is a disgrace to the Dao Yi Holy Land. Young man, go back quickly. This is not a place for you. Someone shook his head and teased. Don't, come with me. In a while, you will pick up watermelon stones behind me. I will leave them for you. Wu Ziming laughed loudly. Many people couldn't help but laugh. The great Xia prince also smiled and shook his head. What's wrong with watermelon stones? Why don't I bet watermelon stones on you guys? Li Heishui had great confidence in Yi Fan's source technique and called out to those people. Huh, did you hear that? Someone wants to bet watermelon stones with us. 2 bumpkins, I really don't know what to say. Wu Ziming laughed and said sarcastically, let's go, pick watermelon stones behind me today. The great Xia prince couldn't help but laugh. Ziming, you guys are bullying us. Wu Ziming teased, it's not that we are bullying them, it's that they want us to make fun of them. If we don't bully them, they won't do it themselves. Yi Fan said to Li Heishui, these birdmen, prepare to collect the source stones later. Chapter 330. The upper steps were green with moss, the grass was green with curtains, and the ancient trees covered the Taoist temple. It was quiet and peaceful. There were many people entering and exiting the stone square, but there was no noise. It was quiet and natural, giving people a feeling of returning to nature. Someone in Wu Ziming's group teased, "Young man, you've never seen a stone square before, right? Take a good look and follow behind us to pick watermelon stones." Ha! The group laughed. "A group of sheep waiting to be slaughtered," Li Heishui replied contemptuously. "Black brat, who are you talking about?" This group of people all had high statuses. Being looked down upon by the dark-faced Li Heishui, many people gave him sidelong glances. "Of course I'm talking about you guys. Is there anyone else who wants to bet with us?" Li Heishui shouted. His skin was dark and he looked very simple. This kind of provocation was especially lethal. "Black brat, are you challenging us? How many sources do you have to bet with us?" This group of people was only teasing them before and didn't take them seriously at all. "Of course I have a lot of sources. I'm just afraid you guys can't afford to lose." Li Heishui looked simple and honest. Someone mocked, "How many sources is a lot of sources?" 50 kilograms. Li Heishui raised his head. The group laughed. Many people shook their heads, feeling that he was cute and overly simple. "You have the nerve to enter the Dao One Holy Land with 50 kilograms of sources. I advise you to go back to where you came from. Don't embarrass yourself. Black brat, you look so simple and cute. We won't bully you anymore. Hurry up and leave." "Why are you telling them to leave? This is too fun. This black brat is a treasure. Don't you guys find it fun to let them follow you?" "That's right, this black brat is quite funny. It's good to let him relieve his boredom." "Relieve your boredom? Can you guys afford to lose?" Li Heishui continued to challenge them. "Black brat, you're just asking to be bullied, aren't you? Let's bet." "We'll bet with you." Wu Ziming mocked, "These two silly brats are quite interesting. Since we have nothing to do, we'll play with them later." Yi Fan transmitted his voice to Li Heishui, "You dragged everyone in, aren't you afraid of causing trouble?" Originally, he wanted to slaughter a few fat sheep, but Li Heishui looked simple and honest, intending to trap everyone in the trap. Li Heishui said, "It's fine as long as your Genesis techniques are good enough. We are destined to make a huge gamble in the Divine City. Sooner or later, we will attract attention. We might as well suppress some people as early as possible." "What are you going to use?" Yi Fan asked. Li Heishui didn't come with his real appearance, otherwise, as the descendant of a bandit, he would attract some trouble. He was very confident and said, "Don't worry, I have a black iron token in my hand. If I show it, it will be enough to scare those people. In the future, there will not be similar people who will cause trouble for me. Today, I will take the opportunity to blackmail them." They passed through 5 stone gardens in a row. There weren't many precious stones on the periphery, so the price was naturally very cheap. There was no way this group of people would stop here. They weren't interested in them at all. The cobblestone path was very secluded. After passing through a large ancient forest, they came to a place with abundant vegetation. The garden was beautiful and lush. "Sky Demon Palace's young master Yao Yuekong is up ahead, should we go and greet him?" "Forget it, I believe that Gold Clan's Jin Qishao is not far away. The two are like fire and water. They will most likely fight here. If we go now, we will be asking for trouble." Ahead, beside a flowing spring, Yao Yuekong was choosing stones with the company of a few people. "Hey brat, there's a watermelon stone here, do you want it?" Someone teased, kicking a head-sized stone out from the grass. "You won't go back on your words with us, will you?" Li Heishui asked seriously. "What a joke, we won't go back on our words. You have so little source, what can you do with it?" They stopped here. The garden was very quiet, and there were blue god trees everywhere. The branches were dense, and the leaves were sky blue. It was a very dreamy color, and even the tree trunks were sparkling like blue crystals. Other than that, there were vines crawling all over the place. The flowers were not big, but they were very fragrant, giving this place a kind of poetic charm. I still don't believe it, no, I have to call some witnesses. Li Heishui suddenly shouted at the top of his lungs, "Stone gambling, peak duel, come and watch." Hey brat, what are you shouting for? Don't shout in Daoist Stone Square. Stupid brat, you took it seriously. You think you can gamble with us? The dozen or so people all had different expressions. They didn't take it seriously, they originally wanted to tease the two, but they didn't expect Li Heishui to do this. Daoist Stone Square was full of cultivators, many people looked over, not knowing what was going on. The princes and princesses of Central State's eternal dynasty, Grand Xia. Some people were surprised, they immediately recognized the handsome prince of Grand Xia and the pure white-clothed nun. The Grand Xia royal family had people buying rare stones in the Divine City all year round, so people were not unfamiliar with them. There's also the head disciple of Five Elements Palace, Wu Ziming, and the son of Disillusionment Palace's head, Li Chongtian. Many people were surprised, the people around the Grand Xia prince all had great backgrounds, they were all disciples of the great sects, many people walked over. Peak battle of stone gambling, everyone please be witnesses. Li Heishui shouted with all his might. The people in the neighboring stone gardens knew that the Grand Xia prince and the others were here, they all gathered. Hey brat, you really are looking for trouble, I won't feel comfortable if I don't bully you. Li Chongtian and the others were a bit annoyed. Soon, even Sky Demon Palace's young master Yao Yuekong walked over, his purple robe fluttering in the wind, the surrounding people couldn't help but open up a path for him. It's really starting. Li Heishui mumbled. Who is this hey brat, he dares to gamble with these people? The surrounding people were surprised. Wu Ziming mocked, you guys go ahead and cut the stones, we will double the amount you cut out. You said that? Li Heishui said seriously, you don't want to gamble with us, as long as we cut out the source, you will double the amount? Wu Ziming mocked, stupid to the extreme, hurry up and cut the stones, 25 kilograms of source will be used up in one go. Hey brat, here's a watermelon stone, for you guys. One of them laughed and kicked a wash basin-sized stone over. Young man, there's more here, hurry up and move it. Another teased. There's also a top-grade watermelon stone here, your favorite, ha ha ha. The others laughed and kicked the third watermelon stone over. The surrounding people understood what was going on and laughed. Are you sure that these rotten stones really have source? Li Heishui secretly transmitted, he was afraid that he would really become a laughing stock. Yi Fan secretly replied, I originally planned to take a look around the other stone gardens, but one of the stones they kicked over really had a large amount of origin energy, so I didn't have to choose it myself. Serves them right. That's great. I want to enjoy their expressions later. Li Heishui chuckled. Hey brat, what are you laughing about? Hurry up and cut your watermelon. Hey, there's a watermelon stone here. I'll give you 9, making it an extreme number. Looking at the 9 watermelon stones on the ground, Wu Ziming and Li Chongtian were full of disdain, and they couldn't help but laugh. Everyone around shook their heads. How could he choose a watermelon stone? He really didn't know anything about source. After Yi Fan bought the stones, he picked them up and smashed them on the ground. He didn't cut them, and many people were shocked. Pa-cha, 6 watermelon stones shattered one after another. Inside, there was nothing but white. You're asking for trouble, Li Chongtian coldly laughed. You want to cut out source from a watermelon stone? You're a disgrace to Dao One Holy Land. Crack. When the 7th source fell to the ground, a green light shot out. It was fresh and tender, and it made people feel as if their eyes were sparkling. It was full of life energy. Green leaf stone. Someone was shocked and said, they really cut out source, and it's a xenogenic source. One stone like that is worth 5 pounds of pure source. The green stone that looked like a leaf was only an inch long. It was green and shiny, and it looked like a green leaf. Ha! Li Heishui laughed and said, xenogenic source, 10 pounds per person. Give it to me. He reached out his hand and asked for it. A dozen people were disgusted. They hadn't thought they'd really cut out source. 10 pounds of source was nothing to them, but taking it out like that made them feel uncomfortable. The watermelon stone has a xenogenic source? It's like a blind cat finding a dead mouse, someone said. It's useless to say anything else. You guys aren't going to back out, are you? Li Heishui reached out his hand. Wu Ziming pinched his nose and gave him 280 pounds of source to pay for a dozen people. Gotcha. Yi Fan broke the 8th stone, but there was nothing inside. Throw out another one of them said with a cold laugh. I don't believe a rotten watermelon stone can have a good source. Crack. The 9th stone was thrown to the ground by Yi Fan, and it broke into pieces. In an instant, purple light rushed out, and a purple mist filled the air. The spiritual energy was so thick that it couldn't be dissolved. Xenogenic amethyst source, someone shouted. Yi Fan squatted down and peeled off layers of stone. The purple light became even brighter, and the ground was shining brightly, shooting in all directions. So many watermelon seeds. Everyone was shocked. Each amethyst source was only the size of a fingernail, and it really looked like watermelon seeds. There were more than 40 of them embedded in the stone. Amethyst is a xenogenic source, and one of these is worth 15 pounds of pure source. However, there are so many inside a stone the size of a human head. It's worth 1,500 pounds of pure source. On the side, many people revealed strange expressions. They all felt that it was unbelievable. Ha ha ha. Li Heishui laughed. Wu Ziming's face was full of bad luck, as if he had eaten a dead toad. The other dozen people also had ugly expressions. It's too beautiful. It's truly a top-grade watermelon stone. Someone on the side exclaimed, it gave birth to nearly 50 amethyst seeds. It's amazing. Yi Fan peeled off the stone. There were exactly 49 amethyst seeds, a very wonderful number. He held it in his palm, and it was a whole handful. Purple light flashed, and it was resplendent. It made his palm look like it was covered in a purple mist. Everyone, there's nothing to say. One person has 3,000 pounds of source, and the 14 of you have a total of 42,000 pounds. Li Heishui laughed heartily. At this moment, everyone was stunned. 40,000 pounds of source was an extremely huge number. At the very least, for many people present, it was enough to make them faint. Heavens, more than 40,000 pounds. This black brat and this delicate and pretty youth's luck is too heaven-defying. They threw 9 watermelon stones and suddenly obtained more than 40,000 pounds of source. There's really no justice in this world. When luck comes, it can't be stopped. Did you see just now? The 9 watermelon stones were all kicked over by Wu Ziming and Li Chongtian. The two of them didn't even choose their stones. That's right, I saw it too. Wu Ziming and Li Chongtian kicked it over themselves. Even the heavens are helping us. Wu Ziming heard these words and had the urge to vomit blood. Li Chongtian wasn't any better. He wanted to beat someone up. This was too much of a waste. Li Heishui was the complete opposite of them. With a face full of smiles, he moved forward and carefully observed the expressions of the dozen people before laughing loudly. Ha ha ha.